One. Hello? Hello? It's because I, Thank you,
Third
Ofish.
time in a row forgot to cancel. Guess you can just have my money, you lucky bald bastard.
Thank you. 4 months in a row. At this rate, I'll be taking all your money for a long time. Unfortunately, a skill issue. Go back to muted. Great. You'll just watch me watching Overwatch. Should I not even put on? I'll not even put on the God, fuck me. Is my hoodie bright or what? Do I not need the light? Still kind of bright, right? Just from the sun. I'm gleaming. I'm gleaming like some kind of spiritual, angelic figure. The music was nice. I don't know why I'm gleaming so much. This is what you get. This is what you get. If you want to glow like me, if you're interested in gleaming, go purchase some uncoachable merch, and you can glow. You can gleam too. Sun left the country. I mean, it's not even sunny right now. It's fully overcast here. It's been raining all day, but it's just still bright enough. I'm doing a statistical analysis of the open qualifier matches. Would you like to know? Yeah, go on. What are the groundbreaking trends? Hey, Red Eyes. Hey, Andra. More deaths mean you're more likely to lose the game.
Also, I guess I can also give you some money.
Thank you. How do I say it? B-Slights? I think I'm saying it right. Always getting run over by a train. Right, so... Chill out, train. Chill out, train! Unfortunately not. Fuck. BS Lights? Am I one of the Proud Boys? Well, I'm certainly proud. Okay, I can remember that. What's really interesting is the amount of healing or damage done on support seems to have basically zero impact. Staying alive and get a limbs is the most important thing. Yeah, I guess that tracks. I mean, what you find, because I used to do the data for London Spitfire, and honestly, the player data was always a little bit less interesting. And just like the map data and the comp data, we always use that a lot more. But what you find a lot of the time as well is with, particularly with healing, is quite often the team that loses will have more healing just because they're just taking more fucking damage a lot of the time. So it can often actually be inversely true sometimes. Less healing doesn't necessarily mean you are playing worse at support. It just means the team was taking less damage. You really want comp data? Yeah, and that's what we used to have in London. I think I've shown it before, but I can show it again out of reference. So if I do this, will it come up? Oh, that's a black screen. What if I do that? Well, comp data, Juno is fucking busted. Oh, it's loading. Don't want to collaborate and share right now. As for player data, this is the comps data we had, which was always kind of interesting. Because you see, like, this is just like fight win rate for all of the comps. I imagine this is the sort of thing if you were able to attach like deaths, healing, damage, all of this to this data, because mine was never attached. My player data and comp data didn't overlap in the same way. So then you could see, oh, okay, who should stand out when a certain comp is playing to a certain comp. It has a lot of Reinhardt. Yeah, well, it's important to remember this is the London data. So there's always a lot of Reinhardt. Ryan. Rhine. Yeah, it was all right. It was all Reinhardt. After careful interrogation of the data, it was actually we actually played Reinhardt quite a lot. Yeah. The stats back it up. When is uncoachable dropping for the lower class? I'll do it after this stream. So the plan for this week is, hey Artemis, the plan for this week is I missed the career games over the weekend. Let me see. Can I show you? Can you see this? You can't see this. It's not. So if I do that and I do that, but you can see this. So I missed the career games over the weekend. So my plan is to catch up on the games because not only are they pretty good games, pretty good teams, it's also these guys are all, because they've had Juno enabled the entire time. I think we're actually seeing a pretty so we're seeing the meta evolving. So that's quite interesting, and I think super useful. So that's what I want to kind of focus on today, is understanding the Juno comp. Obviously, I saw Hunter's video, so I know a little bit about how not to play Juno, but I'm a bit more interested in how the comp works as a whole. It's called Power BI. It's a Microsoft program. It's just like a data visualization thing. So you can, where's it going? It's over here now. So you can hook it up to various things. So I have most of the data just as like a CSV. So then you can just hook it up to the data and plug it all in, and then you can make loads of visualization, graphs, this kind of thing. And what's quite nice about Power BI is, you say you want to click on like Busan or something. You can't see it because it's behind it, but I'm clicking on Busan, and then it will update all the other stuff to tell you how you did on Busan, or maybe Blizzard World is a better example. So I can sort of see, are we getting better or worse over time? Are we doing particularly well on one point or the other? Does the roster affect it? No, in London it didn't. It's the same boys. So you can get like a bit more of a breakdown versus single opponents. And this is what was so nice about Power BI. It's normally only used by businesses, because it's quite expensive. So you can use, like, the version I have is just like Power BI desktop, which you can use for free just at home. You just can't share it in the same way you might be able to share like some stuff on Google and all of that. So yeah, I quite enjoy Power BI. There's some bits that are like annoying about it, but I think in terms of like the visuals you get at the end and how responsive it is, it's very good. Is Patreon a better way of supporting you than a classic Twitch sub? Depends who you want to support, I guess. So with the Twitch sub, I get a 60-40 split. So do the math on that. So I'm getting 60% of that. They're getting 40%. On Patreon, we get a much bigger share. They take like a fee, like a monthly fee. But it's much less. But also we split all the Patreon money equally 3 ways. So factor in if you want to support Hunter and Chris, we probably get a larger share of the Patreon money. But it also goes 3 ways, so you're supporting all of us. So if you like me but hate the others, then Twitch is probably better. But if you like all of us, then Patreon's probably better. Donos are the best. Yeah, donos. If you donate, it just goes straight to me. Fuck Chris in particular. Yeah. Chris gets mega bucks from SSG. No, he gets some bucks from SSG. How can I support Hunter and Chris but not you? Fuck. Probably just post money to their house, I reckon. I'll give you their addresses. If you want to support me and Hunter only, just you can just sub to my channel, sub to Hunter's channel. You've got a route through if you're only interested in supporting those two. You sending pipe bombs? Don't send them pipe bombs. Wait, what you need to do... I don't think this is a leak. I think Hunter said it on stream as well. But Hunter's moving house, so don't send the pipe bomb now because it'll go to Hunter's grandma's house and we are not going to pipe bomb Hunter's grandma. Wait till he moves out, then pipe bomb his new place. That's a free tip. Free pipe bombing tips. I was going to do mainly look at Overwatch, but we can look at some pipe bombing tips. Chris supports Man United. I also support Man United. What's wrong with supporting Man United? Believers. Right, let me boot up this game. Because you're from the south? I'm actually half Mancunian. My dad's side of the family is from Manchester, so I was indoctrinated young. So I've got the half Mancunian pass. Chris is very much from Newcastle. Fuck me then? Oh well. What can you do? What games are you going through? Well, I'm gonna go stream today, stream tomorrow, maybe stream Thursday as well. So I'm gonna go through, I think, most of the games. I guess, I don't know if you guys watch the games live, but my guess would be these ones were pretty shit comparatively. And maybe these ones were more insightful. I went through and got all the comps. And as you can see, Juno is this purple with turquoise color. I haven't done the formatting. Yeah, this one's all nicely formatted with breaks. I haven't done the formatting for this. But as you can see, Juno gets real popular. Real popular. Pokerface kind of got rolled. The 2 Falcons games were the best. Oh, so including the Falcons versus Fnatic. Because this is the headline game, obviously. But I also want to learn about Juno. Or like how the Juno comps match up. So it feels like Crazy Raccoon and Pokerface played loads of Juno, as did Pokerface Zeta. As did, maybe just all of these last 3 games were all so Juno pilled. Whereas maybe Zeta versus Hajuk Dan, we saw less Juno from Hajuk Dan. And we saw less Juno from Falcons here against Fnatic, actually. Only in certain places. Okay. Do you get all the comp data just from going through VODs? Yeah, just manually collected. So, no cheat code for this one. So we need to pick where to start, right? So, should we start with Fnatic Falcons? Maybe it feels underwhelming, but I feel like what I like sometimes is, especially if we're going to watch Falcons, then Falcons again, seeing the games in order, I think maybe provides a bit of an insight into their understanding. And as much as the Juno mirrors are super interesting, because it is probably going to be a comp we see increasingly over time, it's also interesting to see what it's like against the non-mirror, right? Because why aren't these teams playing it? Is that the reason they lose, or is something else happening? Fielder Brig no good? Yeah, I realized when I was putting the comps together. Let me find the code. Which one? Where are we starting? Falcons, Pokerface. Whoa, thank you, Sion.
Can I personally shine your head for endorsement level 5?
No, you get out 9 months anyway, Sion. No head buffing required. You just need to get to 9 months. But you seem like you're well on your way. These ones, here we go. But I want to do it anyways. Fielder Brig's alright, to be honest. Well, when I was looking through the comps... Hold on, I need to take my hoodie off. I'm too warm. Oh. When I was looking through the comps, what I kind of realized is one advantage I think Falcons had in terms of the comps, the way they did their heroes, is they wanted to play Juno everywhere, right? So Juno was, they fucking loved Juno, played Juno everywhere, and this was Falcon's decision. But then if Fielder plays the Brig, the other versions of the comp they want is sometimes they want the Kiri swap, sometimes they want the Ana swap. So because these are like the combinations they have, if their Juno player is just locked, then Fielder can flex between all of these 3. Because you don't want to do it the other way around, because then you have Chio. Chio's not going to go Ana, right? Chio Kiri, not really either, right? And it feels like they had this ability to swap between the comps way more than Crazy Raccoon did. Every flex support had to do it in the Junker Queen. Yeah, they did. Yeah, I mean, like Landon's Brig's really good and stuff like that. And it's he had like a decent Brig anyway, but it definitely, because he got a lot of playtime, a lot of experience in that. I think it was a big part of it. Let me load for code. Did I type it in wrong? I just copy and pasted it. There we go. Hilda's Brig wasn't great though. Oh, really? Well, I guess we'll see, won't we? So, let me do this. 7. 7's the magic number. Let me do that. Let me update the stream title. Falcons vs Fnatic. VOD. Replays? I'll put replays. Oh, chill out. Catching up on OWCS. Korea. Oh, I spelled Korea wrong. Here we go. Yeah. So yeah, I want to figure out mainly how the comp works, because I don't know if I imagine a lot of people maybe saw Unter's video about Juno or how not to play Juno. So I watched that. And I thought it was pretty good, actually. Gave me like a good grounding for some of the more micro. Hey, Polito. So now we'll explore this and see... gold.
Gold.
Gold. Thank you. I'm going to say this one wrong as well. I want to say I quid. I quid? I quid. Like I cried, but with a cutesy Q in it. So I think this was actually, was this for one he reviewed? Maybe not. Can you please be more considerate and stream outside of your working hours? Just quit your job, Juba. You love quitting your job, so just quit your job again. Okay. This is not career advice. Hey, Harris, thank you.
Glad to see you back.
I'm back. And I think what I want to do... The goals for the stream. Can you also quit your job? Yeah. Yeah. Career advice today. Pipe bomb tips today. How many gifted to get career advice? Just have it. Just have it, Sion. Why not? I don't know what careers I can exactly help you with, but I can try. You're lurking in both mine and Hattie's stream. Yeah, everyone welcome Lady Trash Panda as well. Lady Trash Panda promoted to mod, which means they're now slightly better than you. Only by a bit, but it's still a notable amount. But they'll be helping out. When do you get promoted to mod? It's only unfortunately it's a very elitist chat we run here, so it's only for the best and brightest. And also Artemis. I don't even know if Artemis is here, so that dig. If Artemis is here, it's funny. If Artemis isn't here, then it's just actually really bitchy on my part. Seems like Artemis isn't here, so I've just burnt her unnecessarily. All right, should we lock in them? Well, Juby takes bribes, we'll try and lock in. So we see two versions of the comp here. We see the Anna Juno one and the Brig Juno one. So on paper, how it feels like it would work is the Brig's really good into the Diva. So, and the Anna is just a bit more vulnerable in general. So, especially on a small map like this, would expect Fielder to have a really rough time of it. I think one thing that's interesting as well is this DPS duo, from when I was looking at the comps, really became like the popular combo, right? I think there's some Circuit Royales we'll see later where we see almost exclusively this. So I'm interested to see the DPS swaps as well, but we can see the comps initially. So what I would expect to happen is This comp has so much mobility, the Sim TP, the Juno speed, Queen Shout. I did Gala, yeah, I did. So I've got my Juno tips locked in. Best thing you've watched in a while? I actually thought it was really good. Like, as much as Unter's always very good at being funny, I think he's actually not always shown his coaching side. Especially on his YouTube so far. So I thought actually a very good video, very useful stuff. So I think it's probably it felt to me like a pretty good starting point. In terms of how to understand playing the hero. So I'm going to try and focus a bit more on like the macro and why this version of the comp came up so much. Am I following the Unter TikTok? No, I'm not on TikTok. Has Unter got a TikTok going? Is he popping off? Nine followers? Oh wait, I'm going to need to make a TikTok account though, won't I? Does anyone have an account I can borrow? Everyone post their login details in chat. And then I'll, Are they all recent as well? What about you, Hunter? Date night pilled or not date night pilled?
I would love date nights. I think date nights are fantastic. Unfortunately, I am chronically lonely, so nobody to go on the dates with. Conceptually fantastic, but in reality for me, not much going on in that department. That's why I'm co-streaming OWCS at 2:35 a.m. on the weekend.
True. Yeah, I was planning to start a TikTok and then get into YouTube Shorts and TikTok. I think what I'm hoping is wait, can you make TikToks, Trash Panda? Do you want to be my TikTok artist? I don't know if that's what my TikTok videographer. I need someone to teach me how the TikTok works. Because my plan is to make more of the analytical content, because I feel like that's been the bit that's been missing from my channel for so long, right? So maybe we'll learn something today, and then if we learn something today, maybe we can translate that into a video. I was gonna get an Instagram as well. Happily, all right. I've got my connection path set up now. Do I have a Truth Social account? No. Is there much of an Overwatch scene on Truth Social? All right. What is Fielder up to? Initial first fight. Does he know they're going to lose for rollout? So what's always important on Control Center is this initial space, right? Which is why so many teams run Sim. Just because it's... and with this hero, this comp is so fucking fast. They're definitely going to get to mid first. Can you send it your shit? Yeah, send it over. I'm genuinely interested. So it feels like Falcons very much know they're going to lose this initial trade. So Fielder's going to go for a big old flank. Is he going to get a big nade? Left click, nade, hits Lijiang, and now they're going to push on this timing. So they speed ring through. And Hanbin's going to try and connect on the naded target. Defensive shout comes through, but Lijiang is absolutely obliterated, because I guess his shield just does fuck all against the Venture. Fuck. He just gets obliterated, right? So actually just a smart first fight from flanking. Do I plan to do the interviews? Yeah, for the end of stage 4, yes. Not for Face It this weekend, but for stage 4, yes. So, all right, initially, just a very good first fight for Falcons. They know their comp's not going to be as fast as a lot of these comps. So they set up a little flank nade. The flank nade works. You see they wall off the Ana afterwards, but the damage is kind of done. Look at everyone's HP. They take so much. Interesting that Stalker actually feels a little bit late on all of this, honestly. This was obviously some of the points where Chio, they were talking about Chio, Until was talking about Chio's torpedo usage. So they've done the damage, they're going to stabilize, and they've actually obliterated them. Alright, so nice easy first fight. Nice setup from Falcons. Now, they're going to hold forward. So they hyper ring here, but I don't really know why. I guess this is obviously... I'll skip over some of these bits, because this is obviously what Unter was talking about, right? This is everyone... Chio just feeling awfully close on this. Because then they're going to TP in aggressively here. Everyone takes the TP almost immediately except for Iziaki. So they're all just in here. They're going to shout out of it. Oh, felt like a bit laggy there. I did, Gox, I did. So now I'm going to be a top 500 Juno for sure. I'm only going to have torpedoes. Chio's rings with a big weak point. Yeah, well, I don't know why he's ringing up a choke there, because in reality, they do this TP play, and this is where Chio gets caught. But if Chio doesn't get caught, they should be really fine, right? Like, Fielder doesn't feel like he's in any danger. If this isn't just the Chio win that Hunter talks about, like, Fielder's fine. And what's quite nice about the May and the Venture is they're just fucking... they're actually really hard heroes to kill. You know, between the ice block, between the using the Maywall defensively, all of this, the Venture can go underground, gets all these extra shields. Should be really hard. And in general, when you play like these type of comps, like the Queen falls into this category, Mauga falls into this category, where you have like a big like invisible buff everyone aura type thing, is they're normally on quite long cooldowns. Can you buy channel point review but use it for a 6-second demo instead? Feels like you're wasting your own money at that point, Sion. But it's your money to waste. But whenever you're on these heroes that have like one big cooldown, what happens is they have to get value on their cooldown timing. So at this point, when they use for TP, they use for shout, if Chio doesn't die here, they should, in theory, the pushback timing from Falcon should be so strong. Which, to be fair, is kind of what happens, right? Because Proper just goes underground, will unburrow under all of them as they chase in, and this is like infinite value for Proper, right? Just completely unmarked. So even though Chio dies, they get so much value off it. Alright, so we'll see the same thing again. Chio's coming back to the fight. Proper has the Tectonic Shock. We're going to go left. Hamben's going to go meat. Alright, so they're really split now, actually. So we've got Chio and Proper on one angle. Everyone else on the other. They're going to try and come in again. Fuck me. They just get one shot. They're all trying to walk through the choke. Proper will drill dash underneath. Boops everyone with it. So the TP timing's actually fucked as well. The torpedoes hit. The torpedoes hit fucking everyone as well. Man, they just get naded. They just get one shot. I guess this happens, right? Because it locks onto 3 people, but then whoever this is at the back, Iziaki never gets hit by the torpedo, right? Because they come flying through this choke, so they all fucking hit the guy at the front. How much damage is balls like for torpedoes? Is it like 80 or something? 80, 85. $85 damage and healing. Okay. Does it... Here's a question for you. Let me explain this. So you're a Juno. You press torpedo, right? You lock onto... let me use different colors. You lock onto 3 enemies, right? But you also lock onto 2 teammates, okay? Right? So in this example, there are 5 torpedoes. There are 2 friendly torpedoes. And there are 3 enemy torpedoes, right? So 5 torpedoes. 2 of them are healing, 3 of them are damage. Does it work like Anna's gun is the question. So if one of their teammates moves forward and stands here and body blocks all 5 torpedoes, do all 5 torpedoes take damage, or would only 3 torpedoes do damage? You don't think so? Okay. Yes, you think 3? Okay. I need to test it right now. this is for get Karq on the call. I need like the fucking, you know, like the bat phone. I need to call the bat phone. Call straight through to Karq. Because the heal always hits. Yeah, I'm just thinking situations like, say your Winston dives an Ana Brig, right? And then you send 3 torpedoes their way, 2 damage, 1 healing. So Garly, you know, like if you're an Ana and you shoot your left click, if it hits your teammate, it heals. If it hits an enemy, it does damage. Does the same apply with Juno's torpedoes? Because you know you can body block for torpedoes, right? So sometimes you can get hit by 2 torpedoes if you stand in the way. If it's like that situation, right? The enemy Ana Brig is there. Your Winston is also there. So you fire torpedoes at this group. You have 2 enemy torpedoes doing damage. 1 healing torpedo to heal your Winston. If the Brig manages to be in a choke and catches all 3 torpedoes, does she take damage from 2, or does she take damage from all 3? No, probably going to miss for Japan games. From 2? Okay. All right, then. I just wondered if there was a way from... Unless there's a shield or something. Yeah, unless something blocks it, right? I guess that's also true then for bubble, right? Like if the enemy Winston bubbles and you have 2 teammates in the enemy Winston's bubble, do the healing ones just go through and heal still? Like a Brig pack would or something? Or like... Ooh. Or does the bubble block all of them? Shield just blocks all of them? Okay. Alright then. Difference is healing torpedoes can go through walls. Oh, okay. So like, if you lock onto your Ana here, but then you do this, your healing torpedo would still hit if you fire it like from this position. I see. Alright, so a fake TP this time. Fnatic are going to try and wall off a D.Va. So I feel like we see a lot of Mei in this type of competitions, partly because it's so good into the D.Va. But I always feel like if you want to do this, I feel like... I can't remember what series it was I watched. What was it? It was Circuit Royale. I think it was Falcons against Zeta Division. And one thing Zeta Division always did with their walls is rather than do this, where you like wall behind the D.Va. Because obviously, I mean, you get to clear the D.Va, right? You get to shoot her out, but as long as the D.Va has fly, she'll get out of here, right? As long as she's full health and stuff. But instead of walling the D.Va, just walling the backline and then pushing the D.Va anyway, right? And then just trying to catch the D.Va. I feel like if you do that, it's so much more powerful because especially if it's like a Mei Ana or something, this maybe isn't the greatest part of the map to do it, but I feel like walling the backline and pushing the tank, way more consistent if you can find that wall timing. Alright, so then they're gonna nano, they're gonna engage in, they get the TP, they get the clear. They're just gonna nano proper in, they're gonna matrix him through this initial bit. He will get bashed. Then he will get underground. The nade's going to hit too. Fielder again just flanking mid-fight. Drops a cheeky nano. It's a big old nade. And there's obviously nothing they can really do about this nade, right? This comp just tanks for nades on Fnatic's side. So Proper's going to keep going. I use the Mei ult with this, which I find weird. I guess it's used for symbol as well. Okay. Yeah, to be fair, I don't think any of the ults individually feel that bad. I just feel like, is it too many? Maybe it's not. Because they use symbol, they respond with orbital ray, Izzyaki uses orbital ray back, so they blizzard it, they're rallying as well. Maybe it's okay. Maybe it's okay. Yeah, it's free for free. I mean, they end up winning it by a large margin. Where it's so it was just why I said like it feels like too much because it feels like they win the space so hard. I think there's probably a point here where it's, if I'm Stalker, right, I throw the Mayult, and it's not the best Blizzard, right? So Mayult's very good against Blizzard because obviously it means the Brig kind of has to say, as long as you don't get fucking stunned out of it, it means the Brig has to basically run away with Blizzard. And obviously if there's two orbital rays going on and the beams are overlapping, the Blizzard feels really reasonable. I think we've seen this before, right? People use Blizzard against orbital ray, and it's one of the few ults that feels like it can sort of consistently minimize orbital ray value. But when he throws the Blizzard here, I don't think the Blizzard's that bad, right? Because obviously most of them get out of it. But what happens here is Donghack can't get out of it. Yeah, face it coverage this weekend, yeah. But Donghack can't get out of it, right? So he presses his shout, he sees the Blizzard, he has to walk forward here. And I wonder if, even though it's not in the orbital ray and stuff, if actually the kill here for Falcons is Nis Queen. I mean, obviously they're kind of one-shot in knife, right? But I wonder if there's just like, maybe this moment here, fuck. Does this guy just die? Or if he doesn't die, do we not at least do like a bunch of fucking damage to him? Because this happens a lot with Mayult, right? Where good teams won't get caught in Mayult because they'll be saying the words Mayult and don't get frozen and stuff to that effect. But what you can often do, if you throw it in between the tank and his backline, you can often force like a split kite essentially. So some people kite forward, some people kite backwards. And then the people who have to kite forward normally end up pretty fucking isolated, which is kind of what Donghack looks like here, you know? So I wonder if they just like, they could have turned on this more aggressively. Because now, as it fades, this is the one where Cheer wins, right? If you've seen Hunter's video, you've fucking seen this one. So, otherwise, they're probably really fine too, and they all get out of this. So then Stalker gets caught, goes a different way. I mean, Stalker actually even dies for this because they're like doubling down. Yeah, in reality, it's actually so fucking on for him just wallness and kill Donghack. The kills are behind him, not in front of him. And as such, now Stalker's gonna get, so Chio. So I think Chio fucks up, then they do get the orbital ray out, so I think Stalker pushing forward was kind of fine, but I think the kill was really behind him. Then they could have just walled that off. Then Proper's going to try and turn with Tectonic Shock. It'll get walled off again. Nade's going to hit again from Fielder. I mean, one thing that's true, right, is like, who stops him getting naded? Like, who the fuck is in charge of dealing with these nades, right? Checkmate, maybe? Think why people don't play Torb. I don't know. Is it that annoying for Vajune? Can she not poke it out a lot pre-fight anyway? I don't know. I guess as well, like so many of the DPS we see are like super fucking tanky, right? So at least Torb's more in that direction, but I don't know if Venture and May are just better versions of the Torb, essentially. You know, even tankier, still decent damage. She's really harsh fall-off. Maybe. I'm not sure. You need to test it in Scrim, Scala. You need to be the scientist here. Gonna see Sauna on fucking Torb at the weekend. Yeah, it's not like it's not a completely wrong theory, Waterfall. It's just like I think it's a value thing, right? We used to use it a lot on London when we were playing Rhine into Dive, where we would use Blizzard just to counter one of their ults, right? Just we'll throw the Blizzard at our feet, we all get to stand on it, and they can't blade us, or their Primal has to fuck off or something, you know? So you can use it a lot in those situations, but I think in this type of comp, from what I've seen, I think actually so many of these ults are really good. And like versus for Rally, versus the other Mei ult, versus for Simwall, and versus the Orbital Ray. Blizzard is really good into all of these ones. I guess obviously it's equal in that, but in terms of all these other three, it's actually really good with these into these other three ults. So I think it's always better, at least in this comp, to be used in the ult trade. Alright, so they back off to the choke. They've lost Stalker. They do hit this big downtown nade, but somehow they all live. And now we're going to start poking them onto point. Hanbin is really low. They're going to try and disengage. Hanbin turns with a bomb. You see Proper just go for the fucking Jaws land shark. Fucking try and hit a cheeky boot. Pop someone in. Doesn't work out. We'll get back into mech. And now for the first time, Fnatic have a bit of space. So in theory now, this is where the comp should struggle, right? So I think you were saying it, Valen, as well, right? If the Ana can't be really far back, we actually see Fielder, like first fight, flanking here. So we'll see if they try and do the same thing of a retake, because they're retaking into Rampage and Mei ult. So if I'm Falcons right now, I'm really thinking I can't win this fight in a super meaningful way. I just need to try and disengage something, right? So I want to walk up, maybe hyper ring out or something, right? Maybe I'm even trying to save Maywall to counter the Rampage if I'm really good. So we're gonna walk up, try and swing the corner. The Sim TP comes in, and this is where it should be easier for the Falcons, not the Falcons, sorry, the Fnatic comp, because they can just connect on this Ana way more often. So they TP behind. It's only a fake TP. Again, Fielder hits the nade. They'll bash out, but you can see, like, he's going to shout in and there's just no way out for Fielder. I don't know if, like, could we have ringed him better? Can we ring our boy out? Yeah, I guess he's on the opposite side of the ring. Hey, Mapino. Thanks for 5 months. Yippee. Yeah, I mean, it's just so hard. It's so hard for the Ana, right? And this is why you maybe wouldn't expect to see the Ana version on Control Center. Because even if he goes through the ring there, I think it's really sketchy for him. And now, Fnatic, they can kind of just... rinse and repeat this. Fielder didn't play any Brickness series? Interesting. Maybe they just don't have the comp yet. Should he have walled defensively? Yeah, I think there's like... This fight, if I'm Falcons, the whole thing is defensive. I don't know if Stalker just doesn't have wall. What does he use wall for? Wait, he literally doesn't have it at all. What are we walling? Okay, use it. No. Probably didn't need to use it. Everyone's already out. But I think the idea is, like, if you want a disengage fight, you still want to... Because what you want to do if you're playing a disengage fight, if you're Falcons, is you want to walk up and you want to save your cooldowns defensively. So you want to wall defensively, but you also need to walk up and actually put them under enough threat, right? Because the reason you want to disengage is you want to disengage an ult, you know? You don't just want to disengage their neutral, because then you just get left in the same position. You want to try and disengage an ult. So you have to walk up in a way that actually puts them under enough pressure that they think they can get you, but you just make sure they can't. And there's that a bit of game of cat and mouse, really, where one team wants to try and bait out an ult and disengage, and the other team is trying to wait to pull the trigger at the right time. So yeah, so the reason he doesn't wall is because he doesn't have it yet, but in reality, a wall like this or something to get out probably buys Fielder a little bit more space. Maybe if Fielder can get through the ring, or we can put the ring a little bit in a more useful spot for Fielder. Like, even if it's just like a few inches closer to him, it seems really reasonable. Also, there's maybe an argument here, like Hanbin goes for the kill, where maybe actually my boy needs a little bit more Matrix out here. So we get forced all the way out of a choke, and this is beautiful for Fnatic because they managed to find the catch, and they find the catch without having to use any ults. Now I find Falcons. Okay, we're gonna go through. They bait out the wall. You look at the two heroes they send through, right? They send the Venture through. They send the D.Va through. So if they get full walled, the D.Va has enough Matrix to live, and Proper can always get underground. So they bait out the wall. Fielder's gonna come through. Okay. Alright, they get Fielder out. They have a rampage through, and they're just fucked. Can we get the D-Mech? Not quite. We trade 1 for 1 at the end. Yeah, I'm going to try and watch the Crazy Raccoon game after this one, Carla. I guess that's the one you mean. Alright, let's go all the way back. So they're here, Hanbin has to get out. They find the nade, Proper wants to go in. And I think in reality what Falcons want to do is keep going now, you know, on Proper's timing. They're all going to try and get out, but the rampage just hits. How does the main venture work so well? Well, that's kind of what we're trying to figure out. But at least from the surface, from looking at the heroes, I think they're all just super durable people. Yeah, I'll be doing that game as well. What I'll be doing, Waterfall, is I'll stream today, tomorrow, and maybe Thursday if there's still games left, and we'll just try and hit all of the Korea games. Or at least all of the good ones. So I want to watch some of Zeta Division, even though their matches were maybe a bit more one-sided, because it feels like they've got a pretty good... They played loads of a Juno, right? No, I didn't see it, Archie. Didn't see it. Alright, so now, this is the first retake Falcons have actually had where they have some ultimates. Which is good. So now they can take this ult trade in theory, but Fnatic have been winning lots of these fights with... Oh yeah, I remember this one as well, and there's like a question here of like, what are we actually doing with this swing, you know? Like, Fielder's going to go and find the nade. Good job, thanks Fielder, mate. We found the nade. But really, you'd expect the ring to be for the D.Va here. Try and get on this, right? I think you saw on the very first fight where Phil did the flank nade through here. They had the hyper ring here. The D.Va flew in. Proper flew in. Everything seemed to just look way more synchronized. Whereas here, doesn't look like Proper's quite ready, does it? Stalker's now swung really wide. Like, Stalker's actually one who swung widest with this. They're going to rally push in. You can see Stalker does the same play, right? Like, rally is out. Tries to get the Mayo off instead. This time, they all get out of it again. Is he saving? Is Iziaki saving ring for it? Or are they just good? I guess the answer's no. Yeah, like, what is... Iziaki's ring is for nothing. What's he ringing? Okay. I was expecting the ring to maybe be here to allow people to go in and out a little bit quicker. I don't know. But yeah, don't know about that one. Because they go in. It's just a bit shallow then, I guess, really, from Stalker. I thought he had him here. Yeah, it doesn't actually go down. I was expecting it to be a little bit further here. Because I guess the real optimal is, because I guess what's also true of these Mei ults is, like, in the same way you'd always get your Lucio to go for some kind of boot play, there's probably something here. Like, the D.Va one's not as good, obviously, but I feel like the Venture one is actually fucking massive, right? Like, if I'm Proper right now... I guess he does, right? He actually tries to be fair, yeah. As I was thinking, like, why doesn't he boot... Can he play to boop Donghack back in? But he does play to boop Donghack back in, but he just fucking walks away. You see? Like, right now, he's pushed all the way back in, Donghack. Just too fucking fast. Alright, so now they've symboled an orbital raid here. Orbital raid here. Which, I mean, it's fucking, they're using everything. Chio's also orbital raid. It's just going through main, though. Oh, fuck. So, this one actually rings a bell now from the Hunter video. So, they may ult in exchange for a rally, then Izzyaki, they're going to symbol and orbital raid back, which is, this is too heavy-handed, right? You can probably just really use one of these, I think. Maybe not, maybe, I guess the other orbital raid was used as well. Yeah, because, like, their orbital raid is going down here, but their symbol's also here. It's just a bunch of, like, bad / unnecessary ults here from Fnatic, because the rally plays reasonable, they may ult back, okay, we get out of the may ult, cool, job good so far. Then they want to keep pushing, so we're going to orbital ray back. Cool, that's really fine. And then Chia responds with orbital ray. In theory, also fine. Like, the decisions of when people are pressing their buttons feels really reasonable. But if I look at, like, the path of Izyaki's orbital ray, it's, I guess it's kind of going there, right? So they kind of push with it, but then Chio's is coming this way. The rays just feel like really, I don't know. Shit. Because, like, Falcons is going this way, right? But Falcons are going this way. And then theirs is going, I guess, like, at least Fnatic are a bit more in their orbital ray. But there's this point here where they're actually playing, they're slower. Like, they've over-pushed from where their ray is, you know? And then they get slept and cop the world's biggest nade. I don't know if, like, in reality... I don't know. Because I'm just thinking, like, when he presses the orbital ray here... Like, the ray just goes really slow. Like, it feels so disengageable a lot of the time, this ray. You see what I mean? Like, the ray's here, but they're now here. Then they get slept. The nade hits everyone. And then they try and turn with Mayult, but Hamid is switched onto it. I think Juno's hard meta. I think she seems really strong, right? It's kind of a bit of what I'm trying to figure out now by watching these Korea games. Because Korea played it loads. And so we're going to try and figure out a little bit of why. One of the hard things we'll get with this is we see everyone playing Juno, but we don't necessarily see too much of people not playing Juno into Juno, right? So sometimes we don't know why they can't pick the other stuff, if you know what I mean. Like, why can't another team just do... maybe we'll see a bit of it here, right? Why can't a team just run Kiri Lucio? Would it lose? Maybe we'll see here. So it certainly seems like pretty hard meta in Korea. And it seems really strong. So some of these matchups here are going to be like... these ones are going to be really interesting, right? Because in theory, then, if Juno's such hard meta, shouldn't this comp just beat this comp? That would kind of be the logic, right? That's what we'd expect to see. Also, just finished watching Coach, but do you know if Hunter actually watched that video? I don't know. No. Alright, so they have all these speeds. Checkmate's going to get knifed in, has to ice block. It kind of forces everyone to join his position. So it's kind of just like a three-man fucking brawl squad. The Juno's kind of just floating above in this like kind of mid-ground position. The hit scan's just in a hit scan. They push up into a big dynamite. They end up having to wall defensively. I was surprised we didn't see... Did Izzyaki speed out of spawn? So he just doesn't have it yet? Or does he get another one? I was surprised we didn't try and use the speed to, like, cross out. Is Izzyaki high? Or does he just want them to push for Lucio? And nobody else wants to push for Lucio? Like, I feel like it's the same as a Control Center one, where, like, the team goes one way and Izzyaki rings the other one. So yeah, they don't actually get any value out of a ring here, which in theory, that's their big timing. So now they get pushed all the way back in. They're now pinned in. And you see me, as soon as they're pinned in, you can see Hambin and Proper very quickly pressure on this flank. They try and mark the Genji, but the damage is done. You see Hambin's always just, he's so quick, just like pushes them in, quickly takes another flank, another angle, keeps the pressure on, keeps on the back foot. Found his team 2 kills out of it. This is why he's the GOAT. So, I don't know. I don't know if that was really necessarily a comp difference. It felt like Izzyaki just wasted his ring. They didn't get value out of the ring. Because in theory, if this Brawl squad, like these 3 heroes, can run into this Queen, then they should, I think they should just win that frontline matchup. But that's not really what we actually, I mean, I never actually got that. Whereas last week, I was visiting my friends in Cardiff. I went to watch for rugby. I watched 2 full rugby games live, actually. Right, so we're trying to retake from inside. Right, this time they ring out, and this time... Is he just super close? Yeah, I'll catch up on all of them, Criminal. He's just fucking caught. Just fucking... Somehow ends up being the furthest person forward. Because in general, what's always nice if you play this Genji version is you have some kind of formation where your Ashe is like at the back of it. Kind of like they did in first fight, right? Where their Ashe is at the back of a map, their Queen can kind of try and take a bit of forward position, and then their Genji Lucio is here or something. So if I'm the slow brawl team, and I use my Juno ring, and I try and use my ring to walk forward, then what happens as I do this walk forward, this Genji Lucio from the side ruins my fucking day. They get like so much value, right? So you want to set up these situations where your Ashe and Genji are on different angles, right? So if they push your Genji, your Ashe should get free value. If they push your Ashe, your Genji should get free value. So what happens here is you can see they've kind of got this same thing. Like maybe Proper could be a little bit closer, but they get the same thing. They're going to try and walk into Stalker, and they just want like the Queen, Genji here, Queen here or something. Punish them as they walk out. But Hambin takes a little bit of damage, and Chio just gets one shot. And then they deal with Proper as well. The flip side of this, right, is if we're looking at this from Fnatic's point of view, you should be really fucking aware, right? Is like, we're going to speed in the Brawl guys, right? But we just need to be ready that sometime just after we walk forward, this Genji's going to be coming, you know? So I'm sure if I look at, like, maybe Lijiang's POV, you can see, like, Lijiang has Genji on his mind as he walks out here. You know? Like, isn't even looking forward. Just wants to mark Proper out of the game as best as possible, find his whip shot, make sure no one gets caught by anything like that. Meanwhile, Checkmate and Donghack can just do wall off something good, walk into like whatever the best target is. And that's kind of what they get to do here. Fielder will get a cheeky Suzu, so Hambin thinks he can be a hero. They're 2 down currently. It's actually a massive rampage, and in the same way they have no answer to the fucking anti, they have no answer to this rampage. Oh, they're gonna Ray back as well, but both supports die. fuck. Get him! Fuck, Hambin's just really good. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of Ram as well. Because I think if you look at this comp here, and you say, like, is the Queen good at fighting into the Queen? Sure. But a Ram would also be better in theory. Alright, so let's see what happened in the rest of the fight, right? Because Hambin just goes turbo mode. Checkmate has to block and wall the Bob. So now they are just super fucking split. They can pocket Hambin through everything. They're going to bob back in response. And Checkmate actually even hits the dink. Proper's just going to go... Is he just going by himself here, really? Yeah, they're going to clean up the other kill, and then the team group up. Okay. So it's actually, honestly, felt like a really reasonable play. Will they clean this one up? Oh! Checkmate's low-key making this a nightmare for him, no? Just walking around dinking it. Yeah, like, what I think is actually the comp worked better. Like, if they do the wall engage and they get value out of the ring, even if Sheo doesn't feed there, I think actually Fnatic's comp is better. But then Hambing Giga Clutches. Fuck. Oh! He's so low. Okay, they eventually get their man, but it's actually Fielders felt the need to Kitsune rushers as well, which fuck. It's now such a dogfight that everybody thinks it's winnable, but Fnatic still have control of a point in this. So maybe not the craziest rally from Lijiang. Is anyone even here? Oh, it's not actually, honestly. There was a second I was really worried Lijiang was just going to get, like, one shot. But Lijiang just crosses the point twice. Alright. Ditches Checkmate. Checkmate gets the trade. Alright, gets a new shield. Bashes across. Forces the beat out now. Is he the Duke? Out for a second, turn back. Break the Queen's ankles. Fuck, maybe Lijiang's back. Sells them the fucking dummy. Like, if you get those heat maps in fucking football, Lijiang's like pathing here is like this is Lijiang's fight. This game just across point, across point, across point. He does reasonably well though, and this actually sets up So they come back through. He hits 2. Yeah, they have Suzy for it though, and this is obviously the big advantage having the Kyrian as well. And now Fielder's actually going to die on point as well, and Fnatic are going to win this. Honestly, I think it's this entire fight. The only reason Fnatic are able to clutch it out is because Lijiang is so fucking slippery. He's just what's the Family Guy bit? The greased up guy. Lijiang was fucking greased for this fight. All right. So now they have frontline advantage here as well. So for Fnatic's comp, actually taking these wall trades and just having their Mei and Queen walk into the enemy Queen, Genji, should feel really good, you know? Like in these enclosed situations where 5 people are walking into 5 people, the Mei is way better than the Genji for the most part, right? But once we get to some of these situations we saw before, where you can have the Ashe here and the Genji here, and the Mei has to walk from this big open area, obviously the Genji, with its ability to play on high grounds and angles, can cause a load of problems. You don't get why Junker Queen? Well, I think the reason we see Junker Queen here is because the other choice would be Ram, right? Ram would be better in a lot of these frontline brawls we're talking about. But I think most of the time, because it's Koth, right? They're trying to just start on something that's good against everything. So maybe they think the Queen is better against other stuff. Like if the other team, if other teams run Ana Juno, that's a J. It looks like a 5, but I promise you that's a J. It's a J, guys. But if teams run Ana Juno, then suddenly I think I would rather have the Queen because I have like these extra shout timings to punish the Ana and stuff. So I don't know if it's just more they expect something else out of spawn and that's why. And a Favuno. Yeah, something like that. Alright, so they're going to go for the wall timing. The wall seems pretty good. Queen is in the ceiling. Alright. Everyone's in the ceiling, so it's actually... would rather they were down here, but can shoot proper instead. You see as well, Donghak's going to try and go even deeper with this. Forces for Suzu. They Suzu the slash. Hanbin's now on his second rampage already. He's hit everyone again. And then Proper's gonna blade. I think Hanbin did it, mate. I think Hanbin, like... because they used the Mayo, but he's used the Mayo after the wall and after everything else, so he's not actually... the Mayo's caught nothing here from Checkers. And I think they're really just dead. It's a wasted blade. Yeah, I think in the mirror, yeah. In the mirror, I would agree. I feel like the Ram should be stronger. But I can see why they'd start it if they expected the Ana or something instead. Alright. Alright, so starting on all the high ground, Proper's going to go get a cheeky dash through. Cheeky 5-man dash. Hanbin's going to look for a knife. And you can see again where it's like, you look at the forward hold here. You look at the forward hold here from Falcons. It's like these split angles, right? They're trying to hit them from both sides. Checkmate's also gone Genji, which is interesting. But they hit them from both sides. They do plenty of damage, and they'll take a step back out. Orbital Ray now available for Izayaki on the retake. They just left knife behind here. Alright, so knife's going to try and peek out the main angle on this. Gets an opportunity on Stalker, misses it, commits to the angle. But obviously this is what a Genji can do, that a Mei can't really do, right? Oh, fuck. Okay. So Proper marks the angle, but they do use the Orbital Ray in main, right? So they're coming out, Orbital Ray about to be dropped. Again, you see like Falcons being so proactive, just trying to hit them from like all the different angles. It's even just Fielder on this angle, right? Just trying to throw the kunais in. Geo gets in here, which means we're not really getting the speed out. But then they're going to Orbital Ray forward, and they don't actually have an answer for this, Falcons. So they're going to use the Ray, they kill Hanbin. Proper gets the kill on the split Ash. There's maybe an argument here for like Knife, that he wants to be more conservative when they have such a clear ult advantage. You know, like times when flanking is good, times when it's not good. Morning, Brigadier. Oh. Alright, so this is ugly. So they go on Donghak, they're going to Kitsune Rush Donghak. Lijiang's going to rally to save him. They even bob him as well, but Donghak's actually killed Stalker in all of this. Yeah, he just gets fucking knifed in as he goes. Checkmate's going to trade. Trade Fielder too. And again, you look where this fight, this is like the same thing we talked about with the Orbital Rays, right? Kitsune Rush was used, but where is we're all dying here, right? Nobody's actually fighting on Kitsune Rush from Falcons, so ends up being a huge waste. Yeah, I think it's just like, I think what Fielder's expecting is Donghak's going to go this way, right? So they can, if they do it this way, they keep chasing him with a Kitsune Rush. But then Donghak actually goes forward, and because they have to rally, they actually end up pushing out of it. So another good rally by old Lee. And they'll be able to kill the Bob. Flip the point. Alright, so we've seen lots of split retakes from Falcons so far. They nearly have beat. Now, obviously, that they have their own Genji, all of a sudden, a lot of these free positions that Proper were taking are a lot less free to take, because Checkmate can go match it and get packs and stuff as well. Alright, they're going to retake from top. Need to consider a touch in a second as well. Beat comes out, ring comes through. Like Iziaki's drops for right. Yeah, the ring. I still don't know why he's like. He's never considering just the ring to get the gang out. You know, like I'm sure Knife and Lijiang would both appreciate it in this situation. Like if there was a ring here or something, and they're running back towards point. They do it for Bob just afterwards, and Donghack hits for Rampage as well. So. Yeah, they killed Iziaki for it, so it just feels like it just wasn't much of a kite at all. No retreat, only forward. Yeah, I just feel like once or twice, surely Lijiang and Knife would give him like a cheeky high five or something if they can if they get one ring for themselves. But actually, they do catch him with a beat engage. Falcons' beat pushes are always normally so good. Kills just presenting themselves here. This is a problem I see a lot. Like, the problem with hit scan in a lot of these matchups, right? How many times now have we seen Knife or Stalker just fucking... Because everyone else is so mobile and pushing in, they just get left, right? And they have to just take this type of fucking fight, right? With a fucking packed Genji or something. So, the Ashe does feel awkward in these type of comps, which is why I think... You know, we see like more of a Venture of a Mei instead of this. Or not instead of a Genji, sorry, instead of like this. It just becomes a little bit easier for them to stay alive and keep moving in this. Because Hanbin's now onto this is his third fucking Rampage. He's gonna hit everyone again. Falcon should close it out. Was nice, Proper. Alright. So, I don't know. I can see some of the theory from both sides. I can see... I get that. I can see the theory from both sides. I feel like, even though Falcons won that one, I feel like they were actually losing the neutral. Their holds were pretty good, and Hanbin hard carried him in a couple of situations, so it's always helpful if your tank can just hard carry. But it feels like for the most part, the neutral did actually feel stronger from the Juno composition there. Alright, so now we're going to get more, another similar example. Mei, Ashe again. So I think all the same principles we would still apply, right? Can the Queen team set up some kind of split between their DPS so they can be really hard to push into, right? Because you've got these two angles of threat. Checkmate is a tier 4 wall. On which one? Alright. So now they're going to ring through and use it to push Hanbin. Alright, so both managed to dodge the slash. Do you mean this wall here? Where's Checkmate's wall? Where is it? Oh. Fuck. Yeah, because if it's here, even fucking anything, right? Fucking walk in the room and drop it behind you. Because it feels like Hanben is obviously trying to hard bait himself here. And he does manage to get out of it. But everyone commits into this room, so they actually lose all the space as a result, because Hanben, I guess, gets away with the bait. And now we have this classic situation where they feel like they're boxed in, and now they've got harassment at every door. Why Stalker on Ashe? Surely Proper is better with Ashe? I don't know, I think Genji's his best hero. I guess it's probably still Tracer, but like, I feel like Proper's Genji probably is better than Stalker's. But I also feel like Proper just doesn't want to play Hitscan anymore, is the impression I get. And so, I mean, Stalker's actually pretty fucking good at Hitscan, right? Like, he's just a classic Korean player. He's just fucking insane at everything. So he's probably really not that... I don't think it's really that bad for him at all. So then we just find a nice dynamite timing. They're all boxed in. Good timing. You see they're kind of patient. Dynamite comes in. Catches Izayaki. Easy enough. They're just fucking boxed in. But I think Karama's right in the fact that there was a big timing there. Big timing there. Just to get a better wall and really punish Hanbin way more than they actually did. The thing is about like Hanbin playing this position. It's like so risky and so baity, so you have to be able to get away with it, but Hanbin's really good. I did wish Hunter a happy birthday, yeah. Will they put happy in over each of them if Hitscan's got a hard meta? Maybe on like Widow maps or something. But I feel like Hitscan's actually really hard right now. I mean, I guess we'll wait and see exactly how much we see of it this weekend. But it feels like it's in a really tough place. And that's why we see like a lot of Adventure and May. Alright, so back in the neutral. Izayaki, I mean, they just got no fucking ults off that as well. We see Checkmate swap into Mirror the Genji as well, which is interesting. Because I do feel like the May into the Genji probably feels quite reasonable. Maybe it's just the Queen's better at punishing these things. To be fair, I think in the game after this one, they play way more Juno. Alright, so they try and make the push through here. You see how, like, So what's going to happen here, if we go from, like, the overhead, we're going to see Fnatic try and make this aggressive move here, right? We're going to try and make a push, but they don't really seem to find anything they want to push all that much in particular. They even shout up here, really, so I don't really know what Donghak is like. It's like he's shouting aggressively, but they don't actually go that aggressively. And meanwhile, what Falcons have done is they just take the space around them, you know? So all of a sudden, even though Fnatic are the ones going forward, it's actually somehow, it's like, Hanbin has this great angle, Stalker has this great angle, and they don't, Fnatic kind of blow their opportunity, right? It's kind of a shit shout, don't get near anything. And now, all of a sudden, they've just got the fucking surround again. So you see how, like, again, Proper and Chio, they give him the space, Hanbin takes the space, and then once Fnatic change direction, Hanbin's going to start to give a little bit of space, Proper's going to retake it all again as well. And they just leave him in this, like, horrible situation, and then all of a sudden, fuck. So you can even see it, right? So, we'll watch it all from Proper's POV. Just holding the right-hand side, does a little bit of damage. Here they come, they think they can punish it. Proper has the speed, gets another deflect. Then all of a sudden, he's read what the other team are doing. They're going to try and push Hanbin now. Like, oh, I had to give spaces. They're pushing me. They're pushing Hanbin. Time for me to push. And now, all of a sudden, DJ Gong's just playing on the fucking trampoline. Sets it up. And Proper cleans everything up. Burning. Burning. Everything's okay. 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 So yeah, so some of this is Falcons being good, knowing when to give space with each of their groups and when to take space, and being very quick at swapping between those two different modes. But some of this is also Fnatic just try and go for a 5-man shout push into something, and they don't really connect with anything. They don't really do it very aggressively or very decisively. They kind of just pussyfoot it. And if you do a 5-man push, what you do is you kind of sacrifice all the space around you, the rest of the map, and I think that's what we saw here, essentially. So you have to try, if you're going to do that 5-man rotation, you either need to try and do it to take better space, or you need to get value out of it. Otherwise, good teams will just take the rest of the map against you. So again, we see a pretty similar setup, right? Hanbin is trying to play close and baity. Proper's in like a position to punish anyone who goes on Hanbin. And meanwhile, Stalker's just in a pretty safe passive angle. Alright, they're going to go for the Bob. There's 2 Bobs in play, so Fnatic were trying to walk up with a flank Bob. Meanwhile, Stalker's going to drop this Bob down main. Hanbin's also just going to see the fact that there's no Kiri in this mirror, I think just makes this Rampage so fucking... Every Rampage Hanbin's hit so far has just been an absolute juicer. Like, look at it. Fuck. Lijiang drops for rally, just to try and help and live. Chio's going to beat to keep going. Was it necessary? I don't know. Maybe they weren't in quite as much danger as they thought they were. Because Knife's going to get the kill on this flank one, right? Because Stalker's just going to get left behind. He gets hit by the Bob. And this is the problem with hit scan in these ones, and I think this is why maybe when I looked at the comps from some of the other games, we start to see less hit scan and more stuff that can just be involved in the brawl more often. Because we see so we see Stalker get left behind here from a push. Rampage will come out. We're beating to keep going, but we're not really going. Donghak hits for Rampage behind. Again, I wonder if there's these situations here where sometimes, like... Fuck. How turnable is this Queen, you know? I guess he's going to dick around on the... Hey, Fooper Duper. He's going to dick around on the trampoline. But, like, when he presses his beat button, there's no clear next thing to do in mind, right? Like, he's just beating because he thinks they have to live. But the time you get success with beat pushes is when you have a clear target in mind, ideally with something like a cooldown to punish too. So they lose Stalker. Donghak's gonna... He's just hit the 2-man Rampage. Fuck. Yeah. Only hits 2. And just gets immediately punished for it. They Kitsune rush to keep going again, so it's a super expensive fight here. Oh, the ults... Both ults just feel so bad. Both support ults, that is, for Falcons. Obviously, the Rampage is also bad. I mean, I guess Fielder's just pressing it because he's expecting the Rampage to be bigger than it was. Yeah, Hanbin Queen, probably best in the world. Not just because of what we've seen, but like when we played Junker Queen meta back in Overwatch League, Hanbin was unbelievable. It was just too fucking good. So it looks like a bit of a waste from Fielder because Donghak's ult is so shit, but I can see why Fielder pressed it. Alright, then they're gonna keep fucking going. Hey, Rompin. They're so far back, proper. They're so far back. Come on, mate. Alright, so the Kitsune rush, I gave him a pass because, like, the Rampage was coming, and that's, like, a really scary timing. So, you know, it feels like if the Rampage got as much value as it should have from Donghak, then Fielder's Kyriol would have felt way more necessary. But then this one, they're just fucking, they're gone. They have no Queen, they're gone. We're gonna shout our boy in. Fuck. I guess knife must hit the dink as well, but still. Not even really, right? Fuck. Thanks,
Still
Fupa.
trying to make sure you always get greeted as blowjob lips.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I don't think you'll have much trouble with that, Fupa Duper. Unfortunately, it's kind of caught on. Does Cass get run over? So I think the Ashe does get run over a lot, but the Cass does also get run over. I feel like both hit scans are really hard in reality. I think this is why we start to see, as we go later in this weekend, we see more Venture May, because the hit scans just become increasingly difficult in some of them. I've not watched them a lot yet, so maybe I'll feel differently after I watch them, but I still have the impression that hit scans actually just are really hard at the moment. So I think the Ashe, while they're all quite hard right now, like even Sojourn's quite hard to live, Cass is quite hard to live, Ashe is quite hard to live. Ashe has the most upsides, right? In terms of her damage is probably in the best spot out of the three of them. Her survivability is still okay, and her ult's pretty good. So I think she's just the best of some not great options right now. Venture Sombra? Don't know. I feel like Sombra's maybe still quite killable. And you just lose a lot of that, like, raw brawl damage. Alright, so now, what's the order to this? Donghack goes Doom. Donghack does, like, always playing Doom into, Alright, we're seeing quite dramatic swaps, actually, right? So Donghack goes Doom, because Donghack likes playing Doom into Queen. And it's a pretty reasonable matchup. Seems fair enough choice by old Dongers. Fielder's going to go Anna. Anna can get a lot of punishes here. Hanbin's going to go Diva. Proper's going to go Tracer. Chio's going to move over to Juno. Sorry. And Stalker's going to go May? Fuck me. No, Cass. Okay. I feel like... Have they trolled here? Falcons, that is. Because Falcons swapped fucking everything. So now this comp is super good versus the Doomfist. But I feel like if Donghack does the old... Well, I'll just go Queen again. Have they not potentially maybe fucked him a little bit here? As long as they can, like, get on the Anna and the Cass with their, like, double, like, their ring into shout, into Genji kind of timings. I feel like they played so hard to counter the Doom here. Falcons, that is. Alright, so Proper immediately on the flank. They're just trying to pocket checkmate to move point. Donghack's going to come help him. They go for a ring engage forward. You can see like Knife and Lijiang trying to bring up the rear. And Fielders, and this should be the bit that inferior is too hard for Fielder, right? This is why maybe you see less and less Anna, because they go for the ring engage. The blade is coming, gonna get punched, misses for sleep. He actually needed 2 sleeps on this occasion. He needed to hit 2 sleeps and he hit 0. He gets run over. And then you see the Ashe and the Brig, they just about make the rotation through the Diva and Tracer pressure. They now stabilize again. Knife will hit a cheeky dink on the way through. Easy. Why not mirror the Diva? Even if you're Fnatic? I think because Hanbin's just way better at Diva, right? Like, I feel like this swap from Donghack is partly just comfort too. Yeah, but to be fair, like, I think especially, because bear in mind they did actually swap the entire comp, right? When it was just into the old version of the comp with, like, the Junker Queen and everything, I think the Doom looked really reasonable. Alright, so here comes the Ray. Everyone's going to try and run. Checkmates. They just ring him in. They just about ring out Fielder. Fuck. The timing's just not quite right, you know? Like, between Checkmate and Donghack. Otherwise, Fielder surely dies here. So it ends up being a wasted Ray. They do get the disengage on the Ray, but I feel like they shouldn't have, you know? Like, even though Fielder lives in that situation, I feel like he sort of gets away with it. And this is maybe why, like, I think Anna Juno feels like the downside of that comp, right? It's like, can we get the Anna out of these situations consistently enough? Alright, so we're going to ring in a Nano the Diva, but they have Rally to deal with it, so this should feel really comfortable for Fnatic backline, even with both of them. And it's just about, can Donghack and Checkmate get the value? Defensive nade is good. We deal with one. Donghack will get one. Has Meteor Strike. Feeling like he wants to clutch. Oh, he's punched him out of a ring. What's the grand final not being streamed next week? I don't know. I don't know why they put a week between it. I guess more Overwatch though gives teams another chance to prepare. To be fair, from a selfish point of view, obviously I missed last weekend, so I'm happy the grand finals is delayed. But also from a coaching point of view, I think if you look at the action we saw this weekend in Korea, I feel like it came a long way from the week before. So I'm hoping what we see in this grand final is even more evolution of the meta as well. Are they doing it on LAN, are they? Oh. Oh, if they're doing it on LAN, then that maybe explain. They had it on LAN anyway. Are they doing it differently? Yeah, the Japan one is too early. I'm going to miss the Japan one, but I'll be up for the Korea one. Hey, Fairboop. Alright, so another engage. So far it feels like Fielder has been put under severe pressure at every opportunity. Oh, they wall it. They wall the ring, deny the bob. Maximum value wall from Stalker here. Proper's now on Venture 2.
506.
506? I don't know what the number is in reference to. Thank you, Tizzo. I feel like I've once again, I've missed a trend. You go away for one weekend. If I Google 506, will I get it? Let's see. Southampton Cantel School. No, I'm out of the loop. Oh, I have to stay out of the loop. Fuck. Can't wait to find out what 506 means. Alright, about to have another Ray. Ray is going to be pressed. Feels like everyone's with the Ray, ready to walk forward. We're just going to walk away. Fuck. Vianna just can't live. It's so hard for Vianna in these engages. I mean, does he just need to be even further back? What the fuck? No way! No way he gets two with this. Because Fnatic are actually about to fucking... Don't know. I feel like Fielder's just too close, honestly. And then Hambin gets away with... Does Lijiang not block it for everyone? He's so close. He's so close, no? Just fucking... here, just a couple of inches to the left, and Fnatic are like, everyone lives. And Proper's actually been able to anchor point for loads of this too, so they don't even get that much push off it. So, honestly, like a really big missed opportunity for Fnatic. Hambin with the unlikeliest of clutches. The thing is, if you don't like Yuzna, you just don't want him to play. Like, I always feel like I don't understand people who are like, yeah, I dislike this person so much, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to support them, don't want them to do well. Don't want to see him on a good team, or don't want to see him on my team, whatever it is, right? But then I just, like, fucking, like, talk about them all the time, you know? Like, if you don't like somebody, if you have no interest in them, just have no fucking interest in them. You know? Like, I feel like talking about them all the time or whatever, it actually just, like, you just add to them. What's the expression? There's no such thing as bad publicity. So if you don't want them, just, you know, ignore them. They'll go away. Or even if they don't go away, they'll go out of your, like, your sort of bubble of life. Yeah, I don't know if I quite understand the, like, the hater lifestyle. Maybe it's not for me. Hi, Dispel. Yeah, I mean, like, it's fiction on this occasion, but you see it all the time, right? Where people are just like, make a point of it. Hunter needs to give me the hate watching lesson. Yeah. I mean, Hunter's a master, you know, so there's like there's a long way to go till I get to that level. Alright, so what's happening here? Sorry. Orbital Ray. It's so fucking early, no? What did he see? He didn't understand the hater lifestyle till you met me. Well, glad to be of help. It's just... Yeah, I don't know who he's trying to orbital Ray. Like, I guess it's on an angle as well, right? But this thing is so fucking slow, actually. Like, just watch for Ray. Just watch for Ray. Like, it's like a fucking... It's like a 5 mile per hour zone, this Ray, you know? So you really have to try and, I think, be a lot more on top of them when you press the go button. And I think, like, you need to try and be, like... Or, like, turn the corner with it, you know, or something. Because this isn't close to anyone. I mean, I guess they get Meteor Strike out, at least. But an unbelievably valuable trade. Alright, Proper's going to start it. They're just going to nano Proper in. Izyaki's going to rally. Not Iziyaki, sorry. Lijiang's going to rally Iziyaki to save him. Which means they just deal with it. I mean, to be fair, like, the rally actually seems... We've seen 2 rallies now from Lijiang, right? Just dealt with a Nano Diva, no problem. Now dealt with a Nano Venture, no problem. So, okay. Well, the rally, I think, like, there's a few different types of ults, right? In this type of mirror, there's, like, the area of effect ults, if you want to call them that. Like, this, the rally as well. So while the rally probably loses, like, it loses to Orbital Ray if you're fighting it. Obviously loses to the Mail if you're fighting it. Versus only sort of engage ults, like the Nano Diva or the Nano Venture or anything like that. Or I guess if a Blade too. The Rally's probably really good at all of these ones. Because Brig initially feels like such a weird hero to end up being quite meta in this comp. Maybe I'm starting to piece it together, piece by piece. Because you see as well, actually, Hambin's actually just wasting his fucking time. Because he's trying to Matrix this. I guess he's trying to Matrix Prop a little bit. But it really looks like he's just trying to Matrix Iziyaki, right? But The packs, all the healing's just going to touch his Yaki anyway. He can't Matrix it. And I guess this is why Brig is so good against D.Va especially, right? Just all the healing goes through. So they don't get close to this kill at all. Meanwhile, Checkmate's on a big flank. Wants to try and force the ice block. Get the ice block out. Wait, Lijiang was even killed. Proper. Oh, the last bash. Brig Viana's super interesting in this. Yeah, it's really weird. I don't know, maybe weird is the right word, but it's just like I don't think we've seen anything like when the types of comps people are playing are quite similar, except one team does Ana and one team does Brig with it, you know? Does Papers go through Matrix? You mean the like the Kiri thing? Whatever they're called. No, I'm pretty sure it gets eaten, right? I might be exposing myself as someone who doesn't understand how Overwatch works. But I thought they got eaten. Like, I think Brig, you can't heal any of the healing. Is the only one you can't heal, or you can't eat any of the healing, right? Everything else you can pretty much eat, except for, like, Bap Shift, and obviously, like, Lucio Aura and stuff. I guess Lifeweaver as well you can't eat, right? Don't really play against... Honestly, none of the teams I've ever been able to play D.Va into Lifeweaver, but I guess, like, Lifeweaver. Oh, Ilari Beam too? Okay, yeah. You think Weaver does get eaten, actually? Okay. Let's feel to push in here. Alright, so the Ana into the Doom should feel good, as long as you can hit sleeps every now and again. And that'll do. Also means the nade's trying to save Stalker, kills Lijiang as well. Pylon heals too. Oh, yeah. I guess in reality, loads of stuff goes through Matrix. They're just on, like, the heroes you don't see as much. I've not done a TF2 stream yet. I think I'm going to do it maybe next week, because this weekend's going to be another big weekend of, like, Face It games and the Korea finals and stuff. I won't forget either, Fufa, don't you worry. So I think after this week, that's when it maybe lines up a little bit more. They still managed to trade Viana. They've actually just, in fact, turned it into a dogfight. 2v2. Just need Stalker to hit a dink. Oh, you've actually even just given space already. Play in Maximus. I don't know if they'd let me cast it. I don't know if ETF2L is on if they'd let me. It seems rude of me to come back and demand a starting spot, you know? Alright, so we're gonna ring to swing. I mean, this is a lot of what Hunter was saying in his video as well, right? About, like, maybe, like, the neutral from... The neutral from Falcons didn't feel that scary. Because, like, they kind of ring around the corner here, but they don't get Hanbin in super deep. They all just sort of peak with it. So I don't know if it's really adding too much to the May of a venture. Yeah, I'll probably just play public servers, Space Jazz. So, as long as you can get in... Oh, fuck. As long as you can get in, you can play. Sorry. I feel like I just missed a giant nade. Fuck! Alright. Now Hanbin's gonna go, right? This is one of those where actually now... This maybe is Unter theory. But wouldn't this now be a great time to ring our boys in? But we don't have ring because we just used it on the corner to peek around. Might still get a kill anyway. Yeah, Bob comes out, but... Fucked. And the backline does deal with him, to be fair. Deny the remake. Meanwhile, Checkmate's going to go for a blade by himself? Oh! Fuck. There's nobody with him, isn't there? I guess he just thinks he has to trade in this situation, right? I don't know if he thinks he just sees the opportunity, chooses to go. in reality, though, he's probably actually got way more time, right? Because they're going to survive this bomb. They kill this. So he probably ultimately just goes for a clutch he doesn't need to go for in that scenario. Alright, then the Rays are going to get traded. This is interesting. Find the optimal how to play a Ray v Ray situation. So Izyaki's going to start it. Proper jumps up behind. Tries to boop Iziaki out here, actually. And to be fair, like, he actually fucks Iziaki, right? What? Obviously, that's clearly a lie, because Izyaki's just killed him. But he kind of fucks him up, you know. If it's not for all the ring healing, he's so dead here. Fuck. They do at least kill him eventually. I need to do some research for meta's change, has it? Do they use any more unlocks now? That'd be hard. Alright, so another neutral again. They're going to nano proper in round the corner. They rally. And look at this, actually. I mean, obviously they hit the sleep, but it feels like now, all of a sudden... The earlier fights, it felt like with Nano, whether it was Hambin, whether it was proper, they were really still trying to push this rally. But now, all of a sudden, it feels like... Obviously, part of it is they hit the sleep, right? But even then, it just feels like Proper's just sort of happy to accept his fate. Now, I use Nano, they use Rally. Happy with that trade. And obviously, Pilda hits for sleep. So Donkhat doesn't have Meteor Strike. They have no Suzu, no way to get him out of that one. Then they wall the Rally and they turn on it. Ring to turn the push. Oh! Save Fielder! Fielder saved. Are they still just swapping Chio Majid at will on Juno, or did they settle on Chio? I feel like I'm pretty sure they played Chio for both Knees games. So I feel like Chio more recently. We'll watch the other game afterwards, so maybe that'll give us a better indicator. Do you think Genji is a non-factor here? Yeah, I mean, I feel like once I start to look at this, all of a sudden, both of these heroes match up pretty nicely into Genji. They're fine into Ashe. And also, these two heroes, they don't have any of the liabilities that a hit scan does. So I don't know how much we'll see other teams use this. Obviously, Falcons out of any team love to play double flex DPS because it allows them to have a proper stalker lineup on like best heroes. But I don't know. I feel like hit scan's still in just as rough a place as it was kind of before.
60 seconds remaining.
But yeah, ultimately this just comes as a result of like, I don't know why. Because they made like 5 swaps when Donghak went Doom. Why he doesn't just go back to fucking Queen or something? Or Ram. I guess Queen's probably a better hero for him. Because now he slept again. They're going to wall off Lijiang so he can't get out. They're going to double down, send some torpedoes Fielder's way. But Hammond just hits for full peel. Now all of a sudden, are they going to win this? I can't remember what the final score was. Yeah, I feel like Donghak's low-key inted by just sticking to the Doomfist. Yeah, this is what... It's just the same fucking shit again, isn't it? He just goes in and gets slept. He literally doesn't... He has zero idea where Viana is. Do they one-shot him again? He's fucking gone. That's actually, yeah, it's gone now. He's super one-shot. They're about to have Ray and Blizzard as well, and Tectonic Shock. Yeah, there's actually no way they win this fight. Oh, wait, is it fucking... It's fucking deflected as well. It's deflected, but they're all dead. It's actually massive too. Fuck. Oh, the orbital ray saves proper through some of it. Yeah, I don't know why he didn't swap. I mean, I don't hate the Doom swap when he did it, like on the comp he was playing into it, but I feel like when they then swap a whole bunch of heroes, just go back to something else. Fuck me, he's just dead again. This one is just rushing massively, right? I guess he's worried about the touch. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, now it's just a fucked situation as well. Just getting full matrix. Stalker's gonna hit Dink as well. Desperation Ray. Alright then. Let Dong have his fun on Doom. Oh wait, Blizzard's out. Any clutches? No. Alright. Oh, where are we going now? Wait, do I need another drink? Maybe. It feels like this is starting to become a bit of a Fnatic classic where like the series starts really close and competitive and it could go either way, all of this. And then Fnatic just end up getting worse and worse as the series goes on. Let me just go get a drink and stuff. So I'll do an ad while I get a drink and stuff, and then we can look at the next one. Where am I going? Here. All right, be right back. What are we talking about for like Majid versus Chie? I imagine a lot of it probably will just be like the comms will be so much better when they can all talk in their own language. It's like a really hard to like it's just so much easier if everyone is fluent in the same language. Like all the stuff we did on London, for example, fucking really hard if you're a Korean player, I think, as well, or with someone who doesn't have like fluent English skills. What the fuck? Alright, so we see interesting that there's still... He's just immediately dead. Alright, so this first fight. A bit of a nothing burger then. Oh, we get one trade. Second shout. Wronghack's found a kill actually. How's Chio died in this situation? So much of these queen mirrors can just come down to like... The queens have such an ability to pop off and... Yeah. Like, Donghack just finds the kill out of nothing. Proper is now in a situation. Stalker's gonna come back on Cass. Gio's nearly back. Just... Oh, fuck. He's back just in time to run into the entire team again. You see again, like, Hanbin's playing these super baity positions. Maybe some of this has helped Chio, but trying to play these super baity positions for his team. They shout in, they kill Chio. Now they turn on Hanbin. Fielder's going to TP to him. Cost him his life. I mean, honestly, I don't know if Hanbin even needs the help. Like, Fielder doesn't need to TP, actually. Alright, Fnatic win the first... Fuck, they win the first fight, then. Despite losing checkmate immediately. And I guess that's what's nice about all these heroes that you see on screen, is like, if you're playing this kind of like really brawly type matchup, that actually it's so much hard. These heroes just have a higher room for error, a higher margin for error than stuff like the Lucio does. Or the same with the Ashe, right? The Ashe also really has a lot less room for error in these things. So I don't know how much of that is like once we just get into these brawly compositions. Oh fuck it, just keep picking heroes that can't die. Alright, so they're gonna ring out the choke here. Do they shout as well? Same timing. Shout as well, same timing. They orbital ray through as well. Rampage from Hanbin. Again, no Suzu, of course. Oh fuck, Izzyaki just gets taken for a fucking ride as they come out in this choke. Stalker just comes up. Man, these fights are so messy. Part of what I feel is just as well, like, I just hate these pushes where you sort of come through a choke like this. Maybe it's okay if you feel like you have a clear ult advantage. I guess they're just not. Maybe they don't know Hanbin has fucking Rampage. I don't know. They walk into it, they Suzu a lot of the initial damage, and they turn it into a dogfight. Lijiang on Brig, actually, going so hard again, slips away from everything, gets the rally off. They'll just win the fight off that. No, I guess it works out, but they did have to use both their support ults, just versus the Rampage. Alright, so we get the first point. I'm going to set up on this choke. Always so nice to hold in these corners, which is a bit why I was surprised to see him push out the choke previously. I'm going to tectonic shock around the corner. I feel like lots of ventures do this. I don't know if it's just too easy. It's too easy to disengage in these ones. You see again, Hanbin does this fucking kite. Like, Hanbin never goes the same way as his team in these kites, right? So you see sometimes when Fnatic have been doing these kites and they just sort of like 5-man back into a direction. Then what happens is, like, you saw it on the first fight of Runasapi, right? Whereas Fnatic try and turn onto something, 5-man, but they end up just grouping themselves in a choke. So then if they don't find that initial value straight away, then they just lose all the map. I feel like Hanbin's been doing this all the time. Like, someone does this all the time. You can't see him. But Hanbin's like here. But someone used to do this all the time on Sigma as well. I mean, he probably still does. He just doesn't play as much Sigma now. But team kites one way, tank kites the other way. And then that means if you successfully disengage, you've then got, like, immediately you've got a retake with 2 good angles in play. And I feel like Hanbin's doing this all the time to him. So they're going to turn on Hanbin now. I guess the question is, does Hanbin live? They're going to beat for him. Oh, he kits for beat. Fuck. And now all of a sudden, if we look at, like, the map position, like, it just looks better, right? Looks better for Falcons. We're going to blade through as well. Going to try and turn with Rampage. They have the Suzu for it as well. Chio still gets caught. Or doesn't get the Suzu. We'll be okay. Is Queen better than Ram? I don't know. I've not seen any of the Queen into the Ram yet. My gut would tell me in this, like, Brawlier comp that the Ram just runs over the Queen a lot of the time. Big boot from Stalker. Ooh. Oh. Does it just... Wait, does he not get hit by it? Or does he get Suzu'd? Surely he gets hit by this Rampage and he just gets Suzu'd. Oh no, he just get hit by it. Okay. But it stops it hitting anyone behind him, actually. Like, Fielder doesn't get hit, right? Because of it. And then he can just Suzu the Venture. Fuck. Surely that's broken, right? If your Venture just marks it the entire time. And then Proper's blade lands. Oh. Been from Proper as well. Again, though, we see going outside the choke, right? Like, Fnatic's so keen to go first tempo, even though it means they sacrifice for good corner. Worked out from the first fight, but cost him a lot of ults. Doesn't work out here. Big fan of how Hanbin's kiting a lot of these engages mid-fight as well. Alright, now he's going to go Winston. Alright. Okay, I'm intrigued. Let's see it then. Again, we see, like, always Falcons playing so wide within this composition, you know? They try and ring in, they Kitsune rush back. Don't know exactly what they're trying to capture in this Kitsune rush. He's still kind of lucky enough to get a kill. What's so good about playing wide? So, I mean, it's a little bit different now they're on Winston, but especially when they're in the, like, Queen Mirror. What happens when you play wide, especially when you're on a hold, is if you're Fnatic and you want to try and retake from this angle, right? What you then have is you have, like, Fielder on one of these high ground shooting at you. You'll get a knife threat by here and then Proper from here. So what happens is, because you have this, like, sort of triple threat of angles to walk into, if you try and push in one way, like, I know he's on Winston now, but let's say he's still on Queen. You try and push in, then all of a sudden, the Genji puts, like, big value onto your onto your backline or onto anyone walking through, right? So it makes it really scary for like Lijiang going in his Yaki. And likewise, if they would just go, okay, well, if proper's for danger, let's go walk on proper. But the problem is, if we walk into proper, then Fielder's dinking us, Sorka and Hambin are pushing into us, right? So it becomes really hard to take space if you have people on like different sides of a map, essentially. So you just kind of set up this trap for pushing into. Generally, it's like one of those, quite often when you look at two different comps, you can, and like, because people are talking a lot about Ram, right? And the main reason you'd want to play the Ram or something is because the Ram gets to bully the Queen. So I think it's always important when you look at like two different comps to figure out who has like frontline advantage. And what I mean by frontline advantage is if both teams' formations are just 5 people walking into 5 people, that's a 5. And they just walk into each other, who wins, right? So a Ram would beat a Queen, a Reinhardt would beat a Winston in this scenario, and these type of things, right? So you need to figure out if you're happy with that situation as with your composition, or if that's actually bad for you, you know? So like the classic example is probably the London one, whereas if we're playing against Dive on London and we're on like Rhine, let's just say May Cass for the sake of Bap Lucio, and they're on a Winston and a Brig or whatever, I mean, fuck. If we just meet, let's say it's Colosseo and it's just a fucking corridor, we just shoot them. And they have to give the space, right? Because we've got a big old shield to peek with. We've got more damage with our Cass and May and our Bat Poke. We just get to take space and take space for free, right? They have to give us space. What this team wants, if you're the Dive team in that scenario, is you want to set up situations where if the Ryan, the May... I'll write them all again. There, but all of a sudden, if we're trying to walk forward and clear this Winston, but there's like an Ana on high ground over here, fuck. Like imagine we were trying to do Nat retake with our Rhine comp from here. Well, all of a sudden, there's a fucking Ana on high ground here. There's a fucking Tracer or something here, or a Genji on this off angle. And then what's going to happen is their Winston's probably going to do some kind of jump onto this, right, and land behind us. So all of a sudden, if everything's in front of us, we can control everything. If everything's around us, it's really hard to control. So for the most part, if you can have, this is why, like, I guess it's why we have the meme about Spilo, right? About always being into angles. If you have angles and you use them properly, it can be a really powerful way to just control the map and set up opportunities for yourself. And this type of comp is quite good at that, right? Because the Genji can play his own angle and get pocketed from Akiri. Likewise, the Queen's very good at playing her own space. And that's why, like, when we see situations like this, right? We see the Queen playing here on the disengage, but then the rest of the Falcons take a 4-man group here. So again, it's like Fnatic kind of want to kill these high-value targets, but then if they start doing that, the Queen can push in, and then if they do what Fnatic tried to do in this situation and think, the Queen split will push for Queen, then this 4-man group just comes and saves the day and gets loads of value. So it's like, it's kind of important in every comp, but it depends what side of a matchup you're on, you know? Like, the reason our Rhine Sim stuff works so much on London is because the Sim let us keep cheating. All these situations where we'd have to walk into angles, we could cheat it by just TPing past it or TPing away from it. So they can never get these angle setups that the Dive comp always wants to have. So hitting this Kitsune Rush actually feels a little bit early from Fielder. I don't know what they're hoping to punish. Normally with these kind of ultimates, you're really hoping for like someone's just used a cooldown, or we think we're close enough to catch someone, but it feels pretty early here, and actually Fnatic will be able to get the disengage. But you'll get cleared out. Can't catch anything. Maybe Knife's gonna get caught? No. Stalker's gonna keep going now? Okay. So they disengage one ult. Oh no, he's just fucking... there's just no one there for him. They've all given him the slip. And Checkmate's actually going to blade back instead. So this fight's now going to get very messy. Does he just turn on... Yeah, he's just got eyes for this Queen, right? You see proper try and save him with a deflect. Oh, fuck. So I think really it's just a difference of 2 ults. Water the tree? Fuck. Will I get it in time? I got it. Tree watered. It's just a difference in ults here, right? Like, when Stalker goes, he thinks he sees something. Like, he thinks he can catch Knife, but he's wrong. Meanwhile, Checkmate's target with his ult, he goes for the Queen. Can he get the Queen? The answer's really yes. And then I think they should win the cleanup from here. Wait. Wait. Clutchable. No. Just Shio now. And they don't actually use that many ults for that at the end, right? Just for Checkmate played, they keep both their support ults. Donkhack nearly has a primal. But Winston here feels like a rogue pick now. I feel like I was getting a bit of an understanding for how this comp played with the Junker Queen Juno Brig. And now a Winston's been thrown into the mix. Stalker's going to go Pharaoh with this as well. Alright, so they rally push. Not yet, Shilmy. Not yet. Well, maybe we'll start it today, finish it tomorrow. We'll see how we do for time. Alright, so they're going to rally push here. So obviously, normally if you're going to rally push, you always got to be scared of certain ultimates, like Blizzard and stuff. So Rampage probably also very much the same here. But I guess Lijiang's just going to play to bash it. So it should be really hard for Hanbin to use the Rampage here. Oh, see? I guess, did they try and Suzu it? Fuck. Oh, the timing's just wrong. He needs to do it, like, now, right? Now is where he needs to do it. So Fielder's just like, a fraction too early. Otherwise, he'd probably get it, honestly. You can see as well, Knife's doing the same thing that we saw Stalker do. Like this poor fucking Queen. She's gonna get drilled. She's gonna get bashed. Can't fucking Rampage. Unless Fielder was better with the Suzu. Is that why Donghack drops Bubble as well, maybe? Is he trying to block the Suzu too? I know it doesn't come into play, but maybe they really just... I guess this has happened before, right? Where Falcons have tried for Suzu Rampage play, and then they've seen this a fair number of times, so they're now, like, switched onto it. And Fielder just gets his timing wrong here. Now they're going to Orbital Ray as well? Alright, they get a kill on Hanbin at least. Feels awfully expensive. It's, what's it called? I think it's replays. Hold on. Replays? There we go, yeah. Top one. And that should now have all the OWCS ones on there as well. If you want to lock in for them. Wait, where's Lijiang going? Where's Lijiang going? Alright, so they push forward, they don't get the kills, but they kind of... I guess they've realised they've used a whole lot of ults here. So Lijiang's just going to go. Where's my Brig going? He's on the flank. And both teams just flip the map, actually. I mean, Fnatic being so aggressive here. Don't even... He's like full health on his primal as well. He's just trying to catch somebody and split him. Would he get it? Would he get it? Oh! Yeah, I mean, he could. He'd probably die for it. Fuck. Right. know. Fnatic's so aggressive, and actually, I feel like their Orbital Ray didn't get huge value. The Primal didn't get huge value. I don't know. I mean, to be fair, I know. All the ults were just a little bit weird here. I actually think I feel like any ult in this fight got value. So Izzyaki just seems to have strayed into a rogue position here. How does Izzyaki end up here, right? Izyaki's just sort of flying in, floating in, and all of a sudden just finds himself on the wrong side of where the rest of his team is, right? You always want this kind of position as Juno, just sort of the overseer. Just seal your team, shoot everyone, react to anything. Ends up on the wrong side of things and just... At least he trades with Stalker, I guess. At least he trades with Stalker. Gonna Kitsune rush it. They kill one. Ambit versus 2. Does he win it? Okay. He's not losing it. He's held his own. Alright. He holds off 2. What are the spawns saying? Alright, everyone but Fielder not quite there yet. Donghack's back on Doomfist. Ring on point. Not really used by anyone on Fnatic. Drill dash into the Queen. Oh, fuck. They actually, like, they decimate Hambin here. Obviously, Fielder's not quite back yet still. Now tank advantage. I don't know. Hambin has to keep contesting point, obviously, so they're just shooting him. No pocket. They catch him. Quick punch on the barrage. Finish it. Fuck. Wait, did they Ray again? Fuck's sake, Izzy. No way he... Drop the Ray on just Chio? Fuck. I don't know. All these ults, or like the last 6, 7 ults we've seen, felt like they really just didn't get any value. Or got really minimal value. All of Izyaki's Rays have felt either used in one fight or just really aggressive timings. Can I go to the cast now as Stalker instead of a Pharah? Donghack on Doom. So last time we saw Falcons make pretty severe swaps against this. Like into the D.Va, onto the Ana and all of this, but I don't think they really had the opportunity here. And again, you can see like a similar starting formation from the Falcons guys. In terms of like, look at the width, right? Like they're trying to hold every side of a map. So then when Donghack comes in like this, there's just a chance to collapse here. But obviously Checkmate has the blade first. Oh, I don't mean to go back. Yeah, I guess torpedoes with the blade is really good, right? Because you get to hit any target. Like imagine Izzyaki just shift around the corner. He's gonna hit everyone who's getting bladed. He's gonna hit his own Genji. He's gonna hit everyone. And yeah, he's just trying to pocket Checkmate through. Actually, a really powerful combo. Who are the standout Juno players so far? I don't know really. I think Unto was saying Violet has done a lot. I haven't really watched them as closely as he has. I've just been looking more at, like, the comps themselves and how they play into each other. But I feel like people were pretty high on Violet, right? Pretty low on Chio. I don't know how like, Shu and Chorong fit into all of this. The healing torpedoes, yeah, you're right, mate. It's like 85, is it 85 burst healing, then 50 over time or something? Yeah, I saw both Chorong and Shu playing a bit of it. My gut would be like all the flex players would be better at it, just because it's like such a like heavy aim component to it all. All right, so punch on as they come through the choke. So we've seen Fnatic time and time again choose to push out of these chokes. See again, same thing, right? Queen on one angle, everyone else on another. Hanbin's gonna have to shout and Suzu himself there actually. So the timing is so we talked a lot about why Falcons angles are good and how they make use of these like two groups. Obviously, if you're looking at this from Fnatic side, your go-to is to find these timings where like you can punish one side where the other side can't punish you here, right? So the reason this works and it's time for Donghack and checkmate is they catch Hanbin really early. So the rest of Falcons aren't quite in a position to help him out properly yet. You know, like who's really peeking? Cass isn't peeking yet. Like Kiri isn't peeking yet. So Donghack's able to get this sort of like kind of nice isolation onto Hanbin. So then Hanbin has they Suzu out, they shout out, so they do save Hanbin, but they've had to use two of their biggest cooldowns just to live here. So they now definitely can't get through the choke. Again, this feels super early from Knife. Like I don't know. Are they just planning to chase down the Queen with it? Maybe. Gets the beat out. Lijiang will respond with Rally. Proper tries to make a dive in here, but we'll get marked out of it. Rampage again. You see, Lijiang tries to turn his shield to block it. This is what you used to do in the Queen meta all the time, right? Because if the Queen's going to rampage, like from that direction, you stand to the side and you just track the rampage with your shield. And if you're good, you don't get hit by rampage. Unfortunately, I think like Hanbin's just a bit too close here, right? So his thing goes through it, but can block it if you're good. Alright, how does Knife die in all of this? Because the Rampage goes through, it does catch Knife. He's just pushing in. What's he hoping for? I don't know. I guess he's trying to run away from Hanbin. He's just stuck between a rock and a hard place. Yeah, it's actually just so the number of times we've seen the Venture match for Queen Op here, Knife's just not ready for it, right? Like he's just using his drill dash for movement rather than to counter it. Stalker on Cass, yeah, they're playing a load of Stalker hit scan now. He's alright at it, to be fair. A classic. A typical fucking Korean DPS player just turns out same as Knife proper, right? Like, oh fuck. What if they were just good at everything? So the Rampage is pretty good. Izyaki's going to try and speed himself out of this. Knife is forced forward. And yeah, just better layers, right? Just better layers. Because they win the neutral really hard. If we go all the way back to the start. Because they get this onto Hanbin, they win the neutral. But then they the Tectonic shocked really early. Forces the beat turn, gets the rally in response. So it's a little bit annoying that they win the neutral so hard and then still pop the ult. So I think Knives is the one that's a big mistake. Way too early. And Lijiang's rally feels really reasonable. And then now, this is the important thing. What you want somebody on your team to be calling you. What ult to be scared of next? Probably the Rampage, right? Probably the Rampage. Because you can see, actually, they're just not... They're clearly not aware of it, right? Because Lijiang actually has 3 seconds left on his rally. And he's not saving... They're not saving Bash for it. They're not saving Drill Dash for it. Compared to that one over on this point. Where it's like, we're saving Drill Dash. We're saving Rally. We're saving Bash. So, it's actually just a mid-fight ult awareness issue. How easy hard slash is it to think about these ults during the game? It's hard. Like, it's not like, it's something that you should be expected to do, but like, if I was looking at this fight and I was the coach on one of these teams, it's not that deep, right? Like I probably say to Knife, like, look, we need to, this ult's too early. We don't need to use it here. We can just keep holding the space. But the bigger one is like if we're not aware of Rampage, there's so many metas we've seen. It's like, right, if they have a Mei and we 5-man walk into a Blizzard because we're not aware of Mei ult, it's not any fucking, there's no complicated Overwatch here. We're just fucking stupid. Same here, right? If we just walk around a corner 5-man into a Rampage and we all get hit by Rampage, we're just fucking stupid, unfortunately. There's like no deep analysis really needed, I think, from a team point of view. It's just about being aware of it. So the way to do that is obviously to have a good ult track between the fights. Normally the ult track sounds something like they have beat and they'll get Rampage mid-fight or something. So then what you want, we'd normally always give this responsibility to like a support or something. Back in Hurricane, it was always like something we'd try and get Kellex to do. Just like just remind people the ults are online, right? Like if you say the ult track before a fight and he's saying there's like 3 ults, then if we've only seen 2 of the ults come out, just remind people they still have Blade, they still have Blade, they still have Blade. And then just those words and that like 1 second, 2 second, half a second fucking notice can just allow everyone to do these things, right? Because I guarantee to you, if we go back before the Rampage right now, if somebody is saying something in Korean that translates to care Rampage, they still have Rampage, they still have Rampage, then all of a sudden, I bet you Knife doesn't do this drill dash. We can even back him further. Like, they're beating, I'm going to rally back, care Rampage, because then I bet if that's the thing, Lijiang doesn't go for this bash here. Knife doesn't do this drill dash here. It's just because they're not thinking about it at the right time, and that's all just like your ability to have like teamwork and call for each other and be aware of the fight situation. It's one of those things that gets a bit easier the more you like the more you play a matchup. So especially if it's like a really stable meta and everyone's just playing the same comps everywhere, it gets a lot easier because you see the patterns more often, you know. But so many of these big ult trades, some of it will be execution, but when we're in this type of brawly mirror, a lot of it is just going to be which team is more aware of the next layer or more ready for the next layer. All right, so we see Falcons actually holding super aggressively here. Donghack goes for the slam. So a rare Mauga appearance. Mauga typically not really seen that much into the Queen just because he takes so much fucking damage from the Queen comparatively. And there's no great targets for the Mauga to use his lifesteal on. But maybe they're in desperation mode. So he goes for the slam. You can see Falcons are actually really keen to shoot early because if you can get damage early on this Mauga, it means his ability to commit hard into your backline is way scarier for him. Because he comes in here, everyone misses, they miss the slam, Stalker rolls backwards, and you can see Donghack's taken a load of damage. Now we're going to High Noon and Blade. Archio gets caught. Fuck. Just peeking in front of everyone. Like, he's probably safe if he just keeps going back here. So Proper's going to try and drop the Blade. He's going to get deflected. They're all going to get out of it as well. And this is, again, we talk about, like, ult usage. We've just used 2 ults to do the same thing, right? If we want to just use High Noon to live their push, seems really a reasonable Stalker's decision. And honestly, Proper's decision seems kind of reasonable as well, right? To try and... They're about to push into us. Can I turn with Blade? You know, looks kind of juicy from Proper's point of view. But they've actually still got loads of cooldowns for this Blade, right? Like, Checkmate's going to deflect. We all managed to get out. The Suzu saves Proper. Well, he's deflecting anyway, but yeah. But now, 1 step back means they get to kite 2 ults. Now we're going to orbital raid. It's actually just so shit from Izzyaki again. The ults are just so bad. But now they're going to double down. They're going to Kitsune Rush now, just trying to save Hanbin. They do manage to... Well, I was going to say they do manage to help him out, but I guess they don't. Oh, it's actually Izzyaki, right? All right, he makes up for his orbital ray. The damage, it was just for him all along. It was just a hit for him all along. Because he just puts enough pressure on on Fielder to make him de-peak. They're just able to kill Hanbin in the time. Oh wait, are Fnatic just going to sweep in this map? Do we even get a retake? All on fast heroes. Shield doesn't make it. They just 3-0 him. Oh. Right then. Kind of know what I expected. I don't know about that one. It felt like Falcons really had a lot of situations. It felt like they played better. Felt like there was more mistakes, right? I felt like all of Izyaki's Kitsune rushes, not Kitsune rushes, orbital rays were a bit early. Felt like the Winston swap kind of did nothing for him, right? Like lots of wasted ults on the side of Fnatic. That's a bit of a weird one, actually. It didn't really feel like it was that one-sided in Fnatic's favor. I guess the Kitsune rushes didn't really work for Fielder at any point. The beats didn't really get any value either. I guess ultimately, even though like two of Izyaki's ults that did feel really early, they still ended up sort of winning the fight. Alright then, we'll move on to Shambali. We're gonna see Ana Juno versus Juno Brig. So this is gonna be good science, right? In terms of a Brig versus Viana. Shambali maybe feels like a big enough map to play Viana. They are playing Winston and Winston versus Diva too, right? So I feel like when we've seen a lot of Genji, it feels like it would match up nicer into Viana, the Genji that is, than like the Mei Venture. Like I feel like if you're just playing like Mei Venture or Mei Ashe like Fnatic are, then Viana might just be free to nade you all the time. I mean, but let's see. I'm interested. This feels like a super useful one for understanding how the two comps work into each other. So they're gonna ring just for Fielder to clear. You see like how Hanbin doesn't go flying free for this? He's only looking at Fielder. Full Matrix onto Donghack to deny the heals. Nade goes off. He just about gets out of the wall as well. Alright, and they do nade and clear Donghack, but not really, you know? Oh, thank you, Askaz. Appreciate the prime. It's alright. The nade doesn't... I managed to nade him, but it doesn't really achieve anything. Sorka's going to come back on Cass. Proper's now on the Pharah 2. Nade onto Knife in this time. Hanbin's going to fly for it. You see Donghack just a peel jump, essentially. Bubble off Hanbin. But Hanbin's aware. You see how Hanbin, he does like the aggression here, but uses the last 1 second just to get himself back over the wall and out again. So it's like a full fucking drive-by here from Hanbin. Gets a little bit of pressure. The pressure allows everyone on his team to take a little bit of space, move the cart, maybe try and find an aggressive swing. But it also means Hanbin's like, what's he lost? 2 health? Like, yeah, like 45 health. Alright, wall off onto the back line. We're going to try and jump on Hanbin, but I don't really get any pressure here. Don't really know what we're ringing here. If we're Izzyaki. Nade hits again. Hanbin looking. Just gets the off angle though on this one. Does the Winston comp want to play wide, but the Diva comp wants to force them? This probably plays... I mean, I've not seen as much of, like, Viana Juno into the Brig Juno, but my guess is this is going to play a little bit more like a dive mirror. In theory, though, like, especially with the Mei and the wall timings, Hanbin has to be really careful not to get locked in. Like, if Hanbin just walks into the Winston bubble and the Mei wall and all of this, Hanbin's going to lose that fight, even though the Divas are right into the Winston. So I think he has to be really aware of that, and still wants to just find the opportunities, like play wider and a bit slower until they get the chance to dive. Generally, even though like D.Va likes to fight Winston a lot, I think once you have a Mei on one team, the Mei can really sort of help significantly with the front line. So like, while D.Va might feel quite happy to bully a Winston around, a Winston and a Mei feel quite happy to bully the D.Va a lot. So I imagine we're actually going to see Falcons try and play slower for the most part, which is kind of what we see in this fight here. Whereas we've seen a few times where they just go for a bit of like a nade from downtown and Hambin has a bit of a look, right? But no one's really peeking that hard on his timing. Whereas this time, we're going to see the nade hits again, but Hambin doesn't go into like a hard commit position. He just goes into a wide position now, you know? And then Hambin's plan here isn't to do anything crazy. I mean, oh, fuck. Now I've watched the Hunter video, I can't, like, Chio's really, really trying with this peak, you know? Off the back of that nade timing. Playing with fire. Gets out. But now you see they get kind of, what they're trying to do is, they're just trying to take space around the map. They're trying to find a way to clear this Winston. So we get, like, Hambin takes this position. We're going to see Proper and Stalker try and take this position. And their main plan here isn't to dive for backline, but just to find enough angles to poke Donghak out, right? So now all of a sudden Donghak's getting shot from 3 angles. He's going to use Bubble to preserve his position, but now all of a sudden he's going to be forced out. And because they're all sort of like, if you're all putting loads of pressure on the tank, that kind of draws like the attention here, and that just frees up the opportunity for Stalker here. And then just happens to finds enough of the dinks, you know? Just trying to manipulate the map, pull them out of position, so you can get the cart moving, and maybe get an opportunity for a kill and all of that. So now they have player advantage here. And it seems like Fnatic's decision is just like, let's just make sure we die on the cart and we all come back. We get a good second fight. As you can see, Lijiang, Donghak are just going to pull the trigger. It's just time to go. And they're just looking for kills. Lijiang's dropping on someone. Sees the split cast, goes for it. Stalker deals with it, although they still lose Fielder. Why does Gio always want to get freaky? Well, he wanted to try and follow up on the nade, I think, but Hambin was just trying to take space, whereas Chio was ready to fucking scrap, you know? So, I mean, this is also what Uncertainty's video, right? Just feels a little bit disconnected at times. But to be fair, I think, like, the way Falcons are using the map and playing their positions feels better than Fnatic right now. Not just on this comp, but I mean, more in general. So, going to ring here. So we've seen him use this ring sometimes for D.Va, sometimes just for Fielder. This one doesn't really seem like it's for anyone. Alright, so Donghak's going to just jump on it. So you can see here now, actually, like, especially in the bubble timing, they're happy to fight for D.Va. Fielder's going to drop the nano. They wall off Fielder. Orbital Ray's coming as well, so Hambin's just going to... Fuck. Is Fielder flank nade again? He sure does. He actually just... I mean, Fielder's found, like, infinite value here. So I don't know if, like, I'm trying to think big picture in terms of, like, comp choices and swaps. If they run something like this, even if this is a D.Va, to be honest, like, a D.Va can eat nade, sure, but it's not straightforward. Because we saw this on Lijiang Tower, right? Where Fielder would just get giant nade after giant nade after giant nade. And there's no way to cleanse it. I mean, Mei can cleanse herself, but that's about it. There's no great ways to block it. So as Viana just... As long as you can keep Viana alive, that's maybe the problem. But when they're playing, like, Mei Ashe, Donghak can't dive the same way he does, you know, and if it's like... That's meant to be a W. If it's like Winston Genji, then I feel like this Ana really feels for pressure. But when it's for Mei, maybe Fielder's just permanently free. I guess we'll see a bit more of that. Because the fact that they use the Orbital Ray here, but just because they found the nade, Hambin's able to double down for the kill, get himself out of that. They're still going to keep pushing forward with this Ray. Chio's going to Ray back. Hambin eats for Mei ult, because he always eats for fucking Mei ult. Alright, so a later Ray back. I guess it's just to live here and like to meet the Rays. He's fucking behind him. Hambin does everything. There you go. Here's the big nade call from Fielder. Hits it. Then he's just behind Checkmate at the right time. Checkmate has no idea until it's too fucking late. To be fair, they're fucking out anyway. I think even if it doesn't get eaten here, Checkmate might just be fucking trolling. You don't understand the Brig pick here? Why not Ana or even Kiri? I mean, the Brig matches up really nice into the Diva, that's for sure. Because the big worry should be that the Ana dies a lot. I mean, we're going to see Checkmate make the swap now, right? Wait, what's happening? Because this is what we were saying, right? Now, if you're playing the Brig version, the idea is your backline should live in situations where their backline cannot live. But we've not actually seen Fielder be put under any pressure so far by Donghack. But now he has a Tracer with him. In theory, these two can team up a lot more. And now we should hopefully feel a bit more of how this matchup should work, right? Whereas Donghack and Checkmate's ability to kill Fielder and Chio is way higher than Hambin's ability to kill Lijiang and Izayaki. In fact, the only time Hambin's actually killed this backline is when Fielder hits a big nade. So I think the Brig is just like the safer option, essentially. It's just easier. The Ana has huge carry value, but this is good science, right? In terms of what we should see now is Fielder's life get really hard. Do we see Fielder's life get hard to the point where he swaps or changes something? Then that would maybe be like good proof of what we're trying to figure out. How did you set a strike trying to get your teammates to play Brig in these comps? They don't see the vision yet. They don't see the vision. Maybe we'll see some science here that proves it. Would Kiri be good though? Yeah, maybe. My original thought when we first started seeing Juno was maybe Juno and Kiri become like this sort of unkillable backline. I don't know if in reality, because for versus Diva, Brig's just better than Kiri. And that's kind of why you get it. Fuck me. And in the same way, the Fnatic comp has no real way to deal with nade a lot of the time. It also doesn't have great ways to deal with barrage a lot of the time either. Yeah, I think the Kiri's an interesting one because it feels like it's possible on paper. What's always interesting when we see like... Because when we see the Korean games at the weekend, what we don't get to see any of the working out. We just see the results. So we see the results. Now, what we see is Fnatic feel they have to play the Brig version. Meanwhile, Falcons think they can play the Ana version. But why are none of these teams trying Kiri? Is it not viable? Now, you've also got to factor in, for Fnatic, right? Maybe it just makes more sense. Maybe Lijiang has a shit Juno. And if Lijiang has a shit Juno, then Izayaki has to play the Juno. Then... do you want Lijiang on Kiri? Probably not. Do you want him on Ana? Almost definitely not. But do you want him on Brig? Well, actually, Brig, honestly, with how he's been playing Lucio, Brig is probably by far Lijiang's best hero. So at the point we're at, Sisana? I don't know how you say it. But it's 2-1. It's 2-1 Falcons. But I think a big reason why Falcons do it this way round is because Fielder can play all of the roles. We've only seen him mostly play Ana, but obviously he's Ana's good. His Kiri is good. And he's played a fair amount of Brig. I've not seen a lot of his Brig, to be fair, so I don't know where it rates. But in theory, he can play all of the three of these heroes. But if we ask Chio to do the same thing, Chio's going to be like, I can't do it, boss. Don't put me on Ana, boss. Because I think when I was looking through the comps and stuff, it felt like even Crazy Raccoon were having to do a lot of weird swaps to make it work. You know, to get, like, Shu and Chorong the right way round and stuff, and get Ana back on the cards and that, so, some of it might just be, like, hero pool limitations as well. Alright, so nade onto Donghak. I don't think it was meant for Donghak, I think it was meant to be juicier. But they ring really early again here. Don't really see what it's for. Both teams just kind of ring early. I don't know. Neither of these rings seem like they do anything. Donghak's going to jump in, though. They just disengage it? Why are they so scared? I mean, obviously it makes sense that they're playing a disengage fight. But what you don't want to do is just disengage to... You want to force an ult and disengage, right? If you're ever at behind in ults, like our boys Falcons are right now, you want to force one of these ults and run away. But they didn't force out one of these ults. So now they've just conceded all the space. So they walk back up. Now another chance. They're going to go with Bob this time. Do they catch anyone good? Oh, disengage! They just about disengage it. So this is what they more wanted. I don't know if Knife is just like it's a little bit trigger happy. There's maybe an argument here that sometimes in these situations you get a bit more creative, like drop. You know if you know they're gonna be walking up this path, can you set up for Bob to come from here or something? They just about get away from the Bob. Does he flashbang the Bob? He flashbangs the Bob. Not yet, Myth, no. We'll watch it afterwards. Don't know if we'll have time today, but we'll watch it tomorrow. Oh, fuck. Whenever there's like a crossroads in front of Falcons, and one of the options is push, and the other option is just hold for good space, they've never been down the good space path. They are always just down the, we could probably push this, you know, path. Because the decision here is, ooh, they're all underneath us. The bash is big, to be fair. Their Trace Checkmate's coming behind now. Dynamite's going to hit. Checkmate's behind. Donghak's coming in. They're going to Orbital Ray to live here. But they don't live. Oh, wait. Oh, wait! Fuck. Alright, so you look at this. Chio's actually going to Orbital Ray backwards. He's going to Orbital Ray the kite. So they can keep kiting and be in the Orbital Ray here. And now Fnatic. Because again, there's two questions for Fnatic. Do we push? Or do we just hold for good space? But as we know, Fnatic only ever go down the push path. So the answer, when they press the disengage Orbital Ray, is I guess we keep on fucking going. And then Stalker's going to walk backwards with all his healing and all the damage boost. He's going to take another bash. He's not even scared, right? He's just fucking in there. Still in the Orbital Ray. And now he's just clicking on everything. And proper finds a kill as well. And Fnatic have once again pushed into their own demise. So keen to go at every opportunity, honestly. And to be fair, so far, doesn't feel like they've been able to get to Fielder in maybe the way they hope, right? So now Falcon's going to make... Now Fnatic are going to make another swap. Venture leaning even more into the... We're going to fucking dive your backline. Your Ana will not live. But now all of a sudden stuff like Proper starts to feel like he's really free into all of this now all of a sudden, right? Like maybe it's only really Izzyaki marking. So Donghak goes for the engage. Again, we're able to pocket everyone out of this quite easily. mean, Donghack's kind of like... Because no one's really ready for this. Like, you know who's not ready for this? Izyaki's not ready for this dive. Right? like, they're so keen... They're just so keen to go, and it just becomes so sloppy as a result, I feel like. So many times for them. So then Hambin's decision becomes really good, right? Oh, really straightforward, really easy. Just, I'll just clean this Winston for us, guys. They're going to High Noon and they're going to Nano. I don't know about the High Noon. Again, it just felt like everything had been dealt with. We're going to Nano Hambin in. He's going to force Knife underground. He's trying to walk on the back line. Orbital Ray will come out now from Izzyaki. It does not help him live. You kind of just used everything, right? So we're going to shift around the corner here, which feels really aggressive. So I'm going to Orbital Ray, and then we're trying to get into the Ray, but Hambin's just going to fucking boop us back. Let's watch the other side, because Stalker dies too. Checkmate's got the setup on the flank. Lobs for Pulse Bomb, super wide. But Donghack hits, lands for jump pack damage, gets for one shot. Does he... I guess if the ring is the assist, they force him out. And now they're just going to turn and deal with Hambin. Hambin's going to try and play his life. Hambin will be okay. Alright, so really weird exchange of ults. Again, the High Noon felt too early. The Orbital Ray felt kind of too early. He just kind of dies to it. So Donghack's going to try and go again. Wants to hit Viana again. This time, you see Checkmate's taken... You saw how this time he went this way for Pulse Bomb attempt. This way, he's gone this way even deeper because Fielder keeps dropping out from his window, which means Fielder's going to live because he's the GOAT. Fuck. He's actually just too good. I feel like Checkmate's done everything right. Everything right here. He has the perfect setup, perfect read on what Fielder wants to do. But he sleeps for Blink. He sleeps for Blink. So, I guess, yeah, if you're just good, you can get yourself out of a lot of problems. Donghack's going to keep going with the Primal, though. So you see immediately Donghack's looking for these things with a Primal, right? Like, whenever you're Primaling, if you can get yourself between the enemy supports, boop one way, one the other way, creating a separation, you should, in theory, set up opportunities for your Tracer, which he does, but we know what happens there. So then he's going to try and turn onto this slippery Juno. Slippery Juno. We'll get the Juno eventually. Oh, didn't mean to knock the mic. So they need to get the kill trays, at least. But not as clean as they probably would have hoped for. And Fielder's managed to live almost all of these engages. So Checkmate again with the same setup. Wait, how does this happen? They do it again, right? They just ring in Fielder in for a cheeky nade. Because he runs in, they matrix him in, he throws for cheeky nade. And then if we watch Fielder, he's going to go back. And if he gets in real trouble, he's even got the ring out as well. So they seem to be doing this quite often, right? Ring, nade to clear something. And obviously here, it literally... Is this why they do the torpedoes so early too? Right, because he doesn't use his shift here, he just uses the torpedoes, but he's just trying to hit on this nade timing. Interesting as well, you see Chio here, where he saves his shift. This is improvement from the earlier map. Locks the torpedoes, realizes Donghack's just bubbled defensively, so then uses them as a heal instead. But meanwhile, while all of this is happening, Proper's done a cool flank as well. Which means on this timing, like if that bubble's not there, I mean, they still get one shot anyway. All right. Nice and easy then. Like for ring nade. Forces him on the back foot. And Donghack's even going to go Diva now because he feels like he's just getting bullied on Winston too much. And it also means he'll be able to mark for Farah, but Proper's going to go on to Venture here. Whoa, thanks, JK. Hope you're all good, mate. Hope you had a good stream. Hope you're surviving a Diva meta. Going strong. I'm catching up on some of the Korean games I missed from the weekend. Alright, so now we've seen Falcons now swap on to like this version of a comp, which in theory is for like we really can't die version of a comp. Meanwhile, it feels like they're actually still on a pretty aggressive version here. So I feel like if they still need to try and find a way to get to Vianna and take Vianna out of the game, or they'll just keep dying to these nades. They've got a little bit more mitigation now with Donghack's ability to like eat a nade or two. But it feels like Knife's going to burrow in aggressively, looks for Fielder. Boops out on him. Chio is coming to try and help, but might actually run to his own death. And now all of a sudden, I mean, they rally push with it, but I think they might have got him anyway, right? Like, when Lijiang rallies here, I don't know if it's actually necessary. And this, in theory, I think when people were asking earlier about, like, why Brig over Anna, this in theory might be some of the issue, right? Obviously, they're going to keep the Anna for now because they have the Nano. But they also have, and it's going to be a Zarya swap too, actually. So if a Zarya swap to me just feels like a classic trying to one-up the frontline battle. They're going to bubble in Proper. He's going to go for a bit of a cycle. He's going to get himself underneath. They take a step back. They turn a Nano Proper. Lijiang's going to run. Okay, so we're seeing a classic ult layer fight here, right? Whereas they take the neutral. Go all the way back to the start of the neutral. So we're going to bubble Proper in to start it. You're going to see them just try and go past. They deal with Proper. They force them all out. They're trying to punish for Zarya. Hambit, of course, aware of this, takes a good step back. Then they try and push forward with their own Nano. Izaki's going to respond with Orbital Ray. So then what we should see is Chio has the ability to respond with his own Orbital Ray. So it's just all about timing here for Chio in terms of how close they get. They're all kind of swinging with it at least. But they're going to push into this Tectonic Shock. Maybe that's why Venture's good as well, right? Because if you're all on the Ray, but you're just getting fucking Tectonic Shocked, you see, like, look at the damage. Look at the damage they take coming around this corner. Like, everyone on Falcons is pretty much full health. Everyone on Falcons is nowhere near full health. So maybe that's part of the reason why the Venture's good. Not only is she, like, tanky and durable, she's also got loads of... her ult's really good in this trade as well. But actually, Proper's going to respond and kill him. Feels like that should just be not possible. Yeah, Izaki's just not looking at him. Hey, Suka. Alright, so now they're plowing. They're plowing. Knife's going to go an emergency Widow. Don't really have any ults here. Oh. Cool. Yeah, after the stream, Suka. After the stream. Alright. Cool from Knife. That's actually bought him such a good shot to hit. Okay, so now they get the full reset. They're just going to park their Widow on these long angles. I added a random video to the Uncoachable playlist. Did I? Fuck. What did I add? Was there anything good? Let's see. It was probably, I guess it was something I wanted to add to my watch later. Oh. That's weird. What's that? Maybe it was one of the mods. I'll blame the mods. Alright, it's gone now. Good shout, though, Shu. Alright, let's watch. What did you add? I don't know, it's just some random, like, Overwatch video. The mods were telling me the other day, because the mods have access to my YouTube. So, sometimes Juby will, just be on, like, a YouTube stream, comment, thinking she's on her account, but she's actually just impersonating me. So maybe I'll blame Juby for this as well. Seems reasonable to me. Alright, so we're going to ring through. Kind of just walk up, try and clear the space, get proper a little bit deep with his burrow. We're going to ring back. Hit the sleep onto Donghack. Again, they're trying to turn onto the Ana. Fuck. They actually just... I mean, they are trying to take the Ana out of the equation, but Fielder just won't die. So hits for sleep. That's useful. Pockets Chio out of this. Chio's going to get the bubble. Hits for nade. And back round the corner. Oh, body blocking for Chio. Fuck. How did Chio and Fielder survive this? Are you enjoying the missile meta? What, you mean the torpedo and missiles? I don't mind it. I'm learning Tread, you know. I'm enjoying the learning experience. This is the first game I properly watched from the weekend, so it feels like between the weekend that just happened and the week before, there's been a big jump in terms of how teams are playing and what they're trying to do. Diva server admin? Yeah. Well, I saw like some RAM was getting played more. But I think the reason you can tell like Diva's strong is not just because we see so much Diva, but how much we're starting to see just like Venture and May and Brig and all these compositions, right? Heroes that are good against Diva. Like, it feels like every character now has to try and pick something that's like effective into Diva, or they're just going to get bullied by her. That's right. Hanbin uses all these bubbles to save his teammates at the expense of himself, but is coming back with a grav, and Fielder and Shio hit the big, hit the crazy peel, really. So they're slow pushing. Hanbin's actually going to sacrifice for grabs to come back on Diva. Okay. Yeah, just something that won't get one-tapped? Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out some of these rings, because some of the times they're just using it like... They do so many rings like this, and a lot of the time they use it for Fielder's nades. And those ones I feel like I understand, right? Because they get the Ana into nade, and they can get the Ana out from the nade, and then they can try and do something like that to try and clear the choke. But these ones here, where they just do it, and they kind of swing, I don't really get as much, you know? Like, I don't see what we're doing. Like, it kind of helps proper get more space. It's only like 6 seconds. Yeah, I just feel like but it's just like awkward now, right? Because wouldn't now be a great time to like drop a ring and send Hanbin on the Widow or something? Maybe the truth is they're taking this whole thing just like too quickly because Hanbin's not here yet. Hey, Smithsonian. I feel like it's been ages since I've seen you. Oh, the knife's just going to click on someone. If only there was some kind of speeded diva on this guy right now. Stalker misses the wall as well. Stalker wanted to wall here, I imagine, to force the Widow to move. But did not. And then does Hanbin also help him yeah, like, because Proper went so early, Hanbin's also now feels compelled Like, you see him go to make the move to help Proper. And he just say Proper, to be fair. But at the expense of Stalker. Yeah, they've just rushed this. Uni starting up again. Oh, yeah, of course, it's September, isn't it? That means all the students will be returning to Nottingham soon. Well, he does kill. Alright, the Orbital Ray's been used, though. Kills for Widow. Hanbin doesn't have Bomb. Is nanoed, though. The Rays are going to meet in the middle. There's this weird thing where the Rays meet and then they cross, you know, like they go in opposite directions, where it's like it's so important to be able to have like your tank in there or someone who means you can stay in the Ray. Because you see how like Donghack can stay in the Ray and then they realize, well, fuck, we can't stay in the Ray versus Ram. So now they get the trade. Rally looks good. Hanbin with a hero bomb. Crossing streams, yeah. The Venn diagram. Answer is funnier than me. Always has been. You need to see some of his, like, did you ever see it when he did the co-streams for Gladiators? They were always top quality as well. Alright, let's get to the last bit of this then. Alright, so again, this time we're going to run the Junker Queen. And both teams on May Venture 2. You watching those who are working at Trader Joe's? Surely a good accompaniment to the shift then. I feel like... Oh, no. I feel like when I worked at like I used to work at a cinema, which I guess is kind of in the same vein of like, you know, just some kind of work for a big company, customer service type job. I never really had Twitch or anything on my phone. I guess I weren't also that many like big Twitch streamers or anything as well, but I feel like that probably would have been a lifesaver because sometimes at the cinema it's super busy, right? Like there's a billion people there to watch the new fucking Marvel film. But a lot of the time it'd also just be like Tuesday morning. And who the fuck is watching who's watching something Tuesday? How many people are going to the cinema Tuesday morning? Like 5 people. So I'm standing on the gate, only letting in 5 people. So something like that probably would have gone really hard, but I believe I would just stand there. You just stand there for like 4 hours, see 5 people, and that'd be your morning. Didn't have the release of live streaming on my phone to get me through it. I was thinking this the other day, right? Because now the current I don't know. The new trending thing is when people talk about like raw dogging a flight or raw dogging something. Like back before, everyone had like phones that could just full stream videos and movies. All of this, it's you just raw dog all the time. Like raw dogging didn't used to be a gimmick that people would do to try and make themselves seem cool. That was just the way people existed. What do you think you would do at work if there was nothing to do for 4 hours? Just have to fucking stand there and wait for a customer. With your own thoughts, no constant distractions. Now we're in such a distraction-filled world. It's now a gimmick not to have the distractions. Good luck, Smithsonian. A good job, a job you want, or just a job you need? What does Ange mean?
Am I in the 7-month club now?
Yes, Wolfman. You are in the 7-month club now. Stay keeping pace. The highest anyone has is 7 months, and you're keeping pace with them. What does Ange mean? Ange is the name of a player. A player who has become, I think, a big inspiration for everyone, which is why people spam in the chat so much. Lots of people have converted to the sort of Ange fan club and are now big supporters of him. No, not the Spurs manager. No, a different Ange. This is Ange the Lucio player, not Ange the Spurs manager. Don't get the two confused, because I imagine the Ange the player and Ange Postecoglou there's very little overlap in those two fan bases. It's got a light schedule, which is what you need. Food tours in DC. That sounds a lot more chill. I mean, it'll be way more chill than all these big, like, just these big corporation jobs. What's the real name? I don't know. But if you type in A&J Overwatch, you'll probably get to, like, their Liquipedia. Or if you just go on Liquipedia and type in Ange, you'll see them. They currently play for X Oblivion, who are playing this weekend. So you might well see them play there, and you can catch them live. All right, let's see what's happening. So everyone started to move to stuff that can't fucking die. Donghak has gone Junker Queen. So again, there is a bit of me that worries, like, is every nade in the world going to land from Fielder like it has been all game? Feels like the answer to that would probably be yes. It's going to land onto Donghak here. They try and catch proper. They're going to shout round the corner. You see the Maywall gets dropped onto the Ana here. So again, this is like this is something Zeta Division were doing a lot. Don't wall the tank like you would traditionally or whatever, or wall the Diva. Wall to block the Ana, right? Because Fielder's ability to break this wall by himself, fucking shit. So then it maybe provides you a good opportunity onto something else. And as you can see, everyone else has to run because they're not getting full Ana heals, and Fielder's just been left behind. I say left behind, he's killed Knife. So how long are you streaming for? Probably just like another hour or so. My fiance's making some spaghetti. She's in I think she's got to go to town for something, so then we'll probably eat when she comes back. Oh, wait, when's she going? Hold on. Oh, we can probably stream for a good few hours, actually, because I think we're going to eat quite late, because she's got to get some stuff sorted in town. Alright, so this fight seems like really chaotic. Because it feels like they're going to shout around the corner now. They get a good... Checkmate gets the good wall. Proper's just going to try and wall himself defensively. Donghak's going to take loads of space, force a load of cooldowns. And then it really feels like... If I press M right now so we can see all the fucking icons, feels like Fielder's pretty fucking isolated and should die almost immediately. I'll be dropping it after this stream. So probably also in a couple of hours. How have they all died here? Okay, it's still a scrappy fight. We need to try and help Checkmate out. Full pocket Checkmate. Every pack in the world. Not enough packs. Oh, they might still lose this fight. Yeah. Izyaki's going to go for the late trade onto Chio. Full Matrix in him. Lijiang Gong's going to go for the trade. He's going for it. He's got him. Wait. He's forced proper underground. Oh, how long is it, the episode? I want to say 3 hours. Let's see. Uncoachable Vega. 2 hours. Yeah, 2 hours, 57 minutes and 21 seconds. (1:15 a.m.) Yeah, you'll get it in the morning, mate. You'll have it for the new work day. How are you supposed to bike? When are you biking? I feel like with our recent release scheduled Smithsonian, we probably deprived you of quite a lot of biking. We've been not on it. We were meant to record the Q&A this week, but I was away for the weekend, so we didn't do it then. And now Unter's moving house, and then me and Unter are both streaming all weekend, so it might actually be a full week delay. A full week delay until we get the Q&A out. But we'll get it out early next week. We can do it. And we'll get a post-Face It episode recorded. Alright, so ring round the corner. What happened to Proper? You're training right now? Of course. Oh, this doesn't get underground in time. Alright, so we're going to go down. Hamby goes forward, actually. They're going to orbital ray. Oh, fuck. Alright, so a few things happen here. Knife manages to actually... runs into Fielder, boops him away from the choke. And Fielder's just fucked. Okay. Maybe this is what they want to do more of then. Like, maybe this is somewhat opportunistic, but if they can get the Venture, because the Venture should get 3 engages on Viana, and if he can just take this fight and just keep Viana out of the game, or at least make her scared of always just aggressively nading, maybe this will actually relieve so much pressure on their backline. Yeah, Smithsonian was an OG. Alright, then they're going to drop the Orbital Ray and they're going to turn on Donghack, and Donghack's going to get fucking deleted. Lijiang is going to rally back. A bash into headshot. Alright. I don't know about that Ray, actually. Because Proper dies before the fight, so it's 5v4. Then, I guess they use it before Fielder dies, right? He's going to try and save Fielder with it, but he just doesn't save Fielder with it. But now, in theory, Izayaki should have rally for the next fight. So it should just be a simple case for Izayaki. They can drop the Orbital Ray onto point. Just need to be careful of Blizzard, careful of, I guess, Tectonic Shock. Alright. Ray used to try and get out. So then we see Orbital Ray comes out from Izayaki. We see the Mail in response here from Stalker, which feels like a pretty reasonable response. Stops everyone getting value out of it, right? You can see all of Fnatic are pretty keen to take a step back. Knife will get himself out of that. Does just about get frozen, but will be okay. Now Tectonic Shock around the corner from Knife. They're all deep eking him. I'm just kidding. They managed to find the kill. You just discovered Bellend. Fuck Knuckle. Also nonce. Yeah, I feel like nonce is a very British word. I feel like nobody else... I don't think I've heard anyone non-British ever use the word nonce, really. I don't feel so. Do they? I don't feel like I've ever heard an American use nonce. Fuck, how does he live? You say beastin' sometimes? Oh. Hold on. Let me stop reading the word nonce and lock in for this fight. Well, we'll never get through this one. Such a weird ring round the corner from Izayaki. So just ends up in a dogfight in this room off the back of a nano. Knife's now on the back line. They pocket Fielder through all of it, though. But then the rampage hits. The bomb goes out. They've actually turned us into a dogfight here. My ult now on point to finish it. It felt like we saw some, even though it didn't work out for Knife, we see some of the same kind of thing, right? Where they ring round the corner, Knife goes super deep to try and get himself on Viana, try and take Fielder out of the game. Try and take Fielder out of the game. But this time, Fielder and Shio pocket through all of it, and then in theory, while Knife is doing that, it creates loads of space on point. That's for theory, at least. But obviously, on this particular occasion, they deal with it. Mayot now comes out from checkmate. Hanbin, boop back into it. Hanbin will die. No remake this time. Should be enough. You see Knife has gone deep into the backline again. And okay, I can kind of dig it. Oh, I didn't mean to be a fucking pun, but I guess it was. But actually, I can see the vision here, and it feels like the Venture's starting to take the Ana out of the game way more than previous. And then while the Venture does that, the Junker Queen and Mei, they can team up. They can do a load of damage to the Diva if they hit the slash, they hit the slow, everything like this. And the Brig can even push with them as well. So I can kind of see it, right? So it's kind of like a 1-3-1 formation, where the Venture is the tip of the spear, and then the Queen, the Mei, and the Brig are just like the brawly bit walking in. And then Izzyaki on the Juno can just be in some sort of like God, look at everything, back of the map, typical support position type spot. Okay. So Checkmate's going to try and hit the wall, but I think everyone got through. Proper didn't get through. Proper will get himself through the wall. This wall from Stalker isn't... What's he looking at? What's he looking for with this wall? Oh, tries to catch Lijiang, but just misses. So now Knife is coming. He's coming. Alright, so gets a decent amount with these torpedoes all coming in. Lijiang's going to rally, but Chia responds with the orbital ray, right? So Ray should beat Rally, I'm pretty sure, in this situation. Donghack's still just trying to walk in and brawl, though. Izyaki's going to get caught. When do the rankings come back? I don't know. I like the idea of them, but they're also just very time consuming to do consistently. So I think that it might just be a failed venture. Because it's just a lot to do after everyone, especially now I'm doing more things with Hunter as well. It's like a very separate thing. So though I like the idea, I think the reason it works so well in like Valorant and CS is because it's all data driven. They just generate automatically.
Cheers.
Thanks, Moloch.
Renewing my costume subscription.
Yeah, the co-stream is going to be back all weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We're watching a lot of games. Yeah, I think the problem is, what I like about the rankings is the end result, right? The end result and having the data accessible, beautiful. Love playing around with all of that. But the data, the tracking all the data, really tricky, right? Really tricky, because I don't just need to like... Because when I do like this one, when I just track the comps and the swaps, this one's actually super easy, because I don't need to be locked in for this. I can listen to a podcast or music or watch a YouTube video, right? At the same time. But with the rankings, I can't do that, right? Because I actually need to sort of be locked in and paying attention, all of this, you know? And wow, when I did them originally, the schedule was I just did Korea in the morning, right? And when I just do Korea in the morning, it's really fucking fine. But when I do these weekends, where it's just like Korea into EMEA, that's EMEA if you can, that's what that word means, into NA, and then I repeat the cycle, fuck. All of a sudden, fucking 5 hours sleep, 6 hours sleep. It gets really fucking like, that's when it's hard to find the focus and the energy to sit there and do ratings, you know, which is where I originally stopped doing it. So if it's not maintainable when it's like a full weekend, then it's probably just not maintainable. Yeah. So I like the idea. I don't think it's maintainable in reality. Is there a link? Yeah, it's I want to say, what's the command? Someone smarter than me will remember the command. I want to say ! database. That's my best guess. ! comps. Is it that one? I need to fix some of the formatting on it, but like all the data should be in there for Korea. Yeah, there we go. Go nuts. Alright, what were we saying? Sorry. Alright, yeah. Miss Maywell from Stalker. Rally's going to come out, but Chio's going to respond with this. And then Izzyaki was getting caught, wasn't he? Why was Izzyaki getting caught? Yeah, it just ends up on this wide swing. Yeah, it's not updated for OWCS, EMEA, and North America. I'll get onto that. But it's got all the Korea ones on there, which are probably the most relevant for all this Tuno stuff. Let me watch that again. Because Izzyaki gets caught early. The orbital ray is still going. Hanbin's now killed both backliners. Enjoy the noodles. Then Donghak hits a big slash. I mean, this is actually the perfect demonstration of why people are playing just fucking so much Queen, so much Venture, so much Mei. Is there's like... Look at the health, because normally what's typical is you lose both supports, you're going to have a bad time. This is a 3v5. There's a 3v5 right now. But look at the health. Just keep your eyes on the health pools of just the Fnatic players here. Like, the shout comes out. Knife's going to get shout healing. He's going to get the shields. He's on the backline. And like, their health is going fucking up. Ice Block comes out from Checkmate. They pop the thing as well. And despite losing both their healers, their health goes up. Which is why these heroes are so tanky. It's why they're so good and so popular at the moment. It's just unbelievable, really. Alright, so Hanbin's going to come try and stall the cart out. They actually wall his exit. Oh, Hanbin outplayed here. A rare Hanbin blunder. Alright, rare Hanbin blunder into the trade at the choke. Good wall from Checkers. So then they do the ring nade around the corner. So I guess they're just trying to clutch, essentially, since they lost their diva. And the nade does hit kind of everyone. As you can see, Fielder is currently in. So Fielder is in. Lijiang is 1. Orbital Ray will be cast by Izzyaki. So Fielder will die as a result. And the Ray should allow everyone to live. Or Lijiang will get traded. Will that be all? That'll be all. Oh, okay. So they're going to walk up, trying to tectonic shock early just to try and get themselves out of the choke in some space. Doghack's looking for the rampage. He gets slept, so it only hits Chio in the end. So then the tail end of his tectonic shock. Fuck. You saw the Hanbin thing? You mean him just getting demec'd? Yeah, well, he wanted to steal fucking just greedy. Steal a few seconds on payload, stall it out for the respawns. Just forgotten that wall was a thing. It happened to him against Zeta Division a bunch as well, actually. Don't know. Like, I think Hanbin's playing super well at the moment, but it's there's a very similar mistake of him doing the same against Zeta Division in their like seeding qualifier matches. But all right, so Fielder makes the outplay here. They're gonna one-shot him. Meanwhile, the Nano has allowed Hanbin just to anchor point for a hot second. Knife still gets a single trade though. Can we get Hanbin out? Oh, Hanbin's gonna freeze! Dies. Alright, so we get it right. Just a tidy fight. I don't know if I'll do it today, Pog. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow, just so we can do it all in one go. Yeah, it's a tidy fight here, so even though tank disadvantage, checkmate. Avoids the one shot, they force him out of mech. Easy mail. Forces the ice block out. Oh! Gets the tink just in time. Now we'll keep punching him down. you don't get the appeal of D.Va into it. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like at a certain point, when everyone starts playing these other heroes, the Ram or something, or even the Queen becomes more viable. I guess we see more Ram like later in the weekend than this. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe there's an argument that helps them keep their Ana alive a little bit more in some of these situations, but no, to be fair, like Fielder hasn't really died that much, right? Considering this, the idea should be this comp is way harder to kill and like the Ana is the big liability here. Fielder really hasn't died that much. But also, he slept a fucking Tracer on 10 HP. He slept for Rampage. He inexplicably lived that fucking bomb. You know, where he got in the corner here. So I feel like Fielder hasn't died that much, but Fielder has also played unbelievably well in which to avoid dying so much. So I don't know. I feel like maybe the D.Va does just provide enough. How many points to review a Deadlock game? I've never played Deadlock, so it's it'd be a pretty shallow review. A lot of what's this? What's that? What's this for? What's happening now? I watch Dota sometimes at the International, normally just like the Grand Finals. No idea what's happening. But it's nice to look at. Nice to look at. Just enjoy the spectacle. Enjoy the stakes. Alright, so we're going to see a ring trade hit. Why are the rings such different sizes? Is it just because he put it... I guess it's always like... I guess you never see the whole ring because it's always halfway through. But it's actually this big all the time. Interesting. I don't know what to really do with that information. I guess he puts it on top of a payload. He just fires it in the air. Great first time message from Yuzna for trans rights. Later today, when I end the stream. Yeah, when I end the stream, I'll put it live on Spotify and YouTube as well. So we'll do it as sort of one thing into the other. Wait, do I need to upload? I should upload for Spotify before I'll do it afterwards. It's fine. It doesn't matter for Spotify's a couple of minutes later.
Fuck you, Chris.
Thank you, Fupa Duper, for the gift. Alright. So sorry, I got distracted by the size of these rings, which can happen. They're gonna ring through. Counter ring. The rings are so hard to... Like, if you just happen to be looking at the ring from this direction, it's so hard to see, you know? I feel like they need to change... The inside should look like the outside, you know? Anyway. They're going to try and ring through. Walls will come out. So, I think more of Checkmate's wall is to stop the Ana nade opportunity. Ventus will trade. They're just going to try and swing the corner again. Fielder just gets a big old nade to slow him down. Hamid will reset. Orbital Ray's about to be in play for both teams. Another wall onto the Ana's line of sight. You see Fielder's found the fucking gap. And then Stalker's going to try and find the Mayult timing. They don't find anything with this. Completely kited. Did they just save a shout for it? Yeah. Alright, so I think it's just bad from Stalker, honestly. Don't know what he sees. Oh, Lijiang. I mean, to be fair, it's a good kite from Lijiang. But yeah, it doesn't get the full trap onto anyone. Again, doesn't have to be like a There was no need for that to happen from the Falcon side of things. Alright, wall again. Doesn't really block anything, and Stalker's just going to hit a dink. So we're going to have to reset here. Oh, fuck me, was he one shot there. Dies before the slash animation can even complete. Alright, so kind of nothing happens, just a random dink takes him over the edge in the end. Now one more shot. So generally what we see is like maybe, okay, ring and wall out. Again, I'd still like to prefer to see the wall here. Like, make Fielder move. Fielder is the one who needs to move in these situations. Like, walling here, I don't think really gives them that much. They're going to drill dash in. Fielder's going to hit the nade. Only hits Donghack at least. Torpedo's coming over the top. Not all that much. And now you see Knife is doing this play again, right? Where Knife is like, I'll just 1v2 the backline. And then that, in theory, should give everyone in this timing room to just walk quite aggressively onto the D.Va. But in this particular situation, we've also got to deal with a Nano Venture. You can see, like... Alright, so they take the wall trade, go for it, and he just explodes out onto Fielder. Fuck. Could Chio have done better? Probably, right? Could have been more aware of it. Like, I feel like he just doesn't... Like, Knife is here right now, right? You see, like, right at the bottom of his screen. He just doesn't clock that the Venture's making a move, and maybe Fielder doesn't either, or they don't call it quickly enough. Yeah. Doesn't hit the sleep. Gets the nano off before he dies. Maybe Chio could have done more. Maybe this is like a classic Hunter situation where if the torpedoes were saved a little bit more, like, maybe you need to peel. Maybe he could have burst him through it. But they still kind of clean up on point. So at the same time as all of this is happening, Proper can't find value with a nano of his own. Premature ball situation? It might just be a premature ball situation. Fuck. I mean, he just killed the queen, to be fair. Then Mayot comes out. No way back in. I guess the Mayot's pretty good against the Nano Venture as well, right? Can just force him away. But Hanbin's killed people in the back. Like, everyone's died in this situation. Lijiang even had Rally as well. Whoa. Alright, so now it's just Iziaki and checkmate. Bullying back this D.Va, but it'll be a reset essentially. Alright, still haven't... Razor in play, Tectonic Shock available as well. I feel like the Tectonic Shock goes really hard with Orbital Ray, but both teams have it. Alright, so we're going to see Rally Ray. They're just going to press both buttons at the same time. Chio's going to respond with one of his own. Really far back though, Chio, so they're just trying to weather the storm. The storm has not been weathered. I guess the problem is, like, you're now just getting peaked by three people with damage boost. And, like... So I guess this is like, no, it's like... It's the Venn diagram situation. I'm trying to figure this out. So, both rays are going to be moving in opposite directions. Let's use a different color for clarity. Both rays. And at some point, it's going to be like a Venn diagram as well, right? But if you're... So, yellow is Fnatic's orbital ray in this situation. But if you drop the rally with it too, or if you use a combo, what happens when the two rays meet is, rather than it just being a game of, like, numbers in it, you win the ray trade because you have both ults. So you not only do you get to keep moving with your ray, you stop them moving with their ray. So I guess it's the question here, I actually needed another ult from Falcons, or I needed to ray differently. don't know how I would raid differently in this situation. There's also a real argument here now. Can I just walk away from this? Because we use the ring here, and we use our shift. I mean, when Hunter's right, he's right, you know? Like, so Chio's going to use all these cooldowns. This is obviously the same day as the video, as the game that Hunter made his video about. But we're going to just use all our cooldowns immediately. Because I wonder if, like, if they're going to... Because in theory, if you fight this combo of ults, you just get fucked, right? Those are the rules. You get fucked if they use this combo. But if you walk away from one, you walk away from both. So if they get a ring disengage here, they just rob the bank. And then they can just repush with Chio's ult or Proper's ult or whatever they want to go with. Instead, though, they're going to try and match the Ray. Chio just get a bit of a later Ray, which should feel good in theory. But, see, Knife is just... They're just investing more ults now as well, so they're like Tectonic Shock. Thank you, Crazy Ghost. 1728. I appreciate the prime. It's actually this Tectonic Shock, right? Like, look at Fielder's fucking HP. We saw this before. Tectonic Shock and the Orbital Ray. Like, Fielder's about... Like, look at Fielder's HP. I have 250 HP. I feel good about my life. I have 0 HP. I feel bad about my life. like, like, fuck. I actually just can't get hit by the Tectonic Shock. Which I guess is like another argument for like why we see so much Brig over Ana, right? Can we look at the time of that? I mean, it was fucking... So let's see. We're going to throw the nade. Alright, so it's like... Alright, so it's 21 on the clock. Yeah, it's like, it's less than a second. It's just, literally, just fucking one-bopped by it. I mean, I think the Queen, like, I don't think Doghack does loads of damage, but Checkmate hits a body shot as well, right? And I'm sure Riziaki's also peeking him too and all of this. But this is one of those things where, like, the Brig has a way to get away from this, right? Can bash away or something like this. And because they're using all these ults, you see how, like, Falcons obviously want to play in the Ray? Like, fuck me. Can you play the Ray against this? Like, I don't think you win the Ray battle, you know? Like, they're so fucking brawly. And they've got the Tectonic Shock going. Maybe if Proper responded at the same time Chio pressed the Ray. Obviously, the big downside here if you're Fnatic is if they did just disengage you, all three of your ults are just fucking wasted, you know? Who was it, like 83 HP after the shock? Yeah. Fuck. But wait, Fnatic lose this map somehow, right? Piss off, do they lose? How do they lose the map from this situation? I just remembered what the final... Sorry, spoiler alert. I remembered what the final score was. How the fuck do they lose? I mean, I guess they do have all the DPS ults coming back, right? Would it be a situation where you could use Ray backwards to kite? Yeah, if you just want to live. We did actually see one. It was... Where have I gone? I'm lost in the source. So there was a point here where... Oh, it was actually a different high ground. Sorry, it was this high ground. And what happened was they dropped back. Actually, remember the time we're on? I can just show you it, maybe. Because I don't think there is. Because I was trying to think of this, right? Whenever there's like a new hero, new ultimate, all these things, there's like different ways. So it's like, is it better if Chio wants to live with this Ray? Is the best way to live with the Ray not to take the Ray trade when they have other ults, but to like, I don't know, fucking crab walk Ray, where you just go to the side and you just sort of kite with the Ray? The problem is, it's so easy for the other team to disengage if your Ray's literally getting further and further away, you know? But maybe in this situation where they've used like 2 ults so aggressively, maybe this would be like a niche situation, it makes sense. But I wonder if like, we talk about like, is disengaging worth it, all of this, blah, 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 blah. Well, actually, the best way to disengage if you're on this comp is Chio just saves his ring. So when these ults come, Fielder and the boys can hop through the ring and just move away from it, you know? And then once they're like, if they keep chasing in, then you orbital Ray back to push them back, you know? Geo saving cooldown? Yeah, obviously. But there was a good example of it. Remember what we're on, 1828. Hold on, I've lost my cursor. This happens sometimes when I use the pen and this at the same time. I lose my cursor. And I never know what the fix is, so I just spam buttons until it comes back. There we go, it's back. So 1828, remember that. It was Falcons attack, right? Where we actually saw the defensive Ray. That's a bit unrealistic for Chio. Yeah, unfortunately it is, right? Alright, which one was it? No, it's before this. Maybe it was in this one, I think, right? So this is what you were talking about, user. I think. Where is it? Before this? Okay, yeah. So what we're gonna see is Fnatic have made the decision to push, which if you've been watching a few of these maps, you'll be not surprised at all. And then what's going to happen is they're going to hit the big bash, and now Falcons are in panic mode, right? Falcons attacking, remember, right? So Proper's on a big flank. Cheers, Proper, you're helping, mate. So Proper's helping. But the rest of our team are just trying to survive and kite, and there's a fucking Tracer behind us. It's really, really hard, right? Chio doesn't quite evolt. But then Chio just about gets it, and if you look at what Chio does, he casts it backwards, right? So he's casting the way of the kite. The obvious question here for Fnatic is, do you just say, we just wait it out? Because if Fnatic just wait it out, it's probably fine. But because the Ray is going the direction they're kiting, what you see is even though Chio dies for this cast, Stalker just becomes this kind of Stalker and Fielder like die, but Stalker just becomes this kind of raid boss, right? In the fucking ult. And he's able to hard carry. You know? Because he just ends up getting to use like the full Ray and it becomes a dogfight. But I also feel like, as much as it worked in that situation, oh fuck me, it's gotta be avoidable for Fnatic, you know? Like it's gotta be avoidable for Fnatic. So I was trying to think of different ways to use Ray. Like when you get these like the crossing beams, Ray. So yeah, like it's maybe, I mean, the only time you would maybe be good is if it is like this, right, where it's checkpoint. So maybe instead of if you're Chio now, rather than trying to force into the Ray, where it's really hard for you to take the fight because of the ult situation, if you just Ray to the side, and then you can still use your Ray, but you at least get to move out of their Ray, right? Because the worst thing that can happen here now with this Ray, if you're Falcons, is not only do they get to keep using their Ray, you don't really get to use too much of your Ray either, you know? Like maybe Hambin's just about getting it. Yeah, so maybe in like checkpoint fights where you know you can't take the Ray, there is like, there's a time to Ray to the side or Ray to kite, essentially. But I think we're talking like, there's a very specific situations, you know? And the ultimate, like again, if I was coaching Falcons here, I'd be like, you fucking pricks, just disengage one ult. You know, like just disengage. Save our cooldowns with a disengage, and we're okay. Because again, this is actually the downside of what Fnatic have done, right? Fnatic get to one-shot Fielder because they use 3 ults at the same time. And obviously, if you use 3 ults at the same time, you've got a great chance to get kills. But the counter to that is 1 disengage, you disengage 3 ults, right? Like, does anyone remember 2021 Spitfire versus Dallas Fuel on Hanamura? Fuck me. This one haunts me. London Spitfire. What year was it? Bro, bring the clip. I need to find it though. Was it Tune Joust? What year was it? Before 2021 didn't happen, mate.
I've got to be feeling awful.
Wait, you know what's so funny? Did you see me just click on this VOD? What timestamp are we at? We're at the same fucking timestamp, I think. Because clearly I've had to revisit this level of pain before. Fuck's sake. Alright, which one was it? So, it's a classic double shield meta, right? Wait, no, it's before this. It's actually before this. Alright. So Dallas Fuel are gonna demonstrate a disengage here, right? So we're holding Hanamura last. As you can see, ults seem okay. They have ults too, but we've got ults to deal with this, you know? This seems okay. Then Dallas Fuel are gonna do a classic. They're gonna walk up and speed backwards. Alright, so Dallas Fuel, they're pushing, right? Dallas Fuel are pushing. Is that Sky Ripper? No, this is Ripper. He was a Finnish flex support player. Was a bench player for Gladiators for a long time. Joined us on British Hurricane. We took him back up to Overwatch League with us. So Dallas Fuel not used any ults, but they've walked up pretty fucking aggressively here, right? So we should respond. There should be a response from this. What are we gonna do? Bongo, Flux, copy. All right, Bongo, Flux, copy. But wait. They sped backwards. Oh no, they've just disengaged 3 of our ults. Oh no. The economy is fucked. There's nothing to Flux. There's nothing to Bongo. There's nothing to farm our copy on. We hit the Flux still. We get Sparkle. Can't quite find the kill. And now all of a sudden, they're going to wait out Bongo. And now this ult situation looks pretty scary. Sad trombone. Fuck. And so now they're going to push forward. Honestly, Dallas Fuel, actually fucking idiots as well. Like, push on like 99 and 97% B, asking for trouble. And now our rally's going to die, our high noon's going to... I mean, it's not a bad... It's actually a great attempt by Shax, to be fair. What a great attempt by Shax this is. Even kills Fearless, but if only we had, like, 1 or 3 more ults, you know? And then they've got the Cole, they've got the support ults, it's over. But now it's obviously the power of a good disengage. And London on Anna Brig, fuck. Just cursed her. How did Blasi end up on that team? We just trialed better than everyone else. I mean, in hindsight, we should have just taken Danit, right? But we were worried Danit didn't have, like, the right attitude or professionalism for the step up. So we trialed for the spot, and it came down to Apply and Blase. And we thought Blase played better. Maybe Apply would have been better in hindsight. I don't know if he was, like, massively different. I think one thing Hadi always said is, like, if we took Apply, it at least might have been more fun. But I don't know, to be fair to all of them, I don't know if, like, Apply, Danid, if any of these ones would have actually, you know, changed the results all that much. Right, so let's lock in for this last fight, because we just saw Fielder get absolutely fucking one-shot. But Fnatic are going to want to lose this. So Hamben is getting focused on point. We'll get forced to bomb. Stalker's going to May ult this time. Massive. Oh, a classic bomb May ult combo. And this is obviously, again, like, as much as they get that one shot with this triple, if they don't wipe them, obviously all these ults come back. So the Tectonic Shock now from Proper as well. Oh, they do, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Always going to favour the defenders, though. Hanbin still anchoring point. We watched this one corner. We kept getting distracted. We've been watching this one corner. Yeah, we went on several tangents and got distracted. Now I have a choice, right? Because I could start the next series. But also, because that's like the Juicer series, right? Like, Razor Raccoon versus Falcons. Do I take a detour? Do I just watch Zeta Hayek? Is there any point watching Zeta Hayek, Dan? Is there any value to be gleaned? Or am I just wasting my own time? It's shit. How many gifted give it to us? I just don't know, because what time is it now? 5? When am I going to eat? In like 2 hours, maybe? Maybe an hour and a half? It needs to be the Gigabanger. Well, I'll do it tomorrow. People will be around tomorrow, right? And then we've got like plenty of time, and I don't feel the need to like rush any of it. But then the question is, what do we do instead? Do we do Poker Face versus Zeta Division, right? Because this is where you all played Ram everywhere. You'll boycott. You'll boycott marbles. Hold on. That was mid as well, to be honest. Yeah, what? Obviously, I want to watch the good game as well, but we got plenty of time before it. But I also want to watch, like, just as much Juno as possible, right? Like, see what teams are doing with her, what seems to be working, what isn't working. Hey, Bob Ross. CR versus Falcons. Yeah, I mean, I guess we can always just... What we'll do is we probably won't finish it today, but we can start today. Let me just go grab another drink. I need to keep an eye. The spaghetti's cooking downstairs. Or, I guess more specifically, the bolognese is cooking downstairs. So I need to keep an eye on that. So let me do an ad break. I'll grab a drink. I'll check on the spaghetti. And then we can lock in for this next one. Right back. Nobody said marbles. Bolognese. Let's cook it. Got a sausage roll as well. From Greg. Other sausage rolls are available. I've never had the vegan one. People say it's good though. Play N64 games. I always used to play. I really just played the Pokemon games on them. I played Pokemon Snap. That was a great game. What's the other one? I can't remember what it's called. It was just like a Pokemon, like battle arena or something. Pause on why I'm not mod. You want to be part of a mod team, Kai? You ready for that level of responsibility? Yeah, Pokemon Stadium sounds right. Yeah, this was it. This was it. This was it. You should just play this for ages.
Yes, I am.
Oh, it's Blastoise!
Shelly. Alright, that should...
Thanks, Bob.
Fucking Baldy.
I never played that. Star Wars Shadow of the Empire. Thanks, Jonas. Graphics are mint. Fuck. Feels like I'm really in a spaceship, you know? But I trust you, Kai. You seem like a person with suitable responsibility. Where am I? Roles manager. What's your name? Young Kai? I feel like at a certain point, Kai, do you think you're going to have to change it? What age do you have to lose the young? Unk Kai? Was he going to take on Boba Fett now? Oh, look at the beautiful sky. Clear blue skies. You already feel like you should be in a home? You know what I was thinking? Because you get like you see like old folks' homes if you've ever visited your grandparents at one, or if you see them on like TV or movies, and it's always just a load of old people sitting around, you know, watching TV, playing card games, this type of thing. Do you think by the time we reach senior age, there'll just be a load of gaming computers, no? Would you not just sit there and you just slam fucking games all day into your old age? Thanks, Fuba Duper. Fucking mod and a sub in one day. Would love me some bingo, though. I've only played bingo once. And I won. I won £1,000 from bingo on my first try. Well, like my first day. We played a few rounds, And I won the big prize at the end, won £1,000. Cheating? No, just... The thing is, I didn't know what to say. Because if you played bingo before, like, you know, you have all the numbers, right? They're like a grids of like, I think it's like 5 by 3. So then there's a few ways to win bingo, right? So first you get the line. You get like a line, right? So you get all of these. Then you get 2 line. And then you get full house. Well, the thing is, that's what I thought, Plum. No, because you don't say bingo. Because we'd played 2 games already, right? Maybe 2 or 3 games already. And none of my friends, none of us on the table had won any. So I didn't really clock what people were saying, but people weren't saying bingo. So once I get it, I get all the numbers, and I'm like, people haven't been saying bingo, so I don't know what to say. So I choke, essentially. It's a real, like, the lights were too bright for me at the bingo hall, so I choke. So I put my hand in the air, and I don't know what word to say. So I just sort of make a noise. So it's just gonna go, ah! You know? And it worked. It worked. I got their attention. They came over and they verified my win. But house. House is what you're meant to say. House. That's what other people were saying that I didn't clock before. But nobody was saying bingo. But I won £1,000. And you know how they gave me my £1,000? Right? Because I was sort of expecting, you win £1,000. That's like a significant amount of money. So I thought they would just like, I'd have to go like, give them my bank details or something at the end and they transfer it to my bank. Nope. Afterwards, someone, just a random member of staff, walks up with an envelope, hands me the envelope. Inside the envelope, £1,000 in cash. Just £1,000 in cash. And all I could think was, everyone in this room has just seen me be handed £1,000 in cash. I'm just going to get mugged in the car park. I didn't get mugged in the car park. I managed to get it home. And just had £1,000 cash. And we used it to help decorate our living room. Mugged by a 70-year-old woman. It could have happened. Could have happened. But luckily I was with all my friends, you know, so we were hopefully a suitably intimidating group to get me home. And then we just dicked about the money when we got home, right? Because when does anyone... What's the most cash you've ever had on you at any time, right? Like, nowhere near 1,000. It was all just in fucking 20s. Fanning the money, throwing the money at each other. When else are you going to get that opportunity? So far, I played bingo once, won £1,000. So I've got an incredible return rate on my bingo investment. Did you spread out the bed and roll around? It wasn't like rolling in money, and it wasn't enough money. But throwing at each other, fanning it out. My dad had 15k on him once and was shitting his pants. I mean, the thing, you just never have that much cash on you know? So it's like really... It's like too much money to have on you. I remember once my mum told me... My nan was having like a lot of problems. Like she was suffering from dementia essentially, right? She was suffering from dementia, lived by herself, and she was a bit of a hoarder. So she just used to just collect loads of things, bags, newspapers, all this stuff. So her house was always just like crammed full of stuff. And as she got like worse mobility, it wasn't very helpful to have a house crammed full of so much stuff. So my parents, like my mum, my dad, and I think some of my sisters, they went to help clear out a load of stuff from her house, right? So they went to help clear out a load of stuff, and they find this room. They find this room, just one of the spare rooms in her house upstairs. Now, she never really goes in because she can't really get up and down the stairs that well. And it's just full of so many fucking handbags. So many handbags, like literally like 100 handbags. Now, she's just collected over her entire life and just for whatever reason keeps buying handbags. And so my parents start collecting these handbags because clearly my fucking 80-year-old nan, she doesn't need 100 handbags, come on. Doesn't need all these handbags. So they're clearing them out and they're finding bits in it, you know, random receipts, all this other stuff. And they find some cash because my nan is of the age where she doesn't trust banks. Doesn't trust banks at all, right? So she always felt better just to have cash on her. Never ever used like a debit card or anything like that. Would always just be cash. Or like a credit card, nothing like that. Don't trust the bank. So she would always get cash out. But because she was suffering from like dementia and memory loss, what happens when you suffer from dementia is you also, as well as forgetting like a lot of like the big memories, you also just become very forgetful with the small things. So the number of times she must have got cash out, put it in a handbag, then put this handbag in the spare room and just forgotten there was cash in that handbag. So as they were clearing out and collecting all these bags, they started emptying all the bags because they kept finding cash in all the bags. You know, old notes that were out of date and all of this. So they go through all the bags, they get rid of a load of the bags, they collect all the money. Do you want to know how much fucking money my nan was just sitting around with in random bags that she didn't even know was there? She just collected over the course of her life, just slowly accumulating money in random, you know, 20 and 30 pockets in a handbag. 15k. 15 grand in cash just sitting in her spare room across a bunch of fucking handbags. Like... Because she's 80, right? She's 80, right? So the number of times she would have got cash out. Yeah, so then they collect all the cash. And my mum goes to my nan and she's like, Nan, we need to put this money in the bank because you can't just have 15 grand on cash in your house. That's crazy. Because my nan doesn't lock a door. She'll just invite anyone in. I was like, Nan, you can't have 15 grand in cash in the house. So... my nan, obviously, remember, hates fucking banks. So the idea of putting all this money in the bank is a no-go. My nan refuses to let the money go into the bank. And she says, well, you just have it then to my mum. And mum's like, we're not just taking 15 grand off you, Nan. We'll put it in your bank. So eventually, after a very long, drawn-out conversation, we convince my nan, or my mum convinces my nan, we'll put it in the bank for you, right? So then my mum goes with her older brother to the bank. But she realizes, as she's queuing up to the bank to do it, that she's queuing up with a bag of just loose and old 10s, 20s, 5s, just random assorted notes in pure cash to deposit at the bank. And it's 15 grand, so obviously they might ask some questions. So she's in the line, so nervous about having to explain the situation to the cashier that she's in fact not been dealing drugs, but she just found 15 grand in some old handbags at her nan's house, which sounds like a cover story for a drug dealer. So she gets to the cashier, hands it over, tries to explain the situation, and then like there's a series of checks. Obviously, like they have to go through a series of steps, I think, when you deposit that amount of cash to make sure, well, nothing illegal is happening. It's not money laundering. It's not stolen money or anything like this. So they eventually convince the bank that is really what happened and why they're there depositing this on my nan's behalf, because she doesn't trust the banks and she can't really get out and about and all of this, blah, blah, blah. And eventually they get through all the checks. My mum passes the are you a drug dealer or are you not a drug dealer test. And gets to deposit it, and it's back in it got back in my nan's bank account, and was no longer being kept in random bags in her house. But unbelievable. Would it be taxable as income? No, because it's money she's essentially withdrawn from her account already. So it's just like if you withdrew £100 cash from your account and then decided to go deposit that £100 cash, you wouldn't be taxed on it because it's just depositing and putting stuff out. So she wasn't taxed on it, but just what can happen? Just what can happen if you just keep forgetting you get cash out? Your parents are clearing out your great aunt's house at the moment. Similar story, but instead of random cash bags, it feels more like national treasure. Swords and shit being found all over. Pure silver tea sets, wild stuff. I mean, it's incredible. Incredible what I guess you can accumulate over a lifetime. And then just forget about because you just put it in a spare room or put it in a thing, you know? I mean, I guess it's what shows like, what are they called? What are those shows called where it's like, You know, they go to like old storage facilities, and the storage facility, either the person has like passed away or something, or they've not paid their rent or something, so you're just allowed to go and like auction it off. I can't remember any of the show's names, but you know, Storage Wars? Yeah, that's one of them, yeah. I guess it's just like those, you know, where people bid on it, and it's like, oh, we found this super big antique or whatever. Or like even like the Antiques Roadshow. Maybe only British people will have that reference, but when people just find stuff in their house, like, oh, we found this at my nan's house, and it turns out it's a painting worth £500 or something. Posted a picture of a sword in Discord. Let's see. Oh, fucking hell. That's a real sword. What'd she use this for? Fucking hell. Maybe she was a pirate. Killing. Royal Navy dress sword. Oh, that's cool, actually. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy the stuff that people just have lying about, essentially. Not hers, though. Oh, she bred Dartmoor ponies. Oh, yeah, my uncle was worked as a what do you call it? Like a stable hand. On like on my mum's side, he worked as a stable hand for a while. I think he was quite good at it. He got to do it for like some of the royal family at times as well, which I guess means he must have been quite good at it. But yeah, so much of it, especially from like all like the war era stuff or people who have served in the military. I imagine there's loads of these like old memorabilia type things that'll be worth like worth a pretty penny. Should we watch? So yeah. So I hope one day to find 15 grand of cash just lying about my house. That'd be good. But never really have cash anymore. Alright. Should we watch some Overwatch? You gonna leave my bobbleheads? I don't have any bobbleheads. I mean, I guess I'll leave like all the Overwatch and all like the figurines and stuff behind me. But I don't know if they'll like, I don't know if they're gonna shoot up in value, you know? My dad gave me a pocket watch that's fucking old, Queen Victoria old. That might be worth something. I mean, I guess it depends what you want, right? Is it just like if it's like a family heirloom, maybe you want to keep it, you know? I know, like, certainly I've got a few things now, not even really valuable, just like random gifts I've had, especially off like my great nan and stuff who have since passed, or some of my grandparents who have since passed. And once they've passed, those sort of last items that were maybe just like just a gift or something nice, but not anything special at the time, I feel like they end up they gain so much sentimental value afterwards, you know. You want the Junker Queen figure? Should I see how much? Do you know if you think my medic statue is worth something? Because this was limited edition. Let's see. TF2 medic statue. Because my, let's see. I guess it would be eBay. I'd really need to check it. This one? Is that the one I have? Mine's in blue, not red. Whoa. Was it still for sale? $500? I don't need a Tomb Raider one, thank you, though. Yeah, it's the same one. Oh, fuck, you can get an engineer one as well. Sold out. Yeah, my impression was they were kind of like, yeah, sold out. They were like limited edition. Which one? Oh, the blue one is available. Only 6 left in stock. Fuck. I mean, it is really cool, though. I do like it. And obviously, it was the hero I played the most. Sorry, class I played the most. Fuck. Too much Too much fucking... too much Overwatch. The engineer one's very cool, though, actually. Oh, with a golden wrench? Fuck. Mini sentry and a golden wrench? Alright, let me get off this website before I spend all my money. Alright. We're gonna have to watch Overwatch just to protect my bank balance. Because if we stay on that website for too long, too easy to spend that money. Alright, where are we then? Overwatch. So we're going to see Ana, Lucio, Bull, Farah. This is like the classic Crazy Raccoon comp, right? And then we're going to see a Juno Brig variation. Stalker on cast 2. Are you doing the ratings? No, not for this. I mean, I could do it for this one, like we have for time, and we're looking at it in more detail and all of that. But I also feel like if I'm not going to do it for everyone, then it just holes in the data and it doesn't really achieve the end goal I was hoping for. So I think the ratings have died a death. Lock in. Time to lock in. Does someone just get booped off straight away? What happens? Yep, alright. Alright. Average Falcons. Well, I didn't see the game live, but I know the results, so I feel like Falcons might turn it around from this situation. Who stood out on each map? Yeah, I mean, if we look at the previous series, it was definitely felt like a really big Fielder carry, honestly. Like, Fielder did loads. I thought Proper was actually really good on the Venture. I still think Knife had a pretty good series. Donghack maybe felt a little bit lost at times. Maybe not lost, but just, yeah, not able to get the same value. Hanbin probably up there too. I think Hanbin looks really good in this meta. Since we've just moved on to like a Diva meta, I think Hanbin's really sort of starting to assert himself as maybe the best tank so far in Stage 2. Is that true? Yeah, probably, actually. Maybe. But his first fight, it's just a disaster. Just a disaster. Another boop off the map. Good. Alright, so I'm interested to see how this comp, because this is going to be the type of comp this is just a dive comp. So it's going to put a real test on, can this Juno Brig backline with a cast as well, can they all survive? How durable are they against these sort of things, right? Because obviously, the good thing about Ball and Tracer is you have all this uptime. Obviously, Farah as well can just play just in the fucking sky or on like a bit of her own angle quite independently and just be sending rockets into this backline, right? I think obviously the nice thing about Juno is the Juno's way harder to hit with the rockets cross map, right? Compared to like an Ana and Brig or something or any other backline really. But I can see this still, for the Brig and the cast, I can still feel like this would be quite hard. So if they can just keep finding timings for Jumbin and Lip to link up and Heesang to take some attention, Shu has nade opportunities and all of this. Really interesting. So Proper's main job, I think, we'll see how he plays it, but my expectation would be Proper's going to try and play, obviously, some periods to force point, but also just to try and flank and connect on the Ana, right? Because in theory, Ana Lucio, quite a greedy backline, doesn't have the same ability to peel for the Ana. Obviously, no Diva or anything to help this Ana out either, so if Proper can find these isolated one-on-one opportunities, should be good for him. No, I don't know. I mean, it's always impossible to say from the outside if a team's mental's cracked after a loss or not, but I feel like we've seen Crazy Raccoon bounce back before, and I imagine they will bounce back again once we see him at the Asia LAN. But it's still like a test. It's a test to be answered, right? It's a test to be answered for him. Okay, so we're going to try and come across bridge. We're going to try and ring across. They avoid. And it seems like Proper's playing just more to harass this Ball. They've just about stabilized inside. Hanbin's taken a lot of damage though. So they've managed to rotate. But as you can see, what they're going to try and do now, Crazy Raccoon, is can they just get people attacking from all these different doors? Maybe even Heesang can go around the outside or something, make it really difficult. And then Lip also just marking Proper. So we talked about Proper wanting to get onto Shu and get these 1v1s. But obviously some of Lip's job is don't let Proper do this, you know? And you see Jumbin and Lip now. They've realised everyone's contained of a backline. So quite often, if the other team manages to kite into a pretty protected area, like this dojo, or someone that's quite hard to engage, where the kill might actually be is on the flanker. And you can see Lip and Jumbin have identified this straight away. And are now looking to try and get onto Proper. Proper still has recall. Will be able to come out, and his team's actually pushed out in all of this, right? And we see Hanbin's going to take the responsibility to go onto Shu. So these fights are always quite complicated to watch because a million things happen at the same time. And see Hanbin's going to get topped up. The speed ring comes out. Interesting. I don't know how intentional this is, right? Like the speed ring's kind of between two things. So like you can use the speed ring. Maybe it's just kind of lobbing it. But you can use the speed ring inside, right? So obviously the backline can use it for dodge and everything. But Hanbin can still cop a little bit of it to go through. Good patience here by Shu. Obviously trying to wait out the Matrix timing. But they managed to push out and kill Lip during all of this as well. So in the same way, this is a pretty classic thing that you'll see teams do. A classic any sort of dive comp. Your tank goes on the enemy backline, tries to kill the enemy backline. If it can kill the enemy backline, great, cool. If not, can we do something aggressive on this timing instead? Or on this particular occasion, we'll see them all try and turn onto... all just try and turn onto everything on point. So the Tracer, the Lucio become these really high value ones. Hits for Dink, Proper's going to finish off all the kills, and Hanbin's even going to kill Shu after waking up, right? The CR comp is essentially it's just a dive comp. It's just what will happen a lot, what you get with Bull, whereas like Winston and D.Va dive is a little bit easier to follow a lot of the time just because there's more clear timings, especially Winston dive, right? Because it's like, but Winston has his jump and he has the bubble. He's going to go dive on the backline. If he gets a kill, cool. If not, he's going to try and jump out without getting punished. And then in a little bit, he'll have another set of cooldowns and he'll try and do the same, you know? And that's kind of like the sort of the basic explanation of it. There'll be other times where they maybe just try and bubble off the enemy Winston to clear it. But with the Bull, you have all these uptimes, right? So like if you ever watch it from like Jumbin's point of view, you'll realize quite often Jumbin will have like one thing where maybe he just rolls past and tries to bait a cooldown. And then on the second one he engages, and sometimes on the third one he engages, you know? So it's just about, for Bull, you get way more opportunities, but they're not always as high value opportunities as maybe like a D.Va or especially a Winston will get on like their cooldown timings. So with Bull, there's just a lot of uptime. Try and bait out the cooldowns, find your slam timing, and then try and combine that with your DPS, you know? So for the DPS playing with a Bull, there's a lot of a bigger advantage or a bigger pressure to try and always just be more patient, essentially, and waiting for that sync up timing, you know? Because a lot of the time, if you go on your Bull's first timing, if you get cleared and your Bull gets cleared, your Bull can re-engage in like 2 or 3 seconds, but you might not have recall now for like 10 seconds or something. So it's all about uptime here, you know? So it's quite a high, it's very chaotic, it's quite a high difficulty comp. But if everyone's good at their heroes and everyone's good at it, it can be super hard to deal with as well. You actually kind of see that here, right? Is we can watch it a little bit more from Crazy Raccoon's perspective. You're going to see Jumbin going to try and make a move. He sees the cast. He goes for the slam. He gets whipped. But what happens is Heesang's going to sort of commit. But Heesang's isn't too bad, right? Because he just sort of peeks an angle and fires some rockets. But Lip's going to really commit for it. Gets flashbanged. Oh, just about gets recall. But now if we watch it from Jumbin's POV, Jumbin's going to fake the engage. Oh, he actually gets whipped out. But you see how there was like, if he doesn't get whipped, there's maybe a timing for Jumbin to go again. But Lip had 0 chance of going on his second timing, you know? So trying to get these things to line up can be a lot more difficult. Obviously, fair play to Fielder. He's hit both whip shots. He's made it hard for him. All right, so now we're going to see a similar thing. Let's look at it. Let's try and go step by step because a lot happens. So, Jumping goes, gets flashbanged out of his slam, which obviously causes some issues. Hambin's now there with a full matrix. You can see Fielder can obviously pack all of this as well. But you see like how Lip's just not really there right on this timing. And this is what is sometimes a little bit harder with ball, is the ball can cross so much space and take so much distance. But it's really hard to always like be on this same timing, you know? So they're forcing point at the same time at least, and the nano's going. To be fair to Heesang, he does hit the fucking rockets. So it sort of works out here. Fuck, he's just... I know Chia wasn't full health, but does so much. How's the Brig supposed to be played here? Well, that's some of what we're kind of learning. We've seen the Brig play into the Ana a lot. So it depends a lot on the comp. So if you're playing like a, let's say a version of like Juno Brig, but then you've either got like a Diva or a Junker Queen, and maybe like Mei Venture we saw a lot of, or like a Genji Venture or something, then your job as the Brig is actually to be quite brawly with your tank and your other DPS. You play to push the enemy tank, whether that's a Diva or a Queen, you can get quite involved. But once they start playing more of like this divey thing, your job becomes a little bit more just to be the bait. So if we look at like Fielder's starting position here, he's gonna just be like an anchor. I mean, if you follow football, it'd be like a double pivot situation, right? Like Fielder and Shio are just gonna try and play relatively safe positions at the back. If Stalker takes pressure, Fielder can pack him, Shio can heal him. Fielder can also pack and support the point. So he's just trying to play in a situation where he can, one, live the dive and support anyone else who gets dived as well. And obviously here you can see the dive actually goes on somebody else. So Fielder just trying to play his life, trying not to get pulse bombed, keeps packing it out. And he does actually get it. Probably in reality, if he could have bashed back this way, would have felt a lot better. But that's at least my initial impression. We're sort of watching it unfold because while we've seen a lot of like Juno and Brig or like Juno and Ana, we see like we're seeing loads of variety right now. There we go. Yeah, flashbang a little bit. So actually the dive works on this occasion, right? Maybe in large part thanks to Heesang hitting the rockets. And then Fielder's forced into a very difficult situation. I wonder if there's probably a decision here for Hambin as well, because we saw Hambin first fight, or like their first retake, he would play very aggressively onto Shu. I was going to say if there's like certain ults he always wants to peel against, but honestly this decision might just be more like, he looks at Shu right now, and he goes, well, I'm not going to fucking get to him from here, am I? You know, it's too far. So, I think the Ana's out of a fight. I'm going to just play to peel instead, right? I'm sure if Shu was like on this Mega instead, we 100% see Hambin actually going for an aggressive play, you know? But it's just Hambin reading the game. And you see he tries to get in there to mark the Farah, but doesn't make it in time. So now he's going to turn his attention to Shu. Shu's going to get the Mega. Chirong makes his way back. The call has been made. Chirong just about gets his boy out of it. Hambin best Eva? I think so, yeah. I think so. I feel like Burner could probably be up there, but I've just not seen as much of Burner Diva recently in these comps. I guess, I don't know how much he played over the weekend, but my guess would be we see a bit more Burner. But hopefully we'll see, obviously, with the Zeta game. So they're going to ring across the bridge here. They're going to rally across the bridge too. They get through. Chio's... Oh, fuck. Burner mentioned how long before he appears. Yeah, exactly, no idea. Like, just to go, so we're talking about the previous fight for a second, but he sees Viana as too far away, so he realizes he has to play hard peel. Then he obviously tries to peel the Pharah. He realizes it's dead. So the way they win the fight now is through making a play. The general rule of thumb is there's two situations you can be in Overwatch, right? You can be in well, I guess three. You can either be in an even situation, even situation in terms of players and in terms of ults, in which case you can maybe just play your normal default, or you can be a player advantage. You could be up for 5-4 or 5-3 or whatever. And if you have advantage, you don't need to do anything fancy. If you just play together as a team, you should just be able to win the fight, right? As long as nothing crazy happens. And the same applies for ult advantage. If you just have 5 fucking ults and they have no ults, you don't need to do anything necessarily fancy. You just need to just walk in, use your ult, don't get split, don't die to anything stupid, and you can just convert your advantages. And these are, in theory, the easy fights to win, but you'll be surprised how often teams mess them up. And then there's obviously the reverse from those situations when you're in disadvantage. If you're in disadvantage, either you've lost a player early for whatever reason, or you have no ults. You either have to play to disengage sometimes, which is more relevant in an ult situation. But if you're like a player down, again, you can just disengage, or you have to try and do something to make it up, right? So as soon as you go players down in a fight, it's like the reason to make a play goes up. So you see in these situations, right? Like especially you think like last fight situations, and maybe they have loads of ults, you only have a couple of ults. Fuck. If we just play a normal fight where they use an ult, we use an ult, they use an ult, we use an ult, we're going to run out of ults before them. So we need to make something happen. We need to make a play, right? A lot of the time, it's a really good concept for DPS to understand, but it's important for the whole team, Like, I think you can probably even make an argument here. Now, the reason Shu starts in this position is because Crazy Raccoon know, all right, if they walk up with High Noon, we can maybe wait it out. If they start a rally push, we can beat back. But then if they Ray, then we just can't win, maybe. So maybe we need to do something a little bit creative, a little bit chaotic. And that's why Shu starts in this position when we've seen him play the back of the map every other fight before. So if we're going to go for the slam, Shu's going to have to be fair, I don't think Shu actually hits anything on Chio. I think he just dies anyway. So even though Shu makes for play, he actually misses for nade, misses for sleep, because Chio's already dead. Okay, so again, what's interesting here is we talked about how Proper could play like a very aggressive role, trying to find these one-on-ones with Shu. But it feels like he's not really found those opportunities. He's spending a lot of time just chasing jumping around. I don't know if this is necessarily the best use of his time, I guess he just gets met on point and kind of gets forced out early. So I guess at this point, he's now kind of just got nothing to do. But yeah, I don't even know what really kills Chio here. Is it just jumping? Chio's like half health as they're walking. Nah, it's just a classic. It's just a classic. It's such a random. He just fires one rocket through this window, and it just happens to hit Chio square in the fucking jaw. And now they've got an outrageous opening pick in this fight. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, to be fair, I think there is like value in if you're ever playing against dive and you're a tracer player, and there is always value in trying to mark their divers. But I feel especially with Ball, it's really hard. With Ball, it's really hard to do meaningful enough damage and not just have your time wasted chasing a ball, So I'm not as convinced by the marking of a ball all the time. I think it's really good if you have map control, especially. But when you're retaking like this, I would have rather have seen him do something more aggressive. And to be fair to Proper, that is what he started doing. But he just had his recall force straight away, so then he's just stuck on this. Yeah, Fielder Brig, they ran pretty much the whole weekend. I think the idea is they want to play Juno in every comp, but sometimes they want Kiri, sometimes they want Brig, sometimes they want Anna. And this is actually something Fielder can do all of these roles, so they can swap between these different versions of the comp without having to change both support heroes, which I think is why. And I think, to be fair, for more of this series, we'll see the ability for Fielder to swap heroes and be a really big factor, I think, potentially in why Crazy Raccoon struggled at this, because Crazy Raccoon were having to like double support swap at time and maybe be on like not quite the comp they wanted to. But anyway, the fight starts. Chiu is dead. Trong is going to get the beat off in response to the rally. Seems quite reasonable. Now all of a sudden Chiu doesn't have the orbital ray to throw over the top in response to this. So we'll see what happens next. Obviously you can see Hanbin is now responding to where Shu is. He's looking for him. And Shu is going to try and give him the juke. Just keep running away. Chorong's going to group up with his boy. Barrage is going to go off in the meantime from Heesang. Yeah, it just spots the opportunity here. They do kill Shu as well. There's maybe just a bit of a divide here. Yeah, Lip started on point. If we go all the way back, Lip started on point, just marking it with Chorong. There's just a bit of a divide here, I think, right? And this is why I think Hitscan's so hard. Is you see how Fielder and Stalker move this way to point, but then Hanbin's like, obviously they're talking about the Ana Lucia and Dojo. We can kill the Ana Lucia. But then you ask, like, can Fielder and Stalker join them? Not really. Like, I think, yeah, like, Stalker's just going to get barraged. They can't really go on it. And there's a classic case where, like, the problem with D.Va being so strong is she can do everything. So was Hanbin actually better marking the barrage in this fight, or was he better going on Viana? He kind of needs to do both, but he can't do both. So in the end, Stalker gets solo barraged, killed by the dive. Meanwhile, Hanbin is trying to trade on the backline here. So Fielder is going to obviously see that his boy on point is dead and just try and get involved. Finishes off the Shu kill. But Hanbin's off the edge. And they get the Shu trade, which is alright, but doesn't work out. Don't get to use the ults as they want because Chiu was just died early in the fight. Yeah, if they move this way quicker, maybe they can get through. Maybe they can kill him in time. Alright, fuck me. Fuck me, Stalker. You see this? The guy's flying. So they're going to ring across the bridge again. Try to get past this ball timing. Slam comes in onto Stalker. He gets booped. He rolls forward. He gets fucking booped again by something. I think he gets booped by Chorong. Then he gets booped by the ball one more time. So Stalker has now crossed the entirety of the fucking map. But you can see this time, if you look this time, one, they're pushing with the orbital ray, so it makes sense for the team to be more grouped up. But also this time, despite getting taken for the ride of his fucking life, because Hanbin's now playing more to, like, pocket the group through, they keep Stalker alive through a lot of this. Maybe even all of this. Yeah, so a bit of help from the orbital ray. Maybe not even too much. Is Fielder's Juno so bad they changed roles with Chiu? No, I think it's just about the swap game. I need a command for this, really. But they want to play Juno at all times, Falcons. So the versions they want to play is Juno Brig, Juno Ana, Juno Kiri. Do you want to put Chiu on Ana? Fuck no. Do you want to put Chiu on Kiri? Fuck no. Do you want to put Chiu on Brig? Probably okay, right? But the other two are fucked, but Fielder can do all three. There is, yeah. If you type exclamation mark replays, it should be the top link. We look at the ults in the last fight? Yeah. Where are we going? Yeah, I think the mine's got nothing for sure. What do you mean the one before this? Because I think Jumbin's mines actually get nothing in the end. Yeah, he actually fucks up the mines. Oh, before this one. Try replay with an S, sorry. Replay with replays. There you go. Yeah, top link, and they should all be there. Right, so rally across. Chiu gets one shot. They respond with beats of a rally. It all seems quite reasonable. But Stalker's going to go for the barrage. Yeah, no, I think it all seems pretty reasonable. Like, not sorry, Stalker. Heesan goes for barrage. Yeah. Yeah, so not unreasonable at all, actually. Alright, so the Orbital Ray, you see Stalker gets insane amounts of pockets from everyone here. And then he's able to walk. Fuck it, look at Fielder. Living life on the edge. Gets fucking booped into one of these mines. Oh! It's okay. Everything's okay. It's alright. Orbital Ray push. Mines wasn't very good by jumping. They really hard pocket the Stalker. Classic protect the President. Shu's gonna make the swap off to Kiri as well. So now we're in control. Jumpin's gonna go... Fuck me. You see Hanbin again. Look how close Hanbin's... He's trying to steal so much space, right? Just to bully this backline back. And then he sees the ball timing coming, so he's going to fly all the way back. So I think there's something like quite clever here, and maybe I don't know, quite clever, but reasonably clever. Then because Hanbin starts like so far forward, because Hanbin starts here, right? It means the backline has to respect it, because otherwise he will just use the power of D.Va and fight them. But because they start so far back, and then you see as soon as Hanbin hears the engage is coming, somebody's going to say, he's coming, he's coming, he's coming, but ball's dropping. Probably in Korean, but something like that. Again, Fielder's good for the whip. Nice, Fielder. And Hanbin goes all the way back, but because Hanbin starts so far forward, Shu has to start so deep. If you want to explain in football terms, it's the same reason Liverpool's front three always hold such a high line, why you'll have Diaz and Salah playing so high up, because it pins the fullbacks back. So right now, Hanbin is actually pinning Shu back with his advanced position. Everything's the same, guys. It's all the same. But to be fair, Fielders look rock solid with a whip so far. They deal with it. The pulse bomb attempt comes in. They're still doing it. You see Hanbin actually does like... Maybe it's just going to turn into a Hanbin glaze stream. But he flies back. He then sees, obviously, that actually Fielders hit the whip. Jumbin's been really, really disrupted in his engage timing. So I'm going to look for the aggression here, right? So can I force Shu in? Because he knows if he forces Shu to TP point, he can say something like, Kiri no TP. And then what's Proper going to do? He's going to look for it. Obviously, he runs into the whole team, so he can't do it, but he's going to look for it. Never played Baldur's Gate, so I can't give you the Baldur's Gate explanation. Alright. But in general, Falcons do a pretty reasonable job. They get through that first one. They drop the ring to help him peel as well, or just like dodge and move. Then they're going to start rotating. To be honest, I could really see a world where I think, like, if I'm Falcons, I actually want to make a bit of a move earlier. Can I rotate into one of these sides? Push this Kiri, who now has no TP, for a little bit, or push this Tracer, or push this Pharah. Maybe the Pharah's too hard to kill in this area and you don't want to walk in this fucking ledge with the ball around. But I think, yeah, just rotating to kill something makes a lot of sense. They're going to drop the rally on point. Fielder misses the bash. They stabilize Vo, and as soon as they get the ult out, you just see all of Crazy Raccoons. They just scatter, right? They just scatter to every corner they possibly can. Hanbin's going to try and go for a play on the Pharah, but good luck catching a Pharah. And we're going to see the same thing. And again, Hanbin's now just starting in this like outrageously advanced position, right? Where's the ball right now? Jumbin's just on their side. Yep. So just trying to trade it. So again, it's like he's never going to kill this Tracer Lucio, right? Sure. But he's going to mean that like Lip is now wasting his fucking cooldowns here. So Lip's ability to now go on the same timing, really difficult. Again, we see Jumbin's dealt with. I don't know if is Fielder just the whip god? Does he hit him again? Oh, he misses. Oh, Jumbin's just doing a drive-by. Okay, so then they drop in with Kitsune Rush. Ring is used defensively again by Chio. They try and take a bit of a step back. Stalker's going to get booped out. Or he gets booped to another door. Oh, they're going to beat to keep going now as well. So they've disengaged the Kitsune Rush, but the problem is A beat's about to come hit him as well. The beat comes in, the barrage comes in. And they just don't have enough to live it, honestly. Because they disengage the Kitsune Rush, which looks reasonable. But then the beat comes, and Chio doesn't quite have it. Yeah, they just had to try and live the next one as well. It was really hard. Okay. So I mean, I think we saw there. We saw both teams kind of play to their win condition at times, right? We saw some nice aggressive rotations coming out from Falcons. And other than the one where Chio died on the rotate, they actually seemed to keep Stalker alive through most of that aggression. Meanwhile, we also did see a lot of the dive timings actually work, right? So overall, actually felt like a pretty reasonably high-level map. Now we're going to get the same comp here from Crazy Raccoon. So a lot of the same things about how they want to play. It's true here as well. The difference is control center is just a little bit smaller, right? So I imagine if they can, they probably want to get Shu up here. Chirong maybe, the smaller the map is, the more the Lucio has to play with Viana, just because Viana needs more support, more rotations, all of this. And we're going to see a Ramatra, May, Venture, Kiri Juno coming out here, which seems like a way more like... This comp to me, from the surface at least, feels like this comp is designed to play like a brawl mirror rather than necessarily deal with the Crazy Raccoon comp here. So we'll see if Falcons swap as we go along. Because in theory, it feels like it's going to be very hard for him to like deal with a lot of these positions. Shu's just playing bottom left right now. They're trying to stabilize. And remember, we saw Fnatic do something where they had the Venture try and mark the Ana angle. Now, Lucio's really bad at peeling Venture, so this might really be on for proper if he can find the timings. Okay, they're going to swing down to main. Just trying to get an angle to clear out in his top position where Heesang is. You see him marking the ball too. The ball's been a real fucking nuisance behind here. What happened to proper? Oh. Yeah, so you can see he's trying to find this position, right? Where he can engage onto Viana. But they just see him coming, catches a rocket, then just can't, yeah. Can't get underground, can't get over. So they just mark the angle. Hambit's just going to get obliterated on point. And yeah, I presume we're going to see like some pretty reasonable, like big time swaps, right? Like probably like a Diva, maybe a Tracer. We're going to keep it. All right, Queen. I mean, you could run it with an Ashe, but if you use the Ashe instead of a Pharah, it can work. But the problem is, what's nice about the Pharah is she has so many movement abilities, she doesn't really die, right? Like, especially when they do the Kiri version, none of these heroes, they can all play so wide and they're so hard to track down. Whereas the Ashe can become a bit of a liability in these things. Like in the same way, to be fair, we saw on Garden. The Ana actually is a liability in these things, right? But fortunately for them, Shu is really good. And certain maps, it's easier to get away with an Ana, you know? Like this one, I think he should still feel like a liability. So we see some more swaps, right? Stalker's going to go onto Cass, so he can poke out all these people a lot more. Hambin's now on Queen, so his ability to shout and for the Tracer to connect. Seems like it's really reasonable. Shu's rotated to the high ground here. Has he got knifed? Haven't hit the knife. Fuck. Oh no, it just hits him on the way back. I was like, if he hits that... To be fair, that's the sort of thing... There's a sort of knife Hambin would hit. But Shu gets away with that one. Alright, so you can see now all of a sudden... Nice thing about Queen into the ball is you can do things like this. Where you just find this punish timing on the ball, right? Like, jump in just tries to flow... swing through, take some distraction... Oh, doesn't he? To be fair, he doesn't even hit the knife. He just fucking... They just have the damage.
You've gone soft.
And now they come through. They use the shout timing. And they can just walk on a lot of targets at the same time, right? But the problem is always... We talked about it a little bit in the Fnatic series, right? The idea of keeping your angles and holding your angles. So then... When Falcons do something aggressive like this, if you watch it from, say, Heesang's point of view, while Jumbin's having a bit of a really tough time, if I'm Heesang, I'm just shooting. I've got no pressure. I'm going to get a kill. Cool. And I'm sure if I show you Shu's POV, feels pretty chill. Get a free nade. No real pressure, right? And we're just playing these really hard to deal with high grounds, playing really wide. So even though they get the punish on Jumbin, as soon as they start walking across point, they just expose themselves to Shu and Heesang and see how that ends for them. All right. So I guess always interesting. Where's Shu gonna start? Just in main. Okay. Hanbin still. Fuck me. He's just taking so much damage. Hanbin. So we're gonna try and clear through the white room. And Hanbin is just fucked. They drop the orbital ray too as well. But now, as you can see, the Ray is moving forward, but Falcons are not moving forward. I don't know why Hanbin didn't just go D.Va, honestly. Really surprised to actually see he went Queen instead of this. I don't know, actually, Silver Bullet. I've not seen the interaction so far, but I'm pretty sure Fireball just starts when he hits a certain speed, right? So maybe, possibly. So then they hit the nano. They actually maybe kind of feed, right? Has she not got pocket angle on this? No. Well, this is a pretty good. You know, we talked about like Proper's role, and it didn't really feel like he got many one-on-one opportunities. It's a bit easier on this map with a Tracer, and now all of a sudden, because Proper's forced Viana's attention, Heesang, who should probably live this 9 times out of 10, isn't getting any pocket from Shu because Proper's on his case. And if Proper's good, he might even kill him. He gets for Ray! For Ray! The Ray's coming! It's coming! It's coming to help him! There we go. The Ray just in time to help Proper. So actually, yeah, it works out really nicely from Proper. They do end up dropping Rally into this as well. So it feels very expensive. It's still only a 3v3 as well. Cheer with the beam. Cheer redemption arc. Alright, torpedo into left click. Just hard pocket fielder through. Missed all my shots on the Tracer, but it's okay. The retake's happened. The retake's happened. Don't show this answer. Don't worry. I think it will take more than a torpedo and a left click kill to convince Hunter. All right. What's happening? There's some shenanigans happening over this side of the map. All right, so this is the bit, especially on the retake now. Getting Shu into position should be really hard. So now we see the slam come in. You see Lips taking the long flank here. Alright, slow and patient. And then all of a sudden, Shu finds the nade angle. And Lips just right there for it. How does he find the nade? Anything special? Just fucking walking into him. Alright. Speed in, speed out. Fielder's going to die as a result of that nade. They come in on top. Pulse bomb's a miss. They do punish Jumbin again. But obviously they're down a major piece of healing. They still have control of a point if they can pocket Proper through a little bit here, but keen to finish it. Whoa! Who does Hanbin think he is? I guess he has to clutch, right? Hits the knife. Oh, it's actually beautiful. Downtown knife. Ana off the high ground. You'd think you'd have to go D.Va to deal with the high ground Ana, but apparently not. Finishes that one. Ring to help him juke and dodge. Looking for the Pharah. Ah, fuck. Does get the ball. Gotta win a 1v3 now. Wait, Proper's with him. Gets the shout. Trong's low. Proper, can he finish it? No, Trong wins it. Oh. I was so convinced Trong was going to die here. Fuck. He actually rolls him at the end. We get a recontest. Alright, Fupa Duper, good night. I'll see you tomorrow if you're about. Alright. And then Hambin still tries to give a touch, but just kind of dies for it. And this might just be it, right? Yeah, might just be it. Oh, wait. Before I forget, actually, while we're between maps, I also need to check on my Bolognese. So I'll be right back. I'm back. Oh. Later, Medeo. No problem. I've got a message. Is it a good message? Oh, it's for schedule. Sorry, alright, I'll look at it afterwards. There's a face at schedule. I was thinking when I was sorting out my bolognese. I was thinking if... Ooh, I was thinking... Where are we? I was thinking they did the retake from bridge every time. But I don't know if they could have done the same retake here, Falcons, but they all come this way. Right, 5-man this way. Don't get fucking booped, don't die on the rotation to rockets, all of this stuff. Because this is a way harder area of the map for ball to play. You can start forcing point with your diva. Where's my pan gone? So you're like, your Cass, your Brig, your Juno is here. It's maybe not the greatest area for Juno, but it's alright. Then your Tracer comes with you, and then your Tracer has this option, right? So Shu has to go play this part of the map. But then maybe from like here to here, it's easier for Proper to force for one-on-ones. Hanbin can be anchoring point. Then there's maybe, especially with Ring, there's a chance for the Diva to join on this dive. And you can just force point as well. Maybe that would have been like a better version for Falcons on the retake. I think that's an idea. Oh well. We'll never get to see it. Don't coach a team. Useless thoughts. But it's an idea. Alright, should we do... I think I do one more and then it'll be dinner time. Pre-retake ideas. Right, New Junk C. Did I pick the right map? Yeah, this is map 2. No way they try and run the same comp here, Crazy Raccoons. Surely this isn't optimal on New Junk City. Alright, so they try and run Ana Juno this time here, Falcons. So I guess the worry, the theory is obviously that the Brig is a lot more durable, survivable than the Ana. So maybe the Ana is under more duress here, even if it does at least give you an extra punish onto the ball. So we'll see what happens. They'll come out, and Falcons know they don't want to just meet here in this area, because they don't want to run into a brawly comp. So they actually roll out with their Lucio and a Pharah, like, big distance. So then you see they're all going to rotate in aggressively. Trying to, again, force this Lucio and Ana to move. And they've actually managed to set it up quite nicely, because they're actually going to force them to rotate into Proper here. So initially they have to deal with the dives, and that's like the interesting bit, right? Like they ring to chase. They're scared of a slam. Everything's okay. And again we see Proper actually has no fucking interest in diving. Like I feel like at this moment here, there's like a decision for Proper to go on the back line. But he always seems to pick the ball. He always picks the ball. He even looks at the Ana. Actually kites away from them. They hit the sleep onto the ball. And they do convert the kill. And at the same time, Hanbin marks for Pharah. Quite clever, actually, right? You see how, like... Talk about, like, any good Overwatch player or, like, the best Overwatch players. So much of it is your ability to read the game. Read what's, you know, play what's in front of you, not just what you think the theory is or what you think your hero should be doing, but read what's actually happening. So, because right now, in theory, like, if I was to predict what was going to happen, I feel like the pincer is fucking on, right? Like, my Diva and my Tracer, they're going to do a thing. But as always in Overwatch, multiple things can always work. So Hanbin actually... That's Jumbin, not Hanbin. Wrong bin. Alright, correct bin. We're going to see... He's going to go through the ring. He gets the speed boost. He's scaring the fuck out of his backline. And then he realizes he's forced him to rotate, right? So while Hisang's trying to get value and help jump in on the dive, he realizes he's forced the backline to rotate. So Shu's just, you can see Shu just through the outlines. Doesn't actually have line of sight. Hanbin sets himself up a nice kill. Reads the game. And meanwhile, the rest of his team deal with the ball engage as well. Even considering the chase here. Getting out bow, surely. Fade away sleep. And the nade hits, of course. So now they've swapped over to Mei here. So it's actually a pretty significant comp swap coming out, right? So they feel like... So if I put myself in the head of the Raccoons, they've looked at this Diva and a Juno, and they've thought, this is the solution, right? So they go Juno Brig, they do Shu on Juno. A classic Shuno. Trong obviously comfortable on Brig. The Mei, good into the Diva. The Ram, in theory, pretty good into the Diva as well. And then they should feel quite... This feels like now much more of a brawl composition, right? Lip also on Tracer. Sticking the Tracer. I don't know if he just didn't die, to be fair. Did Lip die? Maybe Lip just lived the entire time. Yeah, Lip lived the entire time. So I guess a little bit of... He had a chance to swap, actually, but chose not to. Okay, so he wants to keep the Tracer. My guess would be now. Actually, what happens now is this part of a comp, maybe these 4 heroes, feel really comfortable to walk into like this kind of the Diva cast sort of front line of Falcons. Happy to take the brawl. The wall can do a lot versus them. And then Lip maybe plays a bit more of an independent role. Again, maybe can just mark proper, can find timings to set up his own flanks and stuff. So again, Falcons is peeking so aggressively. Fielder even goes for a nade. Hits the sleep. Onto the Ram. They just one-shot the Ram. Fuck. So torpedoes land. Nade lands. They force an early form out of Jumbin. And Hanbin's even gonna... So they just one-shot Jumbin before anything happens. He sang with the counter dink and the wall. They should be able to pocket Hanbin through all of it. Proper on his own flank, harassing the back line. She wants to fight him. We're just going in 2 different directions here a little bit, right? Like, Shu's busy fighting, dueling the Tracer. Everyone else is still really pushing this. What is Fielder up to? I feel like we saw this in Fnatic, right? Like, so they get the ring, right? Where's the ring? Yeah, they get the ring. And Fielder's going to use his ring timing. Spaghetti update. Bolognaise looking good. It's slow cooking in the oven. And should be ready for a delicious dinner later. So they get the ring. And then Fielder's just in. They're just going to matrix him through. Hisang has the off angle. Kills 1. Lip's going to kill... Hisang's going to kill both, actually. Now it's a 2v2. Jumbin is back on Diva. Does Viana beat the Ram then? I'm just trying to figure out a big part of my interest in all of these games is why does the meta look the way it looks, right? What are the swaps? What do the teams think the swaps are versus certain things? Because clearly Crazy Raccoon thought the Ram was the swap into this, and then have immediately changed their fucking mind and gone Diva. You see, Stalker's now also gone Mei into the sort of mirror. So again, good into the Diva. Fielder swaps after almost every ult. Okay, interesting. Yeah, because the Ram has no counterplay to it. So is Viana the counter then? To the Ram? Counter's maybe like too strong a word. I feel like a lot of these things feeling like they're like soft counters, not just like hard counters. So they get a retake off of that. They win the scrappy fight. Again, still feels really crazy for, like, Fielder to go. Because, you know, we talked about, if you were here earlier, we were talking about the idea of when you need to clutch and when you don't need to clutch. Because I feel like in reality here, the Ram has been one shot. Proper is going to get out of here. And then I feel like if you just swing on your Matrix timing here, you can just kill everything, you know? But Fielder decides, like, I'm fucking going, bro. Whereas I feel like they force the ice block. They force the ice block and then just nade the Mei. What does Heesang do? What do these heroes do about, like, pocketing through it, you know? We've only watched the first map so far. And obviously, as you can see, this is the second map, so we're not very far in. So far, it just felt like both teams had some pretty good plays and some counter plays. And even though it was 2-0 to Crazy Raccoon on the first one, Crazy Raccoon probably played slightly better. Especially on Control Center, I think. But the Garden was super competitive. Both teams had their moments. So Crazy Raccoon on top, but not by like a huge margin so far. So yeah, but yeah, looking at that play again, I just think actually there's no reason for Fielder to make such a play. Has the reputation, doesn't he, Fielder, as Mr. fucking safe, Mr. fucking just support his team. Not anymore. Fielder is in. Every time there's a speed ring, the guy's coming through it. Fucking swinging both fists. Alright, so wall on the choke here. Does wall Stalker off? He counter walls to protect himself. They'll clear out Lip. Speed ring's going to be used now. And as you can see, Lip is on course to try and land on this Ana. Forces him back straight into Lip's point of view. They're going to come through as well with Mayo. Oh, piss off, Fielder. No way he gets the trade. Alright, we'll watch this. There's lots of stuff happens in this fight. But it's just so unreasonable that he gets the trade. So he gets the nano off, he drops it onto Hanbin. Then he goes, has to dodge for Mayo, dodges for Pulse Bomb, hits for Self Nade, hits for Sleep. He's literally 1 HP, desperately trying to call a 3-2-1 with his team so they can one-shot Heesang before he gets Ice Block off. Gets the trade. Meanwhile, let's see what happens on the aggressive nano timing. He did a lot in Dallas, yeah. I mean, he feels like he's just been a huge playmaker in these series, like this Fnatic game and now this one as well. So they nano him through, eyes on the Juno. Tries to get on the backline. Alright, so now the Orbital Ray has been dropped. Thank you, Mask.
How many American dollars for you to review one of my animaps where my tank said I threw?
We won't have time today, Mars, because I'm gonna finish this map, then I'm going to go have dinner. So that'll be the end of the stream. We can do it if you want. It's a channel reward point. If you want a thing reviewed, it's what is it? 200k? Oh wait, that's for oh no, 250k, a quarter mil. Normal dinner hours. I mean, it's nice to eat a normal meal at a normal time. I even get to eat it hot. Doesn't go cold while I wait for it. You have 6 points right now. All right. So yeah, Fielder kind of pops off in this. The Mayok doesn't look all that good from Heesang, right, either. Because he's playing for the backline, but Fielder, again, we talk about reading the game, ready for the next ult, ready for the next thing that's going to happen. If you can anticipate what's going to happen next, your ability to do the right thing will trend up massively. Fielder's ready for it. Gets away. Fucking reload. Alright, so then now the rest of them are going to try and walk forward into all of this. Fielder gets like an unbelievable trade considering the ult situation. Then Orbital Ray is now dropped by Chio. Obviously, slight ult advantage for a lot of these ults just because of the comp swaps. The Ray comes through. They're staying in the Ray. You can see Crazy Raccoon are just disengage. Hanbin and Prop are going to try and chase a little bit. Chio's chasing too. This is now just full chaos, right? Like, we're just in, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 fights happening right now. So, you know, splitting is bad in Overwatch, but it can happen. even if you might be two of the best teams in the world. So I guess now the question is just who wins their one-on-ones? And the answer is Hambit, of course. You see there as well. You see, like, Hambin here is like just a slight, just patience with his missiles, just to make sure he's using his missiles, like when he's pretty sure he can get good connection with them. You know, he's not just pressing it as soon as he sees an opportunity to go, as soon as he has shift. He's waiting for the opportunity. Meanwhile, in the back, Stalker's winning this one. Tries to wall for Chio. Lip comes back and deals with that. Oh, fuck. All right. We said who wins their 1v1s? And the answer is everyone on Falcons wins their 1v1s. Sometimes you just need to win the fucking duels. Heesan gets himself on point. Is he gonna get out? He gets out as well. Alright, so Fielder comes back on Brig as well. So interesting to note that in this version of it, like versus, they had Ana versus the Ram, but the chance they get, when they're playing into the Diva, they had a chance to swap. And they go over onto the Brig as well. So Brig into Diva very much seems to be the play. You expected more of a Shu now. You got to always remember that I think Shu historically, when Kiriko came out, was actually weak at it for quite a long time, right? Like sometimes, I think at least in like some of the recent examples, Shu's ability on new heroes takes a bit longer than some other supports. So Heesan goes on to Venture as well. So remember when Crazy Raccoon do this version of, like, if they do Venture and May, it's always Heesan, Venture, and Lip May. Whereas these guys do it the other, like, proper is for Venture player. So we'll see if both of them swap as Instance Mirror. But they win the duels, ready for the next fight. Shu now has a big orbital advantage. So I think if I'm Falcons here, I'm talking about fight planners. We don't want to go first. Play for good walls of a choke. If they use the Ray, we just look to, like, mail and live it. Just mail the Ray, make it hard for him. So we're going to try and go right side here. So Hambin, again, just... You see how, like, again, Hambin's decision-making, I think it's always just... I feel like this has turned into, like, a Glaze Hambin stream. But... doesn't always do the same thing every fight, just reads the situation in front of him. Because they're going to try and rotate away, so Hambin just realizes, oh, they're just fucking ignoring me. So the wall comes in, gets this nice split on, right? So now Shu is walled in, has dropped the Ray, but Hambin's now on the back line. Probably can't kill him here, but does have bomb. Heesang's going to try and turn and punish that kill. Meanwhile, the Ray's just coming to point. Jumbin's walking forward with it. Chio's found himself in what can only be described as a predicament. He's really trying to one-shot this Juno. Uh-oh, she stays in the Ravo. And yeah, fuck. She smokes him. I don't know if Stalker didn't... Is the Ray any good? Yeah, really good. It's a little bit tricky to use because it moves away from you, so there's like a lot of like complicated situations where lots of ults are in play. Now it doesn't feel like everyone has like a full read of. But in general, like I think especially, you know, like if you're just playing ranks or whatever, Ray's probably super strong. Just press for Ray. Why is Chio on Juno? It's because of the swaps. I think we'll see it more as it goes along in the series, but what Falcons have is this really nice system where Chio plays Juno because they play Juno in every comp, and then they play a Brig sometimes, they play Ana sometimes, they play Kiri sometimes, depending what they're playing into, and Fielder can freely swap between all of these. Whereas what we're going to see here is, say Crazy Raccoon go, oh, Ana Juno is the comp we want to play. And that's the optimal comp here. Well, then they need to find a time where both supports can swap, you know? I mean, to be fair, Fielder Brig looked good on Lijiang Garden. They actually hit, like, more whips than he missed. Keeping Jumbin in check. So, okay. They come in here. They use the Ray. Yeah, I don't know why Stalker's not looking... Maybe he just thinks they cheated it. They've disengaged it past the Ray. And it's really just the fact that, like, Chio really wants to take this fight. not to turn into a certain Australian, but maybe Chio just into it. Meanwhile, everyone else has sort of wriggled their way through and are playing very spread out. Hambin's going to go for the bomb. Doesn't get the remake, doesn't get any of it, and that should be the fight now. So yeah, it just felt a little bit confused now from Falcons in terms of what are we doing? Are we going to try and fight through the orbital strike, use the Blizzard to hold our ground? Or are we going to, are we just going to try and disengage it completely? Feels like a little bit of, people doing different things, and Crazy Raccoon able to capitalize. And now, interesting, we see Hambin now trying to one-up, right? So we talked about how Brig, they're particularly good into the Diva. Now we're going to see the Ram. And Brig doesn't like fighting the Ram, I think, really. Maybe outside of Rally. Should feel really awkward now for the Brig, I think. Remember when we saw Crazy Raccoon do this for one fight? The way they dealt with the Ram was just nade and sleep to interrupt the block timings. So there's also a Venture in mind as well. So Heesang is on the flank. Stalker has spotted him. Heesang's going to get underground. Heesang's going to just come out with this one. Wall is actually really shit from Stalker. Doesn't find anything. Pulse Bomb on to jump in, so he's awfully low. Oh. Pulse Bomb from Lip is good, though. Where is he? Oh. Thought he had it on his shield for a second. And now this is probably just going to be a quick reset here from Falcons. They're kind of just staying in the fight, seeing what they can find. Recalls traded by the Tracers. Oh, okay. So again, I don't know exactly what Stalker's trying to wall here. Obviously, walling the Diva is always a little bit tricky because you can just fly away from it, etc. So if you can ever find a good wall onto the Brig or something, that's pretty good. If you can wall off their support's line of sight, that's quite good. Maybe this point's just quite a hard one to wall in general. Kind of just wall, I guess, for Juno, but it feels like the Juno gets away from this so quickly. So they're going to use, both teams going to use Ring. The brawl's going to happen. Jumping's still low from the start of this fight, remember? Falcons are taking this just a player down too, right? Fielder's not here at all. So the rally's going to get going. Stalker's going to find the Blizzard. Doesn't get bashed, doesn't get it eaten. Not scared at all. Oh yeah, sees the bash, goes out, sees the Matrix there. Gets it out, and obviously Blizzard counters Rally because it just stops for Brig doing anything aggressive, or they might get frozen. Kind of like this. Tectonic, oh no, not even Tectonic Shock. I don't even know what that is the icon for. Some kind of burrow thing. They get enough fatty. To be honest, I'm just a bit surprised they took that fight without just waiting for Fielder. Because they'd already lost the flip and stuff, I think. So yeah, proper finishes 1 kill. Finishes for Tracer 2. Nearly has recall. Oh, wait. Oh, does he read it? Fuck. Worried he's going to get one shot. Worried he's going to get one shot before he can get it because he doesn't have blink. So recall's out of it. I feel like he probably would have got it. Just a split-second decision. Gets back to his team anyway and lives. I mean, who knows more about Tracer? Me or Proper? Probably Proper. Alright, Tectonic Shock now around the corner for this next fight. Fielder's going to respond with Rally, so could obviously block a decent amount of this. So Heesang's just going to disengage, and both ults going to kind of cancel each other out. Looks for the last bash onto the Diva, doesn't catch it, and now they use the Orbital Ray to keep going. Shu has his own Orbital Ray, though. So you see Stalker's kind of just fighting the Tracer while this is all going on. He's going to just chase Lip to the ends of the earth. Shu's going to respond with his own one. So Stalker's now not in this frontline fight, which is a bit of a shame. Thanks, Wilder. It's alright, so both rays are going, and then we're going to get to the intersect point, right? So we get to the intersect point where both rays are going to meet. The beams are going to meet in the middle, and we're going to keep going. So I guess the question is, which team manages to stay in their ray better should presumably win. Obviously, it's a bit of a shame that Stalker's just fucking caught up playing fucking TXCXX. Because it would be really nice to have for fucking the Mei left click and the damage boost. I think again, like just good synergy there between the Mei and the Juno ult. And the answer is both teams are going to kind of disengage their beam a little bit. But Proper's going to get fucking drilled. How many games did we do? This is only the second game. It's slow going, Kizzy. We're taking a detailed approach. All right, so Proper is full health. Nope. Nope. Okay. $20 minutes per corner. Yeah, that's for one of them. Stalker's not going to get out. Yeah, I think Stalker kind of trolls in this fight, actually. I feel like Stalker is, like, really good at Mei, just in terms of, like, he can hit all his shots, right? He hits all his shots, and he's a good player. But I think in terms of, like, his decision-making, a lot of knees and some of his ults, it doesn't look as good as some of the others. Because you see here, it's just before this, right? When they're coming in, they're going to press Orbital Ray. Let's walk forward, team. And right now, he's forced for recall. Like, it's so greedy, right? And now he's just out of a fight. All he's doing is left clicking. Doesn't quite hit the dink. And now won't be able to get out either. So, crazy Raccoon. Like, I know what the scoreline is, so I sort of like, I know what's going to happen. But the more it just starts to seem unlikely, right? Just starts to seem unlikely. So now Proper is off for Tracer at the opportunity. We'll see if Lip chooses to go over to the Mei. Because now this is the version of a comp that seems like brawl heaven, right? Oh, wait, hold on. Stuff's literally happening when I'm yapping. Alright, they're going to speed ring in the D.Va. Pulse Bomb comes through onto the Mei though, so Ice Block. Ice Block saves them. Lip's going to recall. Jumpin's actually doubling down for this kill. Proper's going to unburrow. Proper's in trouble. Wall to try and help him. Geo dies in all of this. And even though they survive a lot of these things, right? Jumpin's just able to keep going. Chirong's walking up. I feel like Shu probably does quite a bit of damage in this fight. Yeah, I think they do, Pog. Here's the torpedoes. Classic mid-fight, right? Passes the Hunter test. Right, waits till mid-fight. Everything's locked in. Damage onto anyone. Kills Chio as a result of it. Pocket in. Bit of a ring for everyone to use to chase. He's passed the test, guys. He's passed the test. Crazy Raccoon on top. There's no way they lose this map, let alone this series from this position. So I wouldn't worry, guys. Oh. Right, so Lip's still on Tracer. I don't know if he wants to be on Tracer, but he's also just not died. So keep that in the back of our minds for when he gets the opportunity to swap. So in this one, they're just going to come on and rally through the choke. Stalker just misses wall again. Yeah, I feel like Stalker's wall value has just been rubbish all game. Case in point. This is what I mean. Like, he hits for right clicks. You can't take that away from him. He clicks on the stuff. But most of these walls are actually just cosmetic. But they're going to rally out of a choke anyway. Chirong nearly has rally to match. Tectonic Shock to throw into this one as well if Heesang wants to. But Heesang again. Heesang starting a lot of these fights on a big flank. And now a Tectonic Shock behind. And this is like this is such an awkward situation, right? Oh, thank you, name tag.
Did Happy play this game?
Not in the maps I've seen so far. We're only on second map right now. I don't know about the later ones. Because I didn't catch them live, but I think Happy maybe played none of the maps. someone can maybe fact check me in chat. Thank you, though. I do appreciate the prime. So it's actually quite nicely set up, I think, from Crazy Raccoon. But we can kind of see the Ram advantage here, because watch this from Charong's POV, right? Charong is going to get the rally. They are going to rally. He's going to respond with... How does he stay on the edge there? But he's going to rally back, which, in, you know, rally v rally, can you hold your ground? Not when there's a fucking Ram, though. Like, the Ram's just... Like, Charong's just getting bullied, right? Even though he's rallying. And this rally has been used entirely to flee. No happy. Happyless. It turned out, guys, Proper was the glue. They just needed to get Proper back into the lineup. And he would hold them all together. The haters don't want you to know it, but Proper was the glue. Alright, so wow, Charong has to run for his life. Builder's going to mark behind him. Get another bash onto the D.Va. They managed to walk away and drop from this. Now the bomb onto point. Oh! Boot back in. You see Lijiang, you see a lot of ventures try and go for this play when there's like a Mayo or a D.Va bomb. The same thing a Lucio would do, right? Just in terms of, can we just boop and disrupt someone? Gets a little bit of a push onto one. Finishes off Stalker. And Venture, so good in these situations, honestly. I guess Briggers as well. Go on, Fielder, mate. Pulse bomb avoided. Fielder's fine. Alright. So what do they win the scrappy fight here? A lot of the time there's not going to be like any... Maybe super insightful. Or like, we're not going to learn too much about the game. Most of the time when it comes to these scrappy fights, it's just about splitting and grouping and who stays together and finds the good target quickly. You see Shu's a little bit split right now. You see Charong is actually... Because remember, Charong came all the way around here, right? So Charong is now just in a bit of a weird position. Him and Shu are super split. So even if they're getting a Stalker kill, they're going to try and push forward. But Hanbin's just been on the fucking prowl, you know? He will keep walking into these backliners every chance he gets. He spots for Brig again. Spots for Tracer. And they lose 2. And he's just keeping this backline contained, right? You can see how when the Brig plays into the D.Va, the Brig can just fucking fight this D.Va. Doesn't have to be scared at all. But meanwhile, Hanbin is just able to occupy this backline. So I'll be interested to see if Charong swaps or if Shu swaps. Alright, so the orbital rays... Oh, it's a fucking another ray exchange. Alright. Beam check. Shu drops it first. Chios is actually right behind. They're going to try and wall here. So I guess this makes sense from Stalker, right? You wall the rays so it sort of blocks them using it for a little bit. Now they're going to use their ray. And again, because they have this sort of ram in the front line, Falcon's ability to stay in the ray should be better. So they stay in the ray. They delete Lijiang as a result. Jumping tries to get into the ray. Charong tries to get into the ray. It's like this weird mini game where both teams are trying to play the fight normally, but also desperately trying to stay in their ray. But I think it's just a ray gap. And maybe not even necessarily a ray gap, as in like one ray was particularly better than the other, but Falcon's comp's ability to stay in the ray is just higher. So in these situations, you get it sometimes. It's the same was true with Kitsune Rush, right? In like, if one team uses Kitsune Rush, you can mirror Kitsune Rush, right? You can connect the tracks. But if one team, let's say you're playing Season 5 meta is always a good example of this, right? You're playing Winston, Kiri, Lucio. And the other team are playing Winston, Kiri, Lucio, right? And you both use your tracks. But you have a Tracer, and they have a Reaper. The Reaper's going to get so much more value out of this ult than the other team is, right? So if you're happy to put your ult on top of their ult, because the Reaper will outvalue the Tracer in that situation. Whereas if you're the Tracer team, you want to avoid this situation. Maybe the same is a little bit true here, right? If you want to mirror rays, you have to be confident you can win the Ray battle. And I think in a Ray battle, this comp is greater than this comp. which is why we see the Ram. Now, Shu is going to go Anna. So this is interesting, right? Because we saw Fielder have success into the Ram to the degree that Jumbin just went, fuck it. I'll play Diva then, you prick. And now we see Shu go into Anna, but because they don't have the... You see how, like, the Falcon system just works better because it's only Fielder ever swapping for Falcons. Whereas I imagine what Crazy Raccoon want now is for Chorong to be on Juno. But he has 75% ult, so he kind of has to stay, you know? You can't really throw away that much of a rally. So we're going to play Anna Brig here now. But in theory, this Anna Brig is actually really great for a Ram to run into. Whereas an Anna Juno, not so much. I mean, maybe it's okay if they have rally. Like, if you have rally, you can still bash and whip back. But we'll see how it goes. Again, we see Heesang. Heesang's going to start on the flank, as he so often does. Lip is going to force point. You see no surprises in the Falcons formation. We saw when they were playing like the Kiri, Lucio, Queen, they were playing these very big split formations trying to play wide. No such intentions here. We're a fucking brawl comp. We're going to stay together. We're going to be in hand-holding range at all times. We're going to stay connected. Proper's going to go mark for Venture a little bit. They're going to try and deal with the Tracer underneath. So now Lip's using forcing point. Heesang's going to get another flank on the go. Stalker's going to drop and deal with points. So is Proper. And actually for point force now, you can see how it's dragged. Like, Falcons are probably mismanaged this in reality, right? Like, if the Tracer is forcing point, do we have to deal with it? Absolutely. But probably just drop your Venture, pocket your Venture. Your Juno can probably drop and shoot as well. Don't give up the space for high ground for so free. So they've probably overcommitted to dealing with the point here, Falcons. And they've now left Hanbin alone. But they're all going to come up the steps. Pulse Bomb wants a fielder. Oh, he's okay. Meanwhile, Hanbin has tried to run into the backline, but has been slept. Chorong will pop rally, which means Hanbin's probably going to get naded after this too. You can see they're all talking about the Ramatra now. We can kill this Ramatra. Heesang's coming. Will get naded, pops it. They bash to break the block. Fielder's coming with his own rally though. Torpedoes come out. Tectonic shock now from Proper over top too. Just trying to chase the Venture with it. Doesn't find all that much. But meanwhile, they've just won the frontline trade, right? Yeah, I mean, I guess they have Rally and Annihilation, so you would expect them to win that fight. But again, we can see the problems the Brig has. Obviously, we always have to factor in that Shu is Shu. Left click into the nade. Misses for sleep. Will now get mailted. Not even Shu can get out of this one. It's actually become a dogfight. But the point has gone. Are they actually going to lose this fight? Fuck me. Falcons were so close to losing this map, no. Because if they lose this fight, they just don't get the touch. Can we blame Lip for this? Oh, he dies. Stalker with the tracking. I mean, he wasted his time of a previous fight on like point C, chasing the Tracer. But this time I guess it worked out. And he gets the wall on the Diva. Stalker redemption arc. Stalker actually wins him this point. They have the ults to win the front line, but Stalker does it. Because you see, yeah, Heesang's even trying to make a desperate move, as is Chorong. So that's a bit weird, right? Because they kind of won the fight, but they also kind of really didn't. Falcons there. And now Stalker's going to go Tracer and Hanbin's going to go Diva. So again, it really feels like it's dictated by the presence of an Anna or no Anna, you know? Because now I look at it, it's like Tracer, Venture, Diva, Juno, Brig. We're kind of just a dive comp with a pretty durable backline. Which I guess is also what these guys are on. But in theory, I guess the question is like, whose backline's actually more durable, an Anna Brig or a Juno Brig? I guess the current line of thinking would be that the Juno Brig would be the more survivable one. Alright, so let's see the start. Again, we see Heesang. Mr. Flank, he is on the flank. Pretty good at dueling a Tracer, so it's going to be a ring on point. They deal with a flank in Heesang. Lijiang's going to be forced out. Now the Ray's going to come out. They're going to nano Lijiang into the Ray. He's going to try and make a play on Chio. Chio's going to stay in the Ray. Oh, proper and fielded. They just chew him up, you know? And you see Proper just goes into like full Mark mode almost when the Nano comes in, right? Just disrupt this other Venture. Don't let this Nano Venture get good value, right? And I guess the Venture's pretty good into the Venture. And Fielder separates them. We obviously have the Ray to help keep him alive on point through the initial burst too. And now the Ray is just plowing forward. They're going to ring to chase as well. Sleep is good. Hammond's still considering going. And now they're just holding the choke. Ring at the choke. Again, it feels kind of early, right? Like they're almost like they're ringing for poke. What if Juno Brig comps work? I think Juno's just really powerful. Hard to kill. Strong ult. Torpedoes, surprisingly high value. And the Brig, I think the Brig is mostly played just because the Brig is good into a lot of what people are playing with the Juno. So the Brig is really good into the Diva. The Brig's really good against the Venture as well, actually. One of the harder backlines for Venture to actually kill. Very good at pocketing the DPS and all of these things. So it's like, it just works out. It's nice into a lot of what else is being played. Whereas stuff like the Ana is strong, but also has a lot of vulnerabilities to like the Venture and the Diva and stuff. You can, to be fair, you can see like as soon as like teams have gone Ana, people are always swapping the Diva or the Tracer or some combination of these things just to try and make sure the Ana can't influence the game, right? Okay, so again, this is like Unter Theory, right? The early ring gets him a bit of poke and a bit of ult charge, but ultimately, now they just don't have ring for the first bit of this fight. So we're going to back up to point. Lijiang again. He is Mr. Flank on the Venture. Mr. Flank. Proper, meanwhile, playing a lot tighter to his team, just really playing to contain this Venture for the most part. Alright, for me on point. Pulse bomb attempt is a miss from Lip. You can see again where Chio's just in like the deep anchor position. Proper's going to watch one side. That's a P. You can believe it. Stalker's going to watch the other. Fielder standing in a place where he can support Stalker quite a lot, but he can still pack anybody else who's in danger. Classic double pivot situation. Oh, and the pulse bomb's good. Does he just rally too late? Or is he maybe just dead anyway? It's just extra damage. Oh no, he just get the bonus armor still. It's just like yeah, something he was just already damaged, yeah. Yeah, I wasn't sure because the voice line sounded really late, but he still got the bonus armor. It's just like, just a fucking, yeah. I mean, it's a classic. You take a rally trade, but you one-shot the enemy Brig with a pulse bomb, you're going to win the fight quite hard. Lijiang's going to try and turn with Tectonic Shock. But no, Proper's just on the back. Oh, sorry, Stalker's on the back line. Then they'll stagger up the baby Diva. Is it kind of enough to put him to 2 rounds? I think the answer might be yes. Alright. 1 round for all the marbles. Comp swaps again. Churong onto Lucio. They've gone Farah. Oh, crazy Raccoon. Think maybe feeling a little bit floundered here. That's not really the saying. They're floundering. They're floundering here. Just going back to like, this is like this comp, but obviously with Bull, this is just like Crazy Raccoon comfort comp, right? I feel like, honestly, if I'm Falcons, I'm probably actually feeling pretty good about the fact that I get to still play my comps, and they seem to be changing it up and just playing comfort heroes. Feeling a bit floundery. Alright, the nade, gigantic. The follow-up? Not there. Obviously, they do have speed, but it's just on Chorong, so not quite the same catapult nature as the Juno one. Hey, Vonksy. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. We've nearly finished, actually. This is the tail end of the stream. Alright, so Hambit's going to make a play on the Pharaoh, which feels... I mean, he's got the speed boost. So the fucking fighter jets are out for Heesang, but Jumbin's going to respond. They get the defensive nano out. Oh, the Ray. The Ray is good. Chio clutch Ray. Alright, so Chio clutches with the Ray. Proper's also going to get slept here. But the Ray's actually mega clutch from Chio. Oh wait, he just kills him anyway? Fucking tectonic shock. Slept. Oh, it's Chorong's fault. Chorong wakes him up. Cheers, Chorong. And actually, that's gonna make it so they go from nearly killing Hambin to their Anna gets immediately traded. And I guess we see, do they swap heroes now? Wait, Jumbin's gonna bomb? Wait, Jumbin's gonna kill... Wait. Wait. Because this fight should be over, right? Because proper trading for Shu should be a really big net positive. Alright, let's see again. Hambin's on the back line. They capture the point. They're bullying Jumbin. Jumbin's 1 HP. He launches it. Heesang's going to peek with a boop. Because everyone's line of sight in this bomb. What could go wrong? It sends one person forward and one person backwards. And it leads to a 2k. Fuck. I guess it can happen. And now this fight is really on. Jumbin, important they managed to deny the remake. I guess it doesn't make any difference, but the retakes, it's now really sketchy, right? Because they got 2 late deaths. Lip's gonna start pressuring point immediately. Jumbin's gonna go Bull too. So now Crazy Raccoon are just on the comp. Proper and Hambin trying to anchor point. We'll get forced back. Pulse bomb kills him, actually. Jumbin trying to harass the backline, but yeah, just more in sync, like, in terms of, like, Jumbin's going to go on the enemy Juno, try and force this kind of fight. Harassment onto the backline. Shu's going to swing at the same time, and they have, like, Jumbin shooting from behind the same time the torpedoes land, and Shu just gets, like, obliterated. If you've watched Jumbin play Bull, you'll see Jumbin does this all the fucking time to anyone who flies. Right? Farah, Echo, anything like this. Jumbin will do some kind of rollout, and then it's just like an aim check, you know? Harass these fucking flying characters, forces Shio out into the fucking torpedoes. They sandwich him. They get a really nice kill, as well as landing the pulse bomb. And now we're just trying to group up, right? You know, you talk about like advantage situations in a fight. Now, if you're Crazy Raccoon, don't split up. Don't let them clutch. Don't let anything messy happen. Just walk forward together, look after each other, kill them one at a time. Alright. Now, Crazy Raccoon, quite often, they'll hold super close and try and take loads of different fights. We see They're now just on... Yeah, it is now just Juno fucking Lucio. Which is, I guess, an interesting version. Proper's going to go Sombra into this. I mean, I guess you hack for Bull. That seems cool. Even hack for Pharah, right? Hack for Pharah, your Diva flies into it. Seems cool. Hack for Juno. Oh, yeah, yes, okay. I can... Alright. Maybe. It wins on the map, does it? Alright, yeah, I mean... It seems like I didn't really consider it before, but I guess, like, there are lots of good hack targets, right? Sombra Diva dive can be quite, should be quite powerful. You can look at it from his POV, right? Feels like he's got Juno on the brain. Yeah, alright. With the torpedo timing as well. Fuck. Torpedo, hack, virus. Yeah, I mean, some of this is also because they're on this version of a comp, right? There's no... You can't fucking pack the guy. You can't just heal him on Ana or anything. You can't Kiri or Suzu the guy at all. So what's she meant to do? Right? Same reason Chio died before, right? The ball is on Chio, like, in this fight here. Chio was here. The ball's on him behind, right? So he flies, he tries to escape forward, but then he gets hit from torpedoes from the other side. You know, he's kind of like forced out into the open. Similar here. In terms of like, what do I expect? If I'm Shu, what's my play here? I realize I'm getting hacked. I try and react to it. I'm on ball as well, so I don't even have Matrix as an opportunity or something, right? And I'm just fucking crushed. Like, Charong's even on his body trying to peel and clear stuff. Alright, so now they have the advantage. Proper gets out back to team 2. They hunt down Lip. And now it's Falcons' turn to do the same thing. We've got player advantage. Just play together. Find our next hack target and go again. And they're so close to ults, they can't really change the comp here. So we're just kind of stuck. You can see as well, look at Proper and Stalker. This is a fucking Tracer Sombra classic. What if my DPS hide on a bit of a fucking angle and find... You see, like, Proper's, like, gagging someone to come this way or something, you know what I mean? And then Stalker can just double blink onto whatever it is. Alright, so they're trying to make their way through the choke. Proper and Stalker, they've got the flank for free. Obviously, no time to clear the flanks or do anything, do their due diligence here as they're just coming through. Proper's going to hit the hack. Stalker's fucking there. What is he meant to do? Right? Hanbin's going to kill Charong at the same time too. Fuck. Yeah. It's actually so... Maybe Sombra's the future. Fuck. They rally push with it too because it's last fight. I mean, I guess that's why people just don't play Lucio Juno, right? Maybe only saw it once from Fnatic, like, a week or two ago. Orbital Ray on point to finish it. And yeah, don't even give it a touch, but I don't think it would have made a difference. So yeah. I mean, obviously the Sombra into the Lucio Juno probably feels like, just super broken, right? Like, how easy did Proper's life feel in that situation? Pretty fucking easy. But maybe. I mean, I guess Juno doesn't have any good peel against it, right? Her movement doesn't help her all that much. Maybe if you've got a Brig and she's got Pax and she's got a Matrix, you know, if you're like on the Diva, Brig, Juno version, maybe your ability to deal with the Sombra feels a lot more possible. But I can kind of see the vision. But we're going to have to call it there for today. I know we've got more... Obviously, we've got more games. The series didn't end there. Dark, hold on. Yeah, obviously the series didn't end there or anything, but it's dinner time now. So we can do, like... I'm still waiting for my fiancé to come back from town, so... We've got a little bit of time. Not time for another map, but time if anyone has any questions about anything we've seen today. And then we'll finish the rest of these games tomorrow, I think. Seems reasonable enough to me. Don't know if we'll finish all the games, but we'll definitely finish this series. Maybe take a look at some of the Zeta ones. Time for a quick play match. Don't know if we've got time. Let me check my phone. Maybe not. Can you send? Yeah. Oh, there we go. Thank you, car dealer. Yeah, help yourself. Help yourself. Nice that there's not a patch this week, so we get a chance to see a few more of these. Have Western teams been running Juno? It's currently up for debate. Because the next big tournament in EMEA and North America is, of course, the Face It. The Face It League playoffs, which are happening this weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But originally, Juno wasn't allowed. But I think it's sort of been called into question again. So if we're lucky, we might get Juno for the weekend, but it's not confirmed yet. And I think whichever way it goes, obviously, if Juno is confirmed, people will be using her. If not, they'll probably still practice without her. So it sort of depends just if they change the rules. Who's in Face It playoffs? So in EMEA, it looks pretty stacked. North America's a bit worse because like Toronto and stuff didn't enter. But if I actually look at Masters EMEA, if we get down to our top 8. So first round, probably a few interesting games, right? Like Ex-Oblivion Gaming Gladiators, maybe one interesting game. Ex-Oblivion Gaming Gladiators. But then Virtus Pro, SSG, EXO, Gaming Gladiators, Ents, they're all in it, right? So this is just an OWCS rematch, honestly, you know? This is just everyone just going to have another go at it again. In North America, however, there's a few more missing teams, I guess. The only team missing here is obviously Twisted Minds. But for North America, we get down to the bottom. Because we're missing Toronto, we're missing Nightmare, and we're missing NRG. So this is kind of a best of the rest type of tournament. I thought the Gaming Gladiators left. Yeah, I don't know if they're still going to play. Wait, is Tread was here earlier. I should have asked him, actually. I didn't think about it at the time. But I don't know if they're still just going to play to fill the spot. Face It don't do hero bans, so no hero bans. So I don't know what GG are going to do, or if they're just going to forfeit that game, maybe. I guess that's possible too. Or if they'll just play, but they won't technically be GG anymore, you know? Like the same players will play, but they'll just be called something else. Did you review it? Yeah, we got partway through. We did the first 2 maps. We're going to finish it tomorrow. We'll finish it tomorrow, and we'll watch some of the Zeta ones as well. Who are the favourites here? Probably... I don't know. TSM?
Yippee, do you shave your head? And how often?
I don't like shave my head as in with like a razor, but I use like I just use a beard trimmer to be honest. But probably about once a week I'll cut my hair. Way more than I ever used to. But favourites for this, probably Timeless actually. I think I'm a Timeless head. I think Timeless win. We upload a review on YouTube? Yeah, maybe. I need to like trim some of the VOD. So I don't know. It might be up, but it might not be necessarily quick. I'm sorry, I missed another question from Card Dealer. Do you think looking at POVs is a good way for someone to learn about the optimal way to play heroes in the game? Yeah, 100%. 100%. I think if you talk to any of the pro players about how they started or how they started improving, so much of it would just be find a player who plays the same heroes as you, who's on a top team or streams a lot and is really good. And then just watch them and just try and implement some of the things they do. You don't even need to be like, honestly, you don't even really need to go into it with like, I need to understand every single thing that goes through Hanbin's head or why he does this, why he does that. You don't need to. If you just start looking at his decision making and trying to implement it yourself, give it a crack, and suddenly, if you start copying it, you'll probably do better anyway, and you'll probably have a better chance. If you're not sure why he does something, try doing it yourself. And then that'll probably tell you the answer to why he does it. You know, it'll become clear when you put it into practice. It doesn't mean that these, obviously the pro players are always doing the right things 100% of the time. But they probably do. If they play on Crazy Raccoon and you don't play on Crazy Raccoon, they're probably doing more things right than you are. You know, there's probably like more to learn. Yeah, that's a good approach, Sims. I think as well, remember, you don't need to do like a, you don't need to, I think when people are improving, I think there's this urge, which is probably very natural, where you just want to know all of it immediately, right? You just want to know everything, like, fuck, I just need to look at Shuzana, right? And I just need to learn every single thing he does all the time. It's like, in reality, what you need to do is just look at it, find a couple of things you think are good, or that he always does, or like, oh, that's good, or that's a good spot for this, or I notice he always uses his nade like this in these situations. And then start doing the same thing for yourself, you know? And then if you do that enough times, eventually you'll build it up, right? Like, I think as well, like, we watched a lot of new comps today, right? We watched a lot of comps that don't seem to play like some of the traditional archetypes we've kind of seen before, and it's like, these Juno versions of the comps feel like they're kind of brawly, but they have a very different feel, I think, compared to a lot of them. Like, they're sometimes played more brawly, they're sometimes played more divey, they can kind of do a bit of everything. But today, I don't think we cracked the meta, right? I'm not sitting here going, right, I've watched 6 maps, think I understand everything. But I've learnt a few different things, right? I think I have a better idea of, like, the Ray exchange now, how to win the Ray exchange. I think I have a few ideas why people are playing Ana in certain places, why people are playing D.Va in certain places, why Brig is being played, all of these things. So I'm just sort of, I'm gaining more pieces. And this is how we would learn in a team as well. Like when a new patch came out, or a new comp came out, or a new comp became popular, I should say, you would just start learning a few things at the time. Like, hey, how does Dallas Fuel take their neutral? Oh, okay, this is how they take their neutral. Let's start taking our neutrals like this. Then we'll try and improve our neutrals. Then, oh, okay, fuck me. We're always dying to fucking the nano engagers. We're always dying to Kitsune Rush, whatever it might be. How are other teams dealing with this? Why are they not dying to our ones? Or what's happening, you know? Oh yeah, these are good ideas. Let's implement that. So I think, yeah, learning, watching, or watching and learning, probably in that order. Super important, and I think a fundamental way, I think, yeah. Like what you were saying, Car Dealer, about asking Gala about it and saying he used to watch all the POVs, like all of this. I think you'll get a very similar story from basically any pro player you ask, in terms of it. The thing you learn from watching Astro is that you need to win more games. Yeah. There we go. Always learning. All right. So I think, yeah, it's dinner time for me now. So I'm streaming again tomorrow. We'll finish off a lot of these games. Oh, you got ads? Well, it can happen. What was I going to say? Yeah, so back tomorrow for more of the same. We're going to be watching the rest of that series. I've changed off the screen now. Oh, thank you, Fix.
Had to sub to Baldy BC, I had ads.
That's true, Fix. It can happen. It can happen to anyone. It can happen to anyone. It happened to you. I was just saying, so the plan for tomorrow is we'll finish up this game, because obviously we've just seen the start of a momentum swing, so we'll see what else goes on. Really interested in those swaps as well, because I think we saw the start of the problem that Crazy Raccoon were having, where they wanted Shu to be the Juno, but they wanted Shu to be the Ana, but they couldn't keep the Juno in the lineup the whole time. Also seems like Falcons got more out of the Ram than they did. And we'll also check out some of these Zeta Division games, because I know, obviously, I think a lot of people said it right, these games weren't very close. But I think what you can find sometimes, I used to do this in Overwatch League, is as much as it might not be the most fun series to watch the Atlanta Reign play against the Vegas Eternal, and they just absolutely blow them out of the water, right? But one thing that's quite nice when you get a team really dominate a weaker team is you get to see the good team play their theory quite cleanly, you know? Like, you get their neutrals just look like this, the way they set up their ults just like this, because the weak team just doesn't do anything in response, you know? It doesn't disrupt them at all. Whereas when you watch like that Falcons Crazy Raccoon, Falcons are clearly trying to do some things, but they're having Crazy Raccoon are making it hard for them though, so it can get like quite messy and a bit more complicated than it otherwise would. So I think I'll watch those games. Obviously Zeta are in the final as well, of course, right? So Zeta v Falcons, really interesting to have a read on that matchup going into Sunday. So we'll do that tomorrow. We'll watch more of the games, chat more shit in general, and then for the weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, this is when we'll hit some of the Face It. Even though this schedule is surely wrong, right? Like, there's no way. Wait, I was looking at this earlier and I just couldn't believe it. I thought they were going to it was going to get fixed or something, but there's no way the American games are happening at 1 BST. That's like what, like 8 a.m? Maybe that's a problem for another day. That's not a problem until Friday. We'll figure it out on Friday. But thank you to everyone who watched today. We'll be back for more of the same tomorrow. And in the meantime, I should probably find someone to raid. Someone to raid. Who's playing? Who's Questron? Poco? Yeah, I haven't raided Poco in a while.
Convertir en pièces blanches de merde.
Well, we might be speaking
Sont bien
French.
foutus de ma gueule.
We can learn French in time, though. Alright, I'll send you to Poco. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow.